I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandi.
Yeah, I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
And then I just look to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
Hey, if the court works, come pop in and say, hey, what's up?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good. What are you doing, Luz? Good morning. Hello. Hello. Pop out chat. I'm a little bit behind this morning. Good morning. Hello, all. It is good to see y'all. Let me tell you, I'm sorry, I'm eating. I have appetite back. Woo! Oh, take my medicine. I am all off kilter today. Is that a phrase? Is that a saying? Is that real? Off kilter? Why doesn't it sound right when I say it? It's like, like every once in a while, you'll have those words that you say that all of a sudden, or spell that all of a sudden don't look right. And then it's like you look at it and it's like a word that you've used for 40 years. And then all of a sudden you look at it and you're like, is that even a word? Because it doesn't look right when you spell it on the paper. You know? It's okay. Hello. I have not taken my medicine, obviously, but now I just did. So give me 20 minutes. I'll be normal. I stopped by McDonald's on the way here because now I have a commute. I did get to go home last night. But I could not take my computer and stuff. They have the grinding and stuff on the floors. They have it going on still in the building. I think next week, if all goes right, next week will be the last, I think, fingers crossed, manifest it, put it in the air. It's going to be the last week. I think next week will be the last week that they're doing the grinding. So I think that I should have my computer and everything back in to my condo so that I can work from there by the end of next week. I hope. Y'all, let me tell you, it was so hard leaving my condo this morning. And it's still, it got clean enough for me to go in there, but it's like, it was so bad that it still needs to be cleaned again. It's like there was so much dust and everything on there that even with the cleaning that was done, you can still see, and like you can tell like it was mopped and stuff, but you can still see that there's layers and stuff. And if they're not, whatever, it's good enough to get me home. But man, I don't even know. And that's the thing too. I don't know what the people who there's most of the people who live in the build or who own in the building are people who, either rent it out, like Airbnb and stuff like that, or have it as like a vacation place. So for those people, basically they just couldn't, couldn't go there, or, couldn't rent it out. So it wasn't like a huge deal. But there are people like me and my neighbor who, bless his heart, I saw his car there when I got there last night, so he's back. But there's me and like 7 people over the age of 80 who, maybe not 80, maybe 70-ish, who live there. It's mostly just me and like some retired people. Because like I said, condos, my condos are tiny. So this is not like, I don't live in like this, you know, family condo on the beach. I live in like a studio condo. It's tiny. So it's mostly for, you know, people like me who are single and have no desire to, you know, like, it works out great for me though, because I'm like, oh, my place is too small, you know, can't. But I make room for my friends. I've had like, you know, friends piled up in there, but, and then, you know, retired, like there's a few people who are like older and retired and, you know, live there by themselves. And so other than my kid who's 20, he lives, you know, in the building next to mine and the 2 floors down. He's the youngest that lives there full time. I'm the second youngest that lives there full time. And everybody else that lives there full time is much, much older. But that makes me worried about them. Where did they go? They're here because they don't have, you know, like they retired and moved down here. Most of them don't have family here. Where did they go? Where did they go? I don't know. Crazy. And I saw the other question. They are not going to comp me any rent. Actually, because so if I was renting, I would demand it. Unfortunately, I'm an owner, so HOA is just like, you know what? This is just what has to happen. Whatever. It could be worse. But, let me show you. Man, I woke up this morning. Let's see. I posted this. Where did I post it? I think I posted it on Facebook or Instagram. If I posted it on Instagram, it automatically posts to Facebook. Let me pull it up. I woke up this morning and come on, computer. There we go. Share my screen. I woke up and this is the view. And I was like, I literally opened my eyes and saw this. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I have missed. This is like, look, I love the lagoon. You know, Lucy playing out on the docks is super cute. This house is huge and it's lovely. But I don't want huge and lovely. I want tiny and that. So, but I woke up and the sky was just on fire this morning. It was so incredible. So incredible. And, you know, to me, it's worth having a tiny, tiny condo to have that view. I love it. I wonder, have I ever showed y'all my condo? Hold on, let me show you how small it is. I think I have a picture on Facebook. Somebody sent me a message telling one time saying that I need to stop bragging about being so rich that I live on the beach. I was like, I don't think y'all understand what I live in. Let's see. Let's see if I can find a picture. I think I took one that had oh maybe I didn't. I thought I did. Oh, wait, hold on. I know where it's at. I know where it's at. Hold, please. What year is it? 2023. I remember I took one. I gotta find the picture. I'm gonna show y'all just how small my little bitty condo is. It literally is. It's a studio. It's one room. But man, it was hard to leave it today. Oh, dang, maybe I don't have one. I thought I had it in this album. Oh, well. If I find it, I'll pull it up and I'll show y'all. But I thought I had it, but I guess not. But it's tiny. And it's funny because I have you know, my house that I had in Ohio was, I loved it, you know, but it was for just me, you know, Jacob's, you know, at that point graduating, wanting to move out, and, you know, I ditched the husband, you know, after cancer, so it was just me, and that house, especially being sick, oh my gosh, it was so much to take care of. I could not keep it up. And I'm kind of a neat freak. You couldn't tell from how scattered my brain is. But I'm kind of a neat freak. And I hated not having the energy to do anything on it. So, I don't know. I was going to try to show y'all how small it is, but I can't find the picture. But, oh well. If I find it, I'll show you. Or I'll post it or something. So, let's talk about today. Let's talk about today. Probably the best thing I ever ditched. Yes, Candace Hoff. Yes, yes. What a crazy life. You know, that that whole saying, like, you're only one decision away from a whole new life. It is insanely accurate. And I have, let me show you one more picture. Hold on, let me get this pulled up. Because y'all are going to love this one. Oh, I didn't realize I'm still not sharing my screen. Look at that baby. Hermit Santa. Isn't she cute? Isn't she cute? Oh, it's so cute. Oh, she's got her little ring. Oh, yes, I said so cute. And she's like, who, me? Not anymore. Your hair's a mess. But she's got her little reindeer antlers on. How cute is that baby? Oh, I know why she's up here. She smells my breakfast. Oh, I know. You're so good. You're so good. You already had bacon. How cute is that baby? Look, I said that and she's doing like this. You say hi to your friends? You got bedhead, girl. You got bedhead, girl. You got bedhead, girl. She met Santa. She met Santa. Oh my gosh, this child. All right, so, sorry, distracted by, I had to show y'all that because I posted it, but some of you don't have social media. And some of you do, but might not follow me. So I had to show y'all that. All right, so let's talk about today. Yesterday, let me get it pulled up. We left off. What is happening on my computer? Come on. Come on. Oh, there we go. We left off with the first half, right? I think we made it till, till lunch break. Let me get it pulled up in our trial. Yesterday was a busy day, y'all. We had a busy day. We had police standoffs and car chases and storm chasing. Just joking. Get it? Chad Daybell, the storm. Crack myself up. My computer is like glitching right now for some reason. What is happening? Come on, what is happening? I'm trying to get it pulled up. So we left off, we also started our trial. Whatever, we started the trial. So we're going to get caught up on it today. We only have half of yesterday and then, of course, today to catch up on. So we're going to do what we like to do when trials move a little bit slower anyway, and that is listen in 1.25 speed. If I can get my computer is like glitching out over here. The camera gets blurry sometimes because, come on. Especially right now, I'm getting angry because my computer's like glitching and I'm shaking the mouse, which shakes. I'm not at my desk. I'm at dining room table at my brother's. So when I shake the table, it ends up shaking the computer, which shakes the camera, which makes me blurry. But so every once in a while I'm blurry. All right, I've got it set for 1.25 speed. So this is coming back from lunch on yesterday. BuffyBot says I listen to everything at 1.25 speed now. Let me tell you, I watched something on TV I had the TV on when I was getting some stuff done at the condo last night, and I was miserable having to watch it in regular time. Anytime I'm not here, like any of the stuff that I watch, I'm very limited on my spare time, so I try to make the most of it. So I listen to everything, and a lot of the podcasts and stuff that I listen to are like, live streams that I like to listen to. I'm not active in their chats because I can't watch in real time. So I wait till it's over or almost over, and then I'll listen to it in like double speed or 1.75 or 1.5, but at least 1.5, because it's the only way that I can fit in the stuff that I want to see, and it moves fast enough to keep my brain going, because keep in mind, by the time I'm watching all of that, my medicine is worn off, so I have to have stuff that's like moving in order to keep me engaged. And the problem with that is that when you're so used to doing that and then you go to actually watch TV, it's like this, it feels like the slowest thing in the whole entire world, because you don't have the option to watch it in 1.25 speed or 1.5 or anything. You just have to sit there living it in real time. How awful is that? It's the weirdest things that you get used to. Nikki, member for 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. We are glad to have you here. It has been the best 7 months of our lives together. I'm so glad to see you. So glad you're here. Very, very thankful for y'all. And tomorrow's December already. That's crazy, isn't it? Tomorrow's December, which means the next month is January, which means we're only a month away from 2024. That's insane. That's insane. Time flies by. And this has been the craziest year ever, because at the beginning of this year, I was just sitting at home, bored, not allowed to go back to work, and started making charts about Alec Murdaugh. And now look at us. Now look at us, celebrating 7 months. Life is weird, isn't it? Kathy, member for 5 whole months. Yay, my days would be so boring without you all. Kathy, we are glad to have you here. And we are glad that your days are not boring. It's very rarely boring. And when it is, then we listen to things on 1.5 speed to make it not so boring, and chat and tune ourselves out. Happy anniversary. We're glad you're here. All right, y'all ready to get started on...
Speaking with the defense, there is two things that they intend to
What
elicit. The first of which is
happened?
during opening, defense alluded to Miss Elliott, or the defense ex-girlfriend, claiming that Timmy, in passing by, challenged her to punch him. We filed motion on number 5 that was to exclude any character evidence of Timothy other than specific instances which we laid out, which was granted without an objection from the defense. It's certainly another bad act. It was not no stuff, and even if it wasn't, it's not relevant. 403, it's definitely unduly prejudicial and outweighs any potential relevancy. The defendant had no knowledge of that interaction between Abby and Timmy, so it's only an attempt to attack the victim's character.
So, I don't intend to bring it in as I guess. I don't think it's another bad act. It's not meant to smear his character. It's the mindset that he's in as he's pursuing, and the doggedness with which he is pursuing Mr. DeLee, that somebody that tries to stop him as he's pursuing Mr. DeLee challenges them to a fight on the way so that he can go get Mr. DeLee. So it's not a separate occurrence. I don't think it's another bad act. It's part of his pursuit of Mr. DeLee, and it's part of the milieu of exactly what's happening at the exact time the attack on Mr. DeLee is being planned and carried out.
So, give me a proffer as to what you anticipate to, or what you want to elicit.
So, Mr. Pouliot is running up Old Granite Street, and
I can turn it up a little bit more, but just be prepared because right now they're not back in court yet. So they're not like talking into their microphones. So I will turn it up so we can hear them, but just be prepared that when they turn their audio on, it might hurt ears.
At the time, Mr. DeLee is past the Soho, or just about the Soho, or just at the entrance to the alley. And Mr. Nash and Mr. Mendoza are up by the Soho and across the street. And Mr. Pouliot is walking at a relatively rapid clip off the sidewalk towards Mr. DeLee.
Good morning.
And in some of the exhibits, Abby Elliott Orr, the ex-broker of the defendant, basically chases him down to grab him. She grabs him and tries to stop him. And at that point, he turns to her and they have a very brief interaction where, among other things, he says to her, in words or substance, go ahead and punch me in the face. She declines to do so. He escapes that interaction and continues on and confronts Mr.
And so this is like in the moments before the sort of final fatal confrontation.
Correct. This is after the altercation between Nash and Mendoza and DeLee, and before the sort of next stage up. So yeah, this is 30 seconds beforehand.
It's well outside of earshot of the defendant. It's down the street. There's no information that anyone else heard this. And I would say that the video might counter some of the characterization of what Miss Elliott was doing when she physically came into contact with Timothy. But either way, at that time, the defendant's up the street. He had rounded the corner by Soho and has absolutely no relevance to the defendant's state of mind.
Well, but is it not relevant to Mr. Pouliot's state of mind and what's about to happen
I
next?
don't know what the relevance at that point with his interaction with Olivia, that relevance Timothy's alleged frustration or confrontation with Abby has on the victim's state of mind with regard to the defendant.
What's your theory?
She's trying to prevent him from having an altercation. She's trying to prevent him from pursuing the defendant. That's the context in which this comes up. And it demonstrates his state of mind at the time that he's pursuing it. Just demonstrates the aggressiveness that he has. We don't have audio of the actual altercation, so we don't know exactly what he's saying to Mr. DeLee and Mr. DeLee's saying to him.
Ooh,
but I think
he scared me.
The jury that at that very moment, that's his state of mind, is that he's combative, he is intending on an altercation with Mr. DeLee, and he'll do what he needs to do to be able to do it, even though somebody else is trying to intervene and prevent him from having an altercation with Mr. DeLee.
I just have to clarify the record. The intervene stuff. She runs up the sidewalk and pushes him physically in the back. Olivia would testify that they were talking shit to each other. That would be her testimony, talking shit to each other back and forth after she pushed him. That may be Miss Elliott Orr's characterization of what she was doing, but the video evidence and the other evidence would undermine that.
Oh, well, so I guess first off, this isn't 404B evidence by any stretch of the imagination. If there's anything that's intrinsic to the events, this is intrinsic. And so the question then comes down to, is it relevant and is it unfairly prejudicial? The events 30 seconds before the fatal confrontation, I think, are almost obviously relevant. And I don't think it's unfairly prejudicial. I mean, you can, to the extent you disagree with what she's going to say, it sounds like you have plenty of ability to impeach that. So that's what trials are about.
And the other, just the parties of time, the state is not intending on introducing the defense racist remarks. So during that portion of the testimony, the state is going to lead Ms. Leonardo through that to try to avoid that cover.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Bring the jury in.
Bring the jury. Look at, isn't she the cutest? With her little collar and her look of disdain. She's adorable.
Watch your step. If you can just walk up there by the TV and up towards the back.
So before you're seated, if you can just raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God? Yes. Have a seat.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Can you please just state and spell your last name for the record?
Olivia Leonardo, Lonardo.
Thank you. And where are you from, Miss Leonardo?
I grew up in Salem, New Hampshire, but I currently live in Windham, New Hampshire.
Okay. How long have you lived there?
About 4 years, I think.
Okay. So back in January of this year, you would have been living in Windham?
Yes.
Okay. You said you grew up in Salem. Did you go to high school in Salem?
Yes.
Okay. And what type of work do you do?
I'm a graphic designer.
Okay. How long have you been doing that?
I just started my job about 7 months ago.
Okay. All right. So I want to move on and focus on January 28th, really kind of the night of January 27th into the early morning hours of January 28th. Can you describe for us what your plans were as you led into the night of January 27th?
Yeah, so Nicole and I wanted to get together, go out. We were planning on going to the GOAT. We were just trying to think of anyone else we could get to go with us. So that's when we reached out to Abby and asked if she wanted to come with us.
Okay. Abby, what's Abby's last name?
Elliot, or.
Okay. And how did you know her?
We went to high school together and middle school.
So you guys were friends?
Yes.
Okay. So it was you, Nicole Bergeron, and Miss Elliot Orr. I assume that you don't call them by their last names?
No.
How do you address them?
I call Nicole, and Abby instead of Abigail.
Okay. So I'll use those names to try to eliminate any confusion. So before January of this year, how long had you known Abby and Nicole for?
I had known Abby since about 6th grade, and Nicole and I had been friends since, I'd say, sophomore year of high school.
Did you guys have a plan to meet anyone else when you went out that night?
No.
And so you went to the GOAT. Do you remember about what time you arrived?
I think we got there around 11, and we were standing in line outside.
And were you outside for a while?
Yeah, maybe about 30 minutes.
Okay. And so we're talking somewhere around 11:30 you get in?
I think so.
And what happened shortly after you finally get into the GOAT?
We went to the bar and got drinks and then went down to the dance floor. And pretty soon after that is when Timmy and his friends came up to us.
Okay. Did they introduce themselves?
Yes.
Who introduced themselves to you?
Timmy and Michael.
And how was that interaction? What was that interaction like? What was their demeanor?
We all felt kind of weird, like it just didn't feel right. They were being friendly, but it just felt like something was wrong.
And what do you mean by that?
Just kind of a gut feeling. We were just uncomfortable.
Okay. Is that because of how quickly they came up to you?
I think that was probably what had to do with it. Yeah.
And did you know Timmy and Michael before that night?
No.
Okay. And what happened while Timmy and Michael were talking with you, Nicole, and Abby?
John came over to us.
Okay. And did you know John before that night?
I knew of him, but I don't think we've ever spoken before.
How did you know him at all?
We went to high school together.
Okay. And did he know the rest of your friends? Did you all know each other?
Yes.
Okay. And you were all, what was the relationships that everyone else had?
He had dated Abby in the previous summer. And I think he knew of Nicole, but same relationship with him and I, that they never really spoke, to my knowledge.
Okay. And was John alone, or did he have friends with him that night?
He had friends with him.
Okay. So when he first walks up, did he walk up alone, or did he walk up with his friends?
It was just him.
Okay. And do you remember about how many friends he had with him later on?
4 or 5.
Okay. And do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him?
Sorry, what was that?
Do you remember any of the specific friends that he had with him that night?
I knew Matt and his friend Gage introduced himself to me.
Welcome.
But those were the only people I knew.
Okay. And do you remember Matt's last name?
Soldano.
And how did you know Matt?
We went to high school together.
Okay. So you said when he first came up to you, he came up to you alone. How would you describe Timmy's size?
Small.
And how would you describe the defendant's size?
Very large.
How would you compare the two?
Complete opposites.
Okay. And what did John say when he first walked up?
He asked Abby something along the lines of, "Why are you talking to this scum?"
And was that the first interaction that you saw the defendant have with Timmy that night?
Yes.
What was Timmy's reaction to the defendant walking up and making this scum comment?
They ended up kind of shaking it off and being like, "It's all good." Shook hands, and everyone kind of walked away.
Okay. And so when they left the group, where was the next place you had any interactions with Timmy or Michael?
A little bit later on, me, Nicole, and Abby went back up to the bar, and Nicole was ordering another drink, and Timmy and Michael came up to us. So that was when we saw them again.
And when you say up to the bar, was it that big bar that's up towards the front, or is it that little side bar off to the side?
The big one, like up the ramp.
Okay. And can you describe for us what happened during that interaction?
Michael and Timmy were telling us that they could knock John out in one punch. They claimed that they were pro fighters. They were just saying that they were going to fight John, and we were just like, we didn't really think that they were serious, so we just ended up walking away.
And where did you, Nicole, and Abby go after that?
Back down to the dance floor, back to John and Matt and that whole group.
And what happened there?
John had asked Abby what was said, and Abby told him they said that they're going to knock you out with one punch.
And what was John's demeanor like to that?
He was kind of just like didn't really seem that it mattered, like just kind of like, okay.
You seem happy that they had said they wanted to knock him out?
I mean, no, but he was just kind of casual about it, okay. Like he wasn't worried.
Okay. And what happened after that? What did you see next after that?
John went up to the bar where Timmy was, and I saw him talking, kind of standing behind Timmy and talking in his ear. And then things got a little bit heated, and a bouncer or a bartender broke it up, and that's when John came back down to the ramp, back to me, Nicole, and Abby.
And what did the defendant say after he came back down the ramp?
He was saying that he was telling Timmy, like, we'll take it outside, seeing if he wanted to fight.
What are you doing?
Did the defendant tell you he was scared?
No.
Did he seem scared?
No.
Did he express any worry whatsoever?
No.
Okay. And what happens within a minute or so after the defendant comes back down the ramp? You see.
Michael came down the ramp after that, and punched John in the face.
Okay. And did you actually see the punch?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And what happened after that altercation?
They fell to the ground and they were fighting. I kind of got pushed like towards the top of the ramp, and Nicole and Abby were still at the bottom.
And where did everyone go after that?
John had gotten kicked out, so we decided that it was time to go home, and we were all walking outside of the goat.
And what did you see as you were leaving the bar?
John was standing outside bleeding, screaming.
I'm just going to pause right there. Can we back up?
Yeah, sorry.
As you're leaving the bar, what are you seeing in the bar as you're exiting?
Timmy. He was still in the bar, and Abby was talking to him. She pushed him, and then we walked out.
Okay. Moving outside, you said you saw the defendant and he was yelling and screaming, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe his demeanor when he's outside?
Just pure rage.
And what were you and everyone else trying to do as far as the defendant was concerned out there?
We were trying to calm him down. Nicole was trying to clean up where he was bleeding on his face. We were telling him it's not worth it, just go home. But he just kept screaming for people to come fight him, yelling, "Who hit me? Come finish the fight." Yeah.
Was he yelling derogatory names and swears?
Yes.
Now, we're talking about this is right outside of the GOAT. You're on that sidewalk area,
Yes.
right? Were any of the defendants friends with him beyond just you, Nicole, and Abby?
Yes, I remember Matt was there. Gage may have been there as well.
Okay. So that when the defendant first walks out and this is all going on and he's screaming, it's you, Nicole, Abby, Gage, and Matt, and obviously the defendant.
Yes.
So. Okay. And what was Matt and Gage trying to do as far as the defendant?
Same thing, calm him down.
And at this point, where was security?
Outside the door of the GOAT.
Okay. So while he's screaming and he's yelling and angry, how did the calming him down work? Were you able to calm him down?
No.
Were Matt and Gage able to calm him down?
No.
What happened as the defendant was yelling these remarks?
Someone was standing nearby smoking a cigarette, and John began yelling at him, and they started fighting too.
Okay. So you saw a physical altercation between those two?
Yes.
What did you see happen during that fight?
That's when Michael came back, and once that fight had broken up, Michael had pulled out pepper spray and pointed it towards John.
Okay. And I'm going to talk about that. I want to back up just a little bit first. This altercation between the man smoking the cigarette and the defendant, what did you see during that altercation?
They were both fighting, punching each other.
Did you see anyone else get hit during that?
John did hit Abby in that.
Okay, during that altercation. Okay. And so you said Michael came over and he brandished pepper spray, right? What was the defendant's response to that?
He pulled out his gun.
Okay. And what did you hear and see when that happened?
He took the safety off.
Okay. Did you hear that, see it?
The kind of click.
So you heard a click?
Yeah.
Okay. And where was Timmy at that point?
He was still inside the bar.
And did you see what type of gun it was? Handgun, shotgun, rifle?
Just handgun.
Okay. And what was the defendant's demeanor at that time? And by that I mean, did he look in fear? How did he seem?
He was not fearful, just very angry.
Did he ask you guys to call for help?
No.
Did he ask for help from anyone that you saw?
No.
Did he scream out that he was scared, please leave me alone?
No.
Okay. Anything that suggested he wanted to de-escalate the situation whatsoever?
No.
So what happens? So we have Michael's walking across the street, he's brandished pepper spray, the defendant's pulled out the gun. What happens after that?
John dropped the gun, and we're all screaming at him to put it away. Abby was screaming at him to put it away. She said, "Do you want to get arrested for being an idiot?" And that's when he picked the gun back up, and him and Matt and the other friends started walking down the street. And Michael also walked away.
Okay, up the street.
Yes.
And you said, so that at some point the defendant drops the gun. With everything going, is there a lot going on at that time?
Yeah.
Would you say it fair to characterize chaotic?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Have you? Well, I'll skip ahead. So, what's Abby doing as these two groups start walking up the street? What's Abby doing?
She's trying to chase after him, calling his cell phone, screaming. Nicole was trying to hold her back from running up to John. So we're trying to keep her safe, trying to go home. John and his friends, I had figured that they went home or were going home. Same thing with Michael. I thought that they were just going home.
And what was Abby screaming? Remember?
Something along the lines of "put it away, don't do it." It's just trying to hope that he hears her telling him to stop.
And at that point, you're near what area of are you still in front of the goat, or are you a little up the street? Where were you?
We're a little bit further up the street. It was like the Makers, like there's like a Makers building next to it.
Manchester Makerspace?
Yeah, that. We were kind of in front of their door.
Okay. And after the groups walked up the street, were you able to see where each of the groups went?
I couldn't really tell. We were mostly focused on Abby's safety.
Okay. After the group has walked away, do you see Timmy at some point again?
Yeah, Timmy walked out of the goat and walked up past us and started talking to us. And him and Abby were arguing. We just kept telling Abby it's not worth it, let him go.
And do you remember anything he said?
He told us that none of what happened would have happened if we didn't tell John that what they were saying about punching him.
After the groups had walked away, did you hear anything that struck you or caused you concern?
Yeah, about 30 to 45 seconds after he walked away, that's when we heard gunshots.
And what was your response to hearing those gunshots?
Me, Nicole, and Abby ducked, and we kind of just got lower to the ground, and Nicole and I had ran away from the shots, and Abby ran towards them.
You said shots, so you heard multiple gunshots?
Yes.
Okay. And I know this sounds like an obvious question, but
that would be
you said
scary.
you ducked. Why were you ducking?
They sounded very, very close. So we were scared that we were going to get shot.
Okay. Were there any cars in the area around when the shooting happened that you saw?
Yes.
Did you see anybody driving or any pedestrians in the area?
Yes.
And after the shooting, what happened immediately after the shooting?
Sirens, running. I saw Michael jump over a snowbank, running away. A bouncer from the goat came up to us, asking us if we were okay.
Did you actually, and I apologize, I didn't ask you this before, did you actually see the shooting itself, the gunshots?
No.
So you just heard them?
Yes.
And after this, after the bouncers come and the sirens come, did you see any police come?
Yes.
At any point after that, did you ever see Timothy walk back, or did you ever see Timothy alive after that?
No.
Can you describe, you said that you've known Abby since the 6th grade.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us how that relationship is after this?
We don't speak anymore.
And is it related to this or something else?
Related to this.
Going back to the night of the shooting overall, how much had you had to drink that night?
Nothing.
And did you drink alcohol back then, as far as just in general?
No, I don't drink.
Okay. If I can just have one moment, Your Honor.
So that's one thing that I'm curious about too. I want to hear like their talk screens and how intoxicated all of them were. I'm curious, especially for that little
Thank
guy.
you, Ms. Lenaro. If this stays nothing further, Your Honor, I assume defense counsel will have some questions.
For him to go punch dude in the face, being such a big guy. It's like Kevin Hart punching, what's his name? Dwayne Johnson. I mean, not really, that's exaggerated, but you know what I mean. Hyperbole. Yeah, Melanie, I want their blood alcohol content elevated.
Good afternoon, Mr. Leonardo. How old are you?
I'm 23.
And how old were you back in January of 2023?
I was 22.
How old was Abby at the time?
I think she was 22.
Do you know how old John was at the time?
22.
And what about Nicole?
22.
And what about Matthew Soldano?
I'm assuming 22.
And is that because you were in approximately the same year of school?
Yeah.
And what about Gage Chandler? Did he go to school with you also?
I didn't know him at all previously. I think he was a year or two younger than me.
Okay. So he was in high school at the same time, but not necessarily in your graduating class?
Yes.
Now,
I hate those long pauses. It is. A guy died here a few months ago at Coyote Ugly in the parking lot. Got into a bar fight, took it out to the parking lot. The guy comes up behind him, clocks him, and it killed him. That was Jimmy Lawson. How long was that ago? That was just a
show
few
you
months ago,
States
wasn't it?
Exhibit 55.
Hi, Contess. Welcome. Sunny Tours, enjoy your lurking. Ed, that's what I was thinking too. Like, you know, especially because keep in mind, these are young kids. I know kids, they're adults, yada, yada, yada. But they're in their early 20s. And that mentality is a lot different than, you know, when you're that young. And they try to make people jealous and stuff and can't control their alcohol or emotions as much a lot of times. Not always, but a lot of times. Full of hope and hormones. Yeah, this was January of this year. Sorry, I meant the Coyote Ugly.
Ms. Leonardo,
here.
do you see
That death was just a
yourself
few months ago.
on screen?
Yes.
Could you please walk over to the television screen and maybe stand just to this side of it? And if you could point out where you are on screen.
I'm right here in the corner.
Okay, in the bottom right-hand corner?
Yes.
In a sort of light-colored top?
Yes.
And do you see Nicole on screen?
Yes.
Where is Nicole?
Nicole is next to me right here.
Just to your right?
Yes.
And can you see Abby on screen?
Yes.
And is she just to Nicole's right?
Yes.
So the three of you are against that sort of railing, for lack of a better word, correct?
Yes.
Hi, Lady in Gray.
And do you see Michael Mendoza?
Yes.
Where's he?
He's right next to me right here.
Okay. And do you see Timothy Pouliot?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's kind of closer to Abby.
Okay. And with the blonde hair, right?
Yes.
And the gentleman with the white hat, do you remember him being there as well?
I do. I don't know his name though.
Do you remember, did he introduce himself as Trenton Nash to your memory?
He may have, but I know that Michael kind of introduced himself to me, and Timmy introduced himself to Nicole. So I wasn't really conversing with.
And is this the location where you were when John approached?
Yes.
Okay, you can sit down. Now, you had said you didn't get a great feeling during that time,
Correct?
but it was just intuition more than anything else?
Yeah.
And so John comes over and makes a comment to Abby about Timothy or about all three of them?
I was more directed towards Timmy.
But all three of them approached you at the same time, correct?
Yes.
So, and it was fair to say it was whatever the interaction was happening, even though some people might have been having separate conversations, the six of you were kind of interacting independently, correct?
Yeah.
Now I'm going to show you States Exhibit 46.
We have a sniffer. We have a cougher and a sniffer in every.
And this one is
I think you forgot to turn the. Yeah, there you go.
So this one's only 49 seconds, so we're going to watch it right through as soon as it's booted up on the main screen.
Keep having to move those. Coffer's back.
Everything seems to have a bit of a delay.
Oh, wait. Oh, I can do
While we
it.
wait for it to come up, how long
And a pen clicker.
were you and how long was the conversation between just the six of you?
Maybe just a couple minutes.
It came on and went right back up. All right. I'll make that statement. We'll turn that on. Okay. Could you come over to this screen?
Yeah, of course.
Paper shuffling. Oh, the opening boxes. Coffer.
Oh, great. Sorry, I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. All right. Can you, on this screen, point out where John DeLee is? Okay. And would you say that this is just moments after the end of, or moments after the last video that we had just seen?
Yes.
And this is approximately when John made a comment to Abigail, correct?
Yes.
Excuse me? There's no audio on these videos. Okay.
Okay.
Do the 5-second skip for all this.
Between John DeLee and Timothy Pouliot that we just observed.
I heard bits and pieces of it, but nothing super clear.
You can, well, actually, you know what? Let me sit there for a moment. Was it a friendly conversation?
Yeah, it was very, I mean, even in their body language, you could tell that they were they were cool, they were good with each other. It seemed that there was no problem between them.
Okay. So now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit.
Majestic Unicorn, happy anniversary.
47. Is it up on the screen yet? Not yet. Well,
Like, is it me or is he like not prepared?
a second drink. Originally, it was you. When you went up to the bar to get a second drink, originally it was you and Nicole only that had gone up to the bar, right? And Abby and John stayed behind, right?
Yes.
And the area that Abby and John were staying behind was at the bottom of that ramp, right?
Yes.
And those videos that we were just watching, that was like a little bit past the bottom of the ramp, right?
Yeah.
So if you were walking from the main bar down the ramp, you would keep going a little bit to get to the place where the videos were that we were just watching, right? But John and Abby were standing a little bit closer to the very bottom of the ramp, right?
Yes.
And how long were you at the bar before Abby joined you?
Not very long, at most 30 seconds.
And when Abby joined you, were Timothy and Michael already at the bar at that point?
No, Abby came up to us, said John tried to kiss her, so he wanted to stay with us. And as we were kind of talking to her, about what he had told us is when Timmy and Michael came back up to us again.
Okay. And you don't know whether Timothy and Michael overheard Abby's comment about John trying to kiss her, do you?
I don't think they heard, just because it's a very loud environment.
But do you know one way or the other for sure?
No.
And let's talk about the environment. Did you see how Timmy was sort of like trying to reach up to get closer to John's face?
When they were speaking?
Yes.
Yeah.
Fair to say there's a band playing in there, right?
Yes.
And then it's pretty crowded in there.
Yep.
So is it fair to say this is a noisy environment?
Yes.
So while you're at the bar, Timothy and Michael speak directly to you three girls, correct?
Yes.
Women, I should say, right? And when Timothy and Michael are speaking to you women, that's when they tell you that they're professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And that's also when they tell you that Timothy says he's not afraid of John, or words to that effect, right?
I don't know if he said that for sure, but I know that he did say that he was a pro fighter.
Okay. And at some point, Michael said something along the lines that he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Yes.
And did Timothy say anything along those same lines?
I don't remember. I'm not completely sure.
Did you end up getting a drink at that point?
No. If I did, it was like a Sprite. But I mostly just went with Nicole up there because she wanted a drink and I didn't want her to go alone.
Did Nicole get a drink at the time?
Yes.
Okay. Did you leave the bar after you had gotten the drink, or did you leave the bar early in order to get back to tell John what had happened?
No, once Nicole had gotten her drink, we walked back down to where John was.
And did all three of you women tell John what had transpired up at the bar?
No, just Abby.
Where you were there to overhear her telling him?
Yeah.
And she conveyed all of the things that you've described.
I'm gonna call for now.
What do you mean?
She told John that they said they were professional fighters, right?
Yes.
And she told John that Michael had said he was going to knock John out by the end of the night, right?
Ricky Watson, good morning.
And she told John generally to watch his back, right?
Yes.
How long was it after that that John went up to the bar?
Maybe a minute, less than a minute.
And did you watch the interaction between John and Timothy up at the bar?
Yes.
And you saw John kind of give him a little shove at some point?
Yes.
And but you weren't able to hear anything that was being said?
No.
And John came back, right?
Yes.
And I think you said John was stopped by the bouncers on the way back?
In no way. While he was talking to Timmy, the bouncers noticed that they were arguing a little bit, so they kind of separated them. And then that's when he walked back.
You didn't overhear any of that conversation, right?
No.
And so when John comes back, does he say anything about what happened up at the bar?
He tells us that we asked him what happened, and he said that he was telling Timmy, if he wants to fight, let's go outside. Yeah, just kind of recapping what he said, take it outside.
And then it was kind of done, right?
We thought.
John started dancing to the music, right?
I don't really remember.
Were you all having a good time basically at that point?
In a way, yeah. We kind of assumed that nothing else was going to happen.
Did you see Timothy actually walk down the ramp?
When?
After the interaction with John at the bar?
I saw Timmy. I don't think I saw Timmy. I saw Michael walk down the ramp when he punched John.
Did you see Timothy and Michael speaking right before Michael punched John?
I saw Timmy kind of walking around the bar, but I don't think he came down the ramp. He didn't come near John, to what I remember.
Did Michael say anything at all to John before punching him?
No.
I just realized that caption
Any
was still
idea
there.
whatsoever that John was about to get punched in the face?
No, I was watching Michael because I was just like, what is he doing? He's just standing there staring.
January.
It all kind of just happened really quickly.
John didn't say anything at all to Michael at that time, did he?
No.
John didn't move towards Michael at all, did he?
No.
John didn't make any kind of threats towards Michael.
No.
Would you describe the punch as a sucker punch?
Yeah.
And it was a pretty forceful blow, right?
I guess.
He wound up
Yeah.
and followed all the way through, right?
Hmm.
Did you see whether Michael was wearing any rings at the time?
I didn't.
So John gets brought out of the bar, right?
Hmm.
And when you get outside, Nicole is trying to help clean him up, right?
Hmm.
And he's screaming about who punched him and other stuff, right?
Hmm.
The guy who was smoking the cigarette,
Hmm.
did you see whether he walked across the street or you just noticed him standing nearby?
I just noticed him standing.
And he was one of those three people that was talking to the three of you women at the beginning of the night, right?
Yes.
What did he say when you first noticed him?
What did the man with the cigarette say?
Yeah.
I don't think he said anything.
At some point, did he end up in a conversation with John?
It was less of a conversation and more of pushing each other.
Did John tell him to beat feet, get lost, anything along those lines?
Beat feet?
I don't think so.
Did Abby say anything along those lines to him?
Me, Nicole, and Abby were begging the guy not to get involved and to just walk away.
But he didn't walk away, did he?
No.
He got involved, right?
Hmm.
When did you notice Michael Mendoza on top of the snowbank with the pepper spray?
Very shortly after, if not towards the end of John fighting with the man smoking a cigarette.
Okay. And up until that very moment, you had no idea that John had a gun with him, right?
No idea.
He didn't say anything about it in your presence?
Not that I heard.
And he didn't show it to you or he didn't display it in a public way, right?
He didn't display it to me.
And so when Mendoza approaches him, he stands up on top of the snowbank so that he's kind of looking down at John, right?
Yes.
And how close would you say the can of pepper spray was to John's face?
It wasn't right in his face, but maybe like a few feet.
You carry pepper spray, right?
Yes.
And have you ever had to use it?
No.
Do you know how to use it?
Yes.
Was it close enough to use?
Yes.
And you had it with you that night, right?
I did.
But you didn't get it out at that point.
No, I never took it out of my pocket.
So John pulls out the gun and drops it, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you heard that click, was that before or after he dropped the gun?
Before.
And you described it as taking off the safety, but you don't know how this gun works, right?
No.
So you don't know whether he was taking off the safety or doing something else, right?
No.
And have you ever heard of racking a pistol?
No.
Was the sound consistent with pulling back the top of it and letting it go?
Yes.
When he picked up the gun off the ground, did he point it at Michael Mendoza?
No, he pointed it at him when he first took it out of his pocket, but when he picked it back off the ground, he just held it kind of by his leg.
And that's when Michael backed up, right?
Yes.
And when Michael backed up and gave John a little bit of space, that's when John turned around and started walking back up the street, right?
Yes.
John, Matthew, and Gage walked up the street, right?
Yes.
And Michael and Trenton followed them up the street, right?
Yes.
But you and Abby and Nicole stayed behind,
Yes.
even though Abby did not want to stay behind.
Correct.
How long was it before Timothy came walking by?
within, I'd say, like 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes.
And when Abby walks by, I'm sorry, when Timothy walks by, he's not running, but he's moving, right?
He was kind of casually walking.
Fair to say, though, he originally walks past you, and Abby struggles to get away from the two of you, and then chases him down, right?
Yeah, and she pushed him for the second time.
And that's when you and Nicole and Abby all have the conversation with Timothy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he dares Abby to punch him in the face, right?
I don't know exactly what he said, but I do remember there being a little arguing. I don't remember exactly what was said. I just remember telling Abby it's not worth it, and to just let it go.
She didn't punch him in the face, did she?
No.
But she did try to tell Timothy not to follow John, right?
I don't know. I don't remember.
At any rate, he got away from Abby, right?
Mm-hmm.
And followed John up the street.
Yes.
Now, at some point after the shooting, you bumped into Trenton Nash, didn't you?
Yes, as we were leaving to walk back to the car.
Yeah.
May we approach? No. What if he was just like, no, just no, no. Their coffer is a lot worse than our coffers. Okay, I guess they're going to a little break. Let's see. We're almost caught up. And they haven't started today, so we're going to be in real time for most of today. FYI. FYI. Or they hadn't started a few minutes ago when I looked.
They have some.
Okay, thank you.
And they're just starting now, actually.
Thank you. All right, so you saw a couple of seconds and video clips there, and we ID'd some people. Do you see John DeLee in the courtroom right now?
I do.
Can you just, if you can point out where he is, and for the record, which is recorded via audio, can you just grab a piece of clothing he's wearing?
Yep, he's sitting over there wearing a blue tie.
And Your Honor, if the court can reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. Thank you. I want to talk a little bit just about a couple of things, or go back to. So that moment that Mr. Mendoza takes that swing at the defendant, bars loud. I heard you testifying to that.
Yes.
Okay. Would you consider that moment fairly chaotic?
Yes.
Was there a lot going on?
Yes.
Okay. And you had testified you weren't anticipating on seeing a fight right then?
No.
Okay. Similarly, when you're outside and this happens with the man with the cigarette and the defendant, a lot going on?
Yes.
You reference the defendant, he's screaming, yelling,
Yes.
right? And there's Abby is screaming.
Yes.
Okay, there's a lot going on. With everything,
Yes, sorry.
apologize. Given that everything's going on chaotic, would you be surprised if there's some things, just hypothetically, that were different if they were captured on video than exactly what you're saying right now? Ms. Lodarno, if the video showed, for example, that Mr. Nash did not actually swing at the defendant, does your memory reflect something differently?
Yes.
I don't remember who threw the first punch with that fight. Yeah, I just remember there being a fight.
Okay. You just remember that something was going on?
Yes.
Okay. You also mentioned that Mr. Nash, or Trenton, the man with the cigarette, and Michael walked up the street, correct?
Yes.
And that was after the defendant and his friends were walking up the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. You had testified earlier, you didn't end up seeing where anyone went?
No.
As far as you didn't see if somebody went to a parking lot or a different street or anything?
No.
Okay. Just one second. You want to say there's nothing further?
Any further recall?
No further questions.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor. So she was the first one that was there, that was like there with the groups of
Raise right hand.
friends.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I swear.
Please have a seat.
Officer Pouliot, could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
Yep, that's Officer Jeffrey Beliza, Jeffrey Beelleza.
Thank you. Where are you currently employed?
The Manchester Police Department.
And how long have you worked for Manchester?
3 years.
Are you certified as a full-time officer?
I am.
I'm going to turn your attention right now to January 28th, 2023. Were you working that night?
I was.
Or I should say early morning?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What shift were you on?
The midnight shift.
So you started on the 27th and you're going
They all
into the
look
morning on the
young.
28th?
That is correct.
Yeah, I'm just
As part of your duties that night, did you respond to 50 Old Granite Street in Manchester?
I did.
And why did you respond there?
I responded there for a call of shots fired.
Do you know which officer was reporting shots fired?
That was Officer Eric Smith.
Where were you when you heard that call come out?
I was near the Delta Dental Stadium, the Fishcat Stadium, in that general area.
Okay, so how long did it take you to arrive at the Old Granite Street location from where you were?
I would say less than 2 minutes.
Were you on foot or were you in a car?
I was in my vehicle.
What did you observe when you arrived at the scene?
I observed a large crowd, and I observed Officer Smith detaining somebody at gunpoint.
Had you seen, you say, I think we know this, but you hadn't seen any of the events that led up to that point, is that?
That is correct.
Correct, okay. What did you do at that point?
At that point, I ran out to assist Officer Smith in detaining the subject.
And what was your role in the detention?
My role was providing commands to that subject and then actually putting handcuffs on him.
And while you were putting handcuffs on this person, where was Officer Smith?
Officer Smith was to the left of me, just providing cover.
Were you aware whether the person had a weapon at all when you arrived?
I was aware of a weapon that was on the ground near Officer Smith. However, we weren't sure if he had another one, so at that point we were still trying to find out.
Okay, but you were aware that there was a weapon on the ground?
That is correct.
Do you see that person in the courtroom today, when you detained?
I do.
Can you describe that person for something that he's wearing?
From that night or to right now? I'm sorry.
Could you describe what he's wearing right now?
He's wearing a dark suit with a blue tie.
May the record reflect that the officers had defending your honor. Were you so you were in full uniform, you were in your normal gear that night?
That is correct.
Okay, so were you wearing a body cam?
I was.
Did you activate it at some point that night?
I did.
When did you activate? Oh, sorry.
Right after I got out of my cruiser, I had attempted to activate it. Realized it activated right when I pulled my weapon out.
And your body cam, like most, doesn't have sound immediately when it starts, is that correct?
That is correct.
So there's the video, but not the audio immediately?
That is correct.
Have you had the opportunity to review your body cam footage from this period of the night where you detained the defendant?
I have.
So I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 71. Is this the beginning of your body cam footage?
This is.
Okay. And I know it's a little blurry, but can you tell us, just orient us, what are we looking at right as this starts?
So you are, what you can see is the defendant in the sweatshirt in front of me. I have my gun out, giving him commands at this point.
And where's Officer Smith in relation to you?
He's probably about 5 feet to my left.
Put your arms on. What on your face? This is about 3 minutes ago. Was it this guy? You fucking punch me in the face.
Hey, for now, just turn around. You're in custody right now, okay? Understand what's going on? Fucking situation. Where's your gun? Hey, Sarge, they think you went to a market basket.
No,
what's the description? Where's the fucking other guy?
Dude, what over there? I don't even know.
Stand up, stand up, just stand up.
Dude, you're free.
Okay, just, hey, you're in cuffs right now, so just shut up.
Market basket going on. That's how they expect your Dude, it was self-defense, dude. There was 3 of them. Back
the fuck up, go that way!
Back up! Guys, get down! I'll say behind you! It was self-defense, I swear it was self-defense. Take this that way, please.
Got it.
Take a seat. Stay, fine, right now. Just, well, we're gonna ask you a bunch of questions, just you educate.
I thought the same thing.
So your body cam continued after that point, correct?
That is correct.
So I'll just give another. So I'll remind you again, ladies and gentlemen, that you're not going to see the remainder of the video based on pre-trial rulings in the case. So don't speculate about the portions you're not seeing. Okay.
Did you observe any injuries to the defendant when you were dealing with them?
I did.
What did you observe?
I observed a laceration. I believe it was above his left eye.
And how deep did this laceration appear to be, just from your visual?
It looked pretty minor. It looked fresh, but it was pretty minor.
In the time that you were with the defendant at the scene, did he receive any sort of medical attention for that?
From what I can remember, we brought him to be seen by AMR, and he refused medical attention.
And what's AMR?
Sorry, it's the ambulance service for Manchester.
Were they on scene, or did you have to bring him someplace?
They were on scene as soon as the scene was secured.
And he refused to have them look at it? Or?
That is correct.
Let me just have a moment. Nothing further for you. That's not me.
Gosh, they're always wanting to approach. It's like they're trying to leave us out of things.
When you say that Mr. DeLee refused medical attention, do you just mean that he wasn't transported to the hospital or anything along those lines?
That is correct.
He was actually seen by medical staff, correct?
That's correct.
And he didn't refuse to see them or refuse to be looked at, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in fact, throughout the entirety of your interactions with Mr. DeLee, he cooperated with every directive he was given by the police, correct?
That is correct.
He never provided any kind of physical or verbal resistance of any kind, correct?
That is correct.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Further?
Say, Your Honor.
You can stop now. Yeah, do you want to take a need a break?
Another break.
All right, so we're going to just take a short break so we're not.
All right, we're almost caught up.
And what's your current assignment with Manchester PD?
I'm a detective within the
Did they forget?
domestic
I
violence.
think the camera guy keeps like.
Thank you, Detective Langton. For the record, can you just state and spell your last name for the record?
Brendan Langton, Langton.
And Detective, where do you work?
The Manchester, New Hampshire Police Department.
And how long have you worked there for?
Over 7.5 years.
7.5 years. Is this your first law enforcement job?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And what's your current assignment with Manchester PD?
I'm a detective within the domestic violence unit.
Look, that cameraman was like, "Oh crap! My bad.
Where I've been for
Oops.
2.5 years.
And what types of crimes and investigations do you do?
Assaults, sexual assaults, homicides, shootings, burglaries, harassment, stalking, and the list goes on from there.
And in addition to investigating like interviews and things like that, do you investigate crime scenes?
Yes, I do.
Actual scenes? Okay.
Yes.
Do you have any specialized experience or training with regard to documenting and processing crime scenes?
Yes, I have basic and advanced death and homicide training, shooting scene documentation, crime scene processing, sexual assault scene processing as well.
I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th. Were you assigned to assist with the shooting of Timothy Pouliot?
I was.
And when you arrived at the scene, was that scene secured by law enforcement?
It was.
And how was it secured?
By midnight patrol officers.
And does that prevent anyone that's not authorized to be in there from going in and out of the scene?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And why is it important to restrict access like that to the scene?
To preserve the scene itself.
Okay. And with regard to that specific investigation, what was your role?
Evidence collection and scene processing.
And what areas of the scene did you investigate?
Where there were articles of evidence that we deemed to be evidence to be documented and secured.
And was that along Old Granite Street?
It was, yes.
And that alleyway adjacent to Soho Bistro?
Yes.
Okay. And you said as an evidence technician, what was your responsibility in that role?
To taking the articles of evidence, giving them evidence identifying markers for each piece of evidence. So when we have a piece of evidence, we identify it with an identifying marker. All my evidence, I identify it as BML. Those are my initials with a dash, and then follows a numerical system identifying each piece of evidence.
And so what were your initials? I apologize if you said
BML.
BML. Okay.
Yes.
And what? who else helped process the scene that night? Were there other officers, or was it just you?
Detective Bombard and Detective Bergeron Rosa.
And were you at the scene when it was photographed and measured?
I was, yes.
And days later, were aerial photographs taken of the scene as well?
Yes, they were.
And have you reviewed those photographs?
I did, yes.
Okay. And did those photographs reasonably and accurately reflect the layout of that general area?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And roughly how many photographs were taken? Dozens, hundreds of photographs of the scene?
Hundreds.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you to go through every single one, so we'll just go through some here today.
Oh my gosh, I just
so
had
I'm going to
Millie
start with,
flashbacks.
this is State's Exhibit 2, if you've seen. Do you recognize this area? You can.
Yes, okay, if I
want to order that screen.
Oh, okay.
Millie's Snapchat.
Go ahead.
If you want to get down and point something out, Your Honor, do you mind if the witness steps down? Detective Langton, you may step down and direct us.
Okay. So right here is east and west on Old Granite Street here, and then Hampshire Lane right here to the east side of Soho. Or excuse me, Hampshire Lane is here to the east side of Soho.
And that's the area you searched?
Yes, within this area here.
Okay. And moving on to States 4, do you recognize this area?
Yes, that is the business the goat.
And
the goat.
So what direction would be the Southern New Hampshire Arena if we're looking at the goat?
Easterly. So this is west of the Southern New Hampshire Arena.
And moving on to States 5, this area, what is this?
This is just east of where the goat is, heading towards this new arena.
And what business is depicted in that photograph?
Manchester Makers Space.
All right. Moving on to States Exhibit 6. Can you just help orient us and describe what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is in the center of Old Granite Street, facing easterly. As you can see, the Southern New Hampshire Arena here is in the backdrop.
Okay, and I want to just point out a few things that we can see. There's, across the middle of the screen is yellow tape or ribbon. What is that?
That's cordoning off where our crime scene is.
Okay. And just beyond that, between that and the Southern New Hampshire Arena, we can see a white object in the middle of the street?
Yes.
And what is that object?
That is the body of Timothy Pouliot.
Okay, and then just beyond there, and we'll have some closer photographs, but we can see some things in the roadway. What are those?
Those are evidence markers.
Okay. Moving on to State 7. Is this the same general direction, but also capturing the Bank of America parking lot?
It is, yes, facing northeasterly.
And State 8. What is this a photograph from?
This is in front of Hampshire Lane, northeast of Soho, where the body was located.
And is that yellow?
General area.
I apologize. Does that yellow circle depict that area where that Timothy's body was?
Yes.
And State 9, can you just orient us?
This is facing northerly. This is the same general area as the previous photo, but we're just facing north here. In the Southern New Hampshire Arena would be right here.
And moving on to State 10, this is a little bit closer of that footage, or excuse me, that angle we saw earlier, correct?
That's correct, yes.
And now we can start to see those yellow markers that you were talking about a little bit better?
Yes.
Hi, Buttercup. What's up, Buttercup?
State
I say that
11,
all the time.
can you tell us where we're looking from?
This is facing westerly. Elm Street is just behind where this photograph was taken. The Canoco gas station is just off of right here, and this is that same alleyway from the other photos that I've been talking about.
Okay. Moving a little bit closer, States 12. Is this just a close-up?
Yes, it is a mid-range photo in front of Soho.
And again, we can see those yellow markers.
That's correct.
Real quick while they're going over these, because
A little bit more about each one, but just generally, what were those
they're just going over pictures, and I already took y'all on a field trip yesterday, so we saw it. I see some of y'all talking about the
to collect where they were located within the scene.
generally what those pieces of evidence were?
Yes, generally, yes.
And what were they?
Shell casings, bullet defects that we did not collect but we photographed, and personal belongings as well.
When you say
those are all things that we already know, but I see a lot of the talk going on about the charges. The reason that they charged second-degree murder for this is because it was not considered premeditated, but they're considering it murder with malicious intent. For it to be self-defense, he has to believe that his life was in danger in that moment. So I guess we'll have to hear what it is that, look, all we've seen so far, it's still very soon. All we've seen so far is, there obviously there is a huge size difference, but, we don't, like, even with the smaller guy being, saying he's a professional fighter and stuff like that, because of the size difference, it's still a little bit hard to, since we're seeing it visually, it's a little bit hard to feel like his life is in danger. But I guess we'll hear more about, why Why?
Bullet defects. Can you describe for us what you mean by that?
A divot within the road.
See what they say.
That we identify or believe to be bullet defects.
Okay. And states 13, what is this a photograph of?
Personal effects from Timothy Pouliot.
So these are the contents of his pockets?
Yes.
Any weapons?
No.
No weapons.
Moving on to states 14, starting to look to the right a little bit, correct?
Yes, this is looking south, a little southwest, across from Soho. And the Bank of America parking lot is right here.
And then from this perspective, on states 15, is this looking to our left from that previous position?
Yes.
In state 16, can you just describe for record purposes what we're seeing in this photograph?
Evidence markers that are in the center of Old Granite Street, just north of the alleyway.
And top of the picture, is that looking down Hampshire Lane?
It is, yes, southerly.
And now state 17, where's this photograph taken from?
Looking northerly, so the previous photo was taken facing southerly, up by where that manhole cover is, to where the detective is shooting northerly here.
And states 18?
This is just north of where that manhole cover was we saw in the previous photo, facing southeast where the Canoco gas station is.
Hi, William. I am feeling better today.
Moving on to states 19, can you just tell us what we're seeing in this photograph?
This is the sidewalk on the north side of Canoco. An evidence marker BML1, the firearm, is seen within this photograph.
So in that yellow box right there?
Yeah, that's correct.
And was that firearm collected?
Yes, it was.
And did you give it one of those evidence numbers that you had spoken about earlier?
I did.
And what was that evidence number?
BML1.
And did that firearm have a magazine in it?
It did, yes.
And did that also get a separate evidence number?
Yes.
And what was that evidence number?
BML1A.
Hope he was shot 8 times. He fired the gun
What
9
is this
times. He was shot 8.
This is the firearm BML1A. Excuse me, BML1.
Okay. And with regard to the firearm, was there a round in the chamber?
There was, yes.
Okay. Was that the item that was labeled BLMA, the bullet that was in the chamber?
I'd have to look back at my notes there.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Right.
Defense, page 709.
Lucy's feisty this morning.
So you have that whole refresher real good. So the magazine was BML1B, and the chamber round was A.
Did that refresh your
It did, yes.
And just to clarify the record, can you just describe for us or tell us what the evidence number was for the magazine?
The magazine was BML1B.
And the round in the chamber?
BML1A.
Okay, thank you. Now, this firearm is a semi-automatic firearm, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. When a casing is ejected from the firearm, does every casing go to the exact same spot?
No.
And what are some of the things that can happen when a casing is ejected onto, say, a hard surface like a piece of pavement?
It can roll depending on the weather. If it's windy, it'll be within a general area. But when the cartridge casing's ejected, it can hit the ground. It could hit the curb or granite curbing, and then deflect off of that or whatever surface that it's striking. It could end up deflecting or rolling away. But you'll be able to see a general area where the cartridge casings end up landing.
And if there's people walking through, running through, things like that, are the casings easily disturbed or are they not easily disturbed?
They could potentially be easily disturbed depending on the amount of people that are running through that area.
Okay. So the casing location just gives you, I think you said, a general area of where the gun fired.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So going back to those, going on to that next photograph. So you said the magazine was BLM-1B.
Yeah, BML1B, yes, was the magazine.
Okay. And do you see that in the photograph?
I do, yes, right here.
Okay. And you just pointed to the right side of the photograph?
I did, yes.
Okay. And States Exhibit 22, is this just a close-up of those evidence markers in Timothy's body that we talked about earlier?
It is, yes.
What, moving on to States 23, what was 20? What was evidence marker 20 marking?
If I believe correctly, BML 20 was the bullet defect that was in the road.
And did you find casings in this investigation?
Yes, we did.
How many casings did you find?
Would I be able to look back at my notes for the exact number?
Yes. Your Honor, may I approach? Defense, same. At the glance, how many casings did you find?
There were 9 cartridge casings.
Okay. And were each one of those photographed and marked with a evidence marker?
Yes, they were.
Okay.
Thank you, Buttercup. We're glad to have
This
you
is
here.
States
Thank you
Exhibit
so much.
24. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 25, is this another one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And this is States Exhibit 26. Is this one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 27?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 28, is that one of those casings?
Yes, it is.
And States Exhibit 29, is that
Yes.
one of those?
That is the same, yes.
And States Exhibit 30?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 31?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 32?
Yes.
And those were the 9 casings that you found?
That's correct, yes.
And those were found in the general area where we saw the yellow markers around the corner of Soho Bistro?
Yes, that's correct.
Just one second. Detective, you can have a seat. You're going to say there's no further questions? I think that's fine. Thank you.
Yes, please.
I have a number of exhibits that I may ask to be published to the jury as I go through them. They're exhibits that are already in evidence, so unless there's any objection to that. Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
So, Detective, just to set the scene for us, how soon after the incident call out did you arrive?
I don't recall exactly how long, but it was a few hours, if I remember correctly, sir.
Okay, so you typically get a call how long after an incident takes place to collect evidence?
It really depends on how quickly the evidence gets relayed from the patrol division to supervisors, and then the supervisors then call us. It could be a half hour, it could be an hour. It really all depends on the information that's coming in, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived on scene, I believe you already testified to the fact that the scene had been secured by members of the patrol division?
That's correct, yes.
And when you mean secured, you mean that officers had, for instance, put up things like yellow tape, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Is it you or another detective that puts down evidence markers, or are those put down by the patrol division?
Some were put down by the patrol division, and then others were put down throughout our evidence collection, sir.
When you arrived on scene, were some of those evidence markers already there?
Yes.
Okay. You identified a number of photographs previously. And I'd like you to take a look at them again. This is State's Exhibit 11, if I can approach it.
Yes.
You previously identified this, and I just asked you to describe it again for the jury.
So this photo is facing westerly in the center of Old Granite Street in front of Soho.
Okay. Now, this area is well lit, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so there are street lights here?
Yes.
Okay. If I could publish this to the jury, Judge. Now, Detective, you previously identified a number of photographs of an alleyway that intersects with Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you'd be able to identify the photos that you previously identified, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, it's fair to say that you arrived on scene several hours after the incident, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. To your recollection or your knowledge, did the incident take place at night?
Yes.
Those two photographs that I've just handed you, are those consistent with the photographs you just identified?
I am freezing.
That's correct, yes.
Are those two photographs pictures of the alleyway that abuts with Old Granite with the Soho Bistro on the corner?
Yes.
Okay. And those were taken at night, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the incident occurred at night?
Yes.
Yes.
15.
That would be State's Exhibit 15 and State's Exhibit 16. Now, when you arrive on scene, part of your job was to take pictures of what the scene looked like, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And that was to adequately document what everything looked like at the moment that patrol officers arrived on scene, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's to document it so that it could be shown to the jury as best as possible what the scene looked like when you arrived.
Yes.
Okay. And that includes the collection of all the other evidence, including the shell casings and everything like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You previously spoke to to the state's attorney about what you identified as BML-1A. Strike that. BML-1.
Yes.
That's the Glock firearm, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you took photographs of that firearm?
Yes. Detective Bergeron also took photos of the
Were
firearm.
you present when you took pictures of
I
this?
was, yes.
Okay, and you were able to identify that photograph, correct?
Yes.
Is this that photograph?
Yes, it is.
This is State's Exhibit 20. State's Exhibit 20 is a photograph of the Glock handgun as it existed at the moment that you arrived on scene with Detective Bergeron, you said?
Detective Bergeron Rosa and Detective Bombard.
Okay. Is that an accurate representation of what it looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Is there ice on that firearm?
It appears so, yes.
Is there snow on the ground that night?
Yes, there was.
It was cold out?
Yes.
I apologize, but I'd ask to publish that to the jury.
Oh, yeah, of course. If it's a full exhibit, you can publish.
Are you the detective that secured that firearm to be essentially turned into evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. When you secure a firearm, do you follow up a standard procedure prescribed by the Manchester Police Department?
I clear the firearm. To any firearm that I come in contact with, I clear it to make it safe prior to putting it into evidence.
Okay. So you document where you find the firearm on the ground by taking a picture of it?
Yes.
Okay. Then you take that firearm and you clear it. By clearing it, you mean you remove the magazine, correct?
Yes, I removed the magazine, yes.
And you check the chamber to make sure that there are no live rounds.
That is correct.
And that's the procedure you used in this case?
I did, yes.
You picked up the firearm, you removed the magazine?
Yes.
And you cleared the chamber of it?
I did.
And you previously testified that there was a live round in the chamber?
That's correct, yes.
Were there also live rounds in the magazine?
There was.
Okay. And then you placed those items into a evidence box?
I did, yes.
And those evidence boxes were secured and sealed?
That's correct, yes.
And so you would have placed the magazine with ammunition in one box and the firearm in another one?
That's correct, yes.
And you placed the magazine into that box as you found it with however many rounds were loaded into it, correct?
I did, yes.
Okay. And then you placed the separate chambered round into another box, or with the magazine or with the firearm, I'm not sure which.
Yes.
Okay. And then you took a photograph of the firearm in its cleared state.
Yes.
And that's this photograph.
That'd be correct, yes.
And this is State's Exhibit 21. And that's the procedure, right?
Yes, sir.
And that documents, at least for all of us, that the firearm was found loaded with rounds in the magazine and in the chamber, correct?
Yes.
And that was all documented in a police report?
Yes.
And you're able to get those evidence designators, the BML 1, 2, 3, 4, because you all documented that in the report, correct?
Yes.
Just one moment.
Good morning, good morning. Get it together, guys. Come on. Yeah, it's only a high of like 60 something today.
Detective, did you document the number of rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall, sir.
Would it be in your report?
I would have to look back at my report, sir.
Do you have your report in front of you by any chance?
I do not.
It goes back to 70s, mid 70s tomorrow, though.
Your memory is exhausted as to whether there were 4 rounds in the magazine?
I don't recall how many rounds there were, sir.
If I showed you your report, would that help?
Yes, it would.
I just asked you. So. How do you know when you're done?
We have a call for.
Were you able to locate that anywhere in your report?
Yes.
How many rounds were in the magazine?
I listed it as unknown number of rounds.
Okay, so you didn't
Within my
you didn't
report.
unload the magazine?
No, I did not.
But there were rounds in the magazine?
Yes.
And there was 1 live round in the chamber?
Yes.
No further questions?
Thank you, Ron.
Actually, if you want to just give that report back to Attorney General.
Yes.
So polite. So polite.
Order here, so due to availability of a witness who had other non-negotiable plans. The defense is going to call a witness at this point, or next, first thing tomorrow morning. So we're going to interrupt the state's case at this point, but allow the defense to put on a witness. It happens sometimes in cases, and then the state will resume with its evidence. Okay, so we will see you tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. And we're still on track, so we're still on track for timing. So okay, thank you.
All rise. All right. Look at us. Look at us go. Oopsie. Oh my gracious. All right, so we made it through yesterday. Now let's start today.
Were you still there?
I was actually thinking we were going to be, like, we're only 30 minutes behind now, which we'll catch up in no time, but I was kind of hoping we'd be more than that because I love listening in 1.25. All right. This is where it starts. So I guess maybe the cameraman didn't get his coffee this morning.
Following him and yelling at him.
Okay.
This is where it starts.
What was John doing at the time that people were following him and yelling at him?
Walking up the street.
Okay. And where, was this Old Granite Street?
Yes.
And was he walking from the area of the GOAT towards the area of Soho?
Yes.
Where approximately was he in that distance when people were following him and yelling at him?
He was probably right in front of the GOAT, about to be in front of Maker's Space. I'm not sure what that place is called. And the girls were like on the wall between the two businesses, and that's where it happened.
Okay. That's where he had the interaction with
Yes,
the GOAT, right?
yes.
But then you said there were people following him, right?
Yes.
Where was John when people were following him?
Same spot.
Okay. And did you ever see John use a gun at that point? In front of
Yes.
Makerspace? What did you see him do?
I saw him take out a gun and put it into the air, and I heard a click.
Okay. And did he say anything at that time?
I believe he said the next person that touches me is getting shot.
I have no idea who it is. It started,
And then
they
what did he
started
do?
late.
Continued walking up the street.
Okay. When he continued walking, so he didn't shoot the gun at that point, right?
No, no.
And did anybody say anything in response to that?
The group of gentlemen that were following him went across the street to the parking lot connected to like Bank of America and got like stopped by their cars, I presume, and yelled, "Oh, we have guns too."
Okay. What were the exact words that they yelled?
Me too.
We have guns too, pussy.
Okay. And who were they yelling at to?
John?
Okay. And they were standing in the parking lot of the Bank of America, more or less? When they
Yes.
Where was John when this was
Same spot between like the GOAT and Maker's Space.
So cold.
Now, I'm going to show you a portion of what is State's Exhibit 65. Just a moment, please. What I'll ask you to do, sir, is perhaps if you can get off the witness stand, and I'm going to have you step over to that screen.
Hey, Patches.
Okay. And we're at approximately 2 minutes and 6 seconds into this video. Is that, you agree with that?
I guess so.
Okay. And, sir, there are, you can see how there's a cam 3 and a cam 4, correct?
Yes.
And on cam 3, there's a person standing right here. There's two people on the sidewalk, and I'm pointing to the person on the left in the front of the screen. Who is that person?
Ooh, like a Snuggie.
Looks like me.
That's you, okay. And so, is it fair to say that you were almost directly in front of the shooting, I'm sorry, in front of the Soho right about the time that the shooting occurred?
Yes.
You can sit down, sir.
We're only 34 minutes behind. They started late today. I guess the cameraman started late. I don't know the court did. But we're listening at 1.25, so we'll be caught up in just a minute. But it literally started, y'all saw everything I saw. They didn't start this on time, so we didn't get to hear him get sworn in and give his name and all that.
Just 1 second, Mr. I want to start off. So this happened about 10 months ago.
Yes.
And that night, you spoke with a uniformed police officer.
Yes.
And that was right after this happened.
Yes.
An hour or so. And you're aware he had a body-worn camera on.
Yes.
And you're aware there's a transcript made of that.
Yes.
Okay. And obviously this was 10 months ago, but just for purposes of the record, the comment about the guns, you had said that we all have guns too. The actual statement that you told police was, they're like, it's New Hampshire, we all have guns too, pussy, right?
Yes.
Does that sound more accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And your memory was probably better then than it is now, given that it was 10 months ago?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And I just want to clear that up. So let's go back to the moment you come out of the goat. So you said the defendant's coming out of the goat and he takes a right to go up the sidewalk.
Yes.
Okay. You said you heard screaming. Do you remember what? Was the defendant screaming or was it other people screaming?
I don't remember.
Okay. That's okay. Did you hear somebody screaming, "Where you at, pussy bitch," as he walked out of the bar?
Yes.
Okay. Now, he comes up, takes that right out of the goat, starts walking up Soho. You said between the goat and between Manchester Makerspace, we have two groups of people following him or interacting with him, correct? We have this group of girls, and they were spitting at him?
Yes.
Okay. And you said one of them was actually taking a swing at him?
Yes.
Okay. This other group of gentlemen, you said there was 4. Have you in the past said that there was about 6 to 7 people following him at that point? You recall that?
Yes.
Okay. So a large group either way.
Yes.
Right. There's a lot of stuff going on in this moment. Okay. So a large group of males are following the defendant right after he goes out of the goat, correct? And
yes.
Sorry. And I talk quick. If I don't give you time to answer, talk over me and I'll stop. My apologies. Okay. So we have this large group of males, 6 to 7 males, following the defendant. And I didn't hear the exact word you used with defense, but fair to say that those 6 or 7 males were also taking swings at him?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Do you remember speaking with the prosecution team on November 14th?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that the group of 6 to 7 men following the defendant were spitting at him and throwing swings at him?
Yes. I probably included the girls in that group.
Okay.
Because I assume they're all together.
Okay, so that whole group. But so the men were swinging at him or weren't swinging at him?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say that group was harassing him?
Yes.
Okay, and that's clear from your perspective, right?
Yes.
There's no question in your mind that that group that's following him, and we're talking about before you see the gun, right? We're talking about between the goat and when you see the gun. This group is definitely harassing him.
Yes.
Okay, all right. You're on my approach?
Yes.
Thank you for the gifted memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'm going to show you what's entered for identification as States Exhibit 73. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just describe for us, does this reasonably and accurately reflect the layout of the bars, the street, the parking lot, and those locations that night?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the state would move to make this a full exhibit. Sure.
May we approach? They always want to approach.
All right. Mr. Enright, can you circle the goat, please? And just for the record, since it's audio, I'm just noting that it's a red Sharpie, okay? All right. Yeah. I'll wait for counsel. Now, you said defendant eventually pulls out a firearm.
So I think where you're standing, you're blocking some of the jurors so they can't see the witness. So.
Do you mind if I walk around that way?
Yeah.
Make a better door. All right, Mr. Enright, you said that you eventually see the defendant, John DeLee, pull out a firearm.
Yes.
Correct. Then you said at that point, this group of 6 or 7 guys, they run straight across the street, correct?
Yes.
And they get to a car.
I don't know if they went to a car, but they didn't get into a car. I wasn't paying attention to them.
Okay, you had testified on the direct that they were over by a car.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Can you mark on that map what the area of that car was where they ran straight across? Okay. And so that's 6 or 7 guys that are by this red X. That's where they make. He said there were 6 or 7 guys by the red X. You did.
Well, what are you asking?
Mr. Enright, I'll go back. I thought I covered this. That same group of 6 or 7 guys that were harassing him, after the defendant brandishes the firearm, they ran directly across the street, correct?
Right.
Okay. To the area where the red X is.
Correct.
Okay. The area of the red X, that's where this group of people, that's where they made this statement about it's New Hampshire, we all have guns, pussy.
Yes.
Okay. They weren't walking up the street at that point.
No.
They didn't walk down the street at that point.
No.
So when he brandishes the gun, they beam straight across the street.
Yes.
Okay. Can I see this? Your Honor, state moves this to be able to do it.
Okay. Maybe the ID may be straight.
Your Honor, may I publish this to the jury?
Feels like show and tell, like when they show when you have to like walk by and show everybody, or we should do a show and tell.
All right, let's move up to the Soho area. That was the video that we watched, the corner of that. Now, eventually, Timmy comes running up there, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see him punch the defendant shortly after that, right?
Yes.
Okay. That interaction that happens at the corner, and I'm talking in the split seconds beforehand, you thought there was going to be a fight?
Yes.
Okay. And there's back and forth, right?
Yes.
Okay. Both ways?
Yes.
Okay. No one looked like they were trying to leave?
No.
No one was screaming for help?
No.
No one was saying they were terrified?
No.
You didn't hear anyone threaten to kill anyone right then?
I wasn't close enough to hear the conversation.
Okay. The only time you heard somebody mention killing was when the defendant pulled out the gun the first time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I see there's nothing further.
When the gun, what was the exact statement that the defendant made when he pulled out the gun the first time?
I don't know the exact statement, but it was something along the lines of somebody, the next person that hits me is going to die, or is going to get shot.
Okay. He didn't say he was going to kill someone. He said, next person that touches me is going to get shot.
I believe so, yes.
And in fact, when you were asking questions about Timothy walking up the street, right?
You're right.
And Timothy was having words with John, right?
Yes.
And you had a conversation with Timothy as he was walking up the street, right?
Briefly.
And you told him something, right?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I said, that guy has a gun. That guy has a gun. I would not go near that.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Yes. So we just clarified. So there was a statement by the defendant, the next person that touches me, hits me, something to that effect,
correct,
is going to die.
Yes.
Fair to say the next person that you saw touch the defendant after this back and forth argument got killed?
Yes.
No further questions.
Ooh.
Okay, you can step down. All right, and this witness is excused? All right, you're free to go. Thank you. Stay ready to call the next witness.
Good morning.
Good morning.
There's water and there's cup up there if you
Thank
need
you.
it.
Go there real quick.
There's also a microphone in front of you, so just be careful.
Gotcha.
And I'm just gonna stay back here, so I'll let you know if I can't hear you for some reason.
Sounds
okay?
good.
So could you state your name and spell your first and last name for the record, please?
My name is Brian DeLaney, BrianDelaney.
And where are you currently employed, Mr. Delaney?
The GOAT in Manchester.
What's your job there?
Bouncer and bartender.
How long have you worked for the GOAT?
About 2-3 years now.
And when did they open?
The GOAT in Manchester opened 2 years ago.
So you've been there the whole time, pretty much?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you always been a bartender?
No, I used to just bounce when I first started.
And what are your responsibilities when you're a bouncer for the GOAT?
Mostly just keeping the peace, checking IDs, making sure no fights break out.
And if fights did break out, what would your responsibility be in dealing with that?
It would be to split the two up, figure out what went down, and kick one or the other out, kick them both out if they were both at fault.
And I assume you're not working by yourself when you're doing this?
No, we had a pretty big crew. We have a pretty big crew, like 5-6 guys maybe.
Would you normally call the police, Manchester police, if a fight occurred like that?
No, we wouldn't.
So you normally break it up and kick everybody
Yeah,
out?
just do it on our own.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 27th of 2023. Were you working at the GOAT that night?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you working as bouncer or bartender?
Bouncer.
Do you remember when your shift started?
Started around 7 o'clock,
And what time would it have ended?
probably around 1:32.
And is that around last call, or when does the bar?
Last call was at 12:45, and we cleared one out at 1:15.
So this was a Friday night in January. How busy was the GOAT that night?
So fairly busy. Not like the busiest night, but there were probably 200 to 300 people in there.
And do you remember if you had a police detail there that night?
We did.
Was that something that was there every night?
Every Friday, Saturday night, yes.
And what was your understanding of that person's responsibility?
Well, we started having those after it.
Yeah, you want to just rephrase it?
Were the police there essentially to back you up if there's concern?
Yes.
Towards the end of your shift that night, did you witness an altercation at the bar?
Yes,
And do you remember where you were stationed at that time?
I do.
Okay, where was that?
Probably 15 feet away, 10 feet away from the altercation.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 33. Have you seen this diagram before?
Yes.
Okay. And is this an overview, basically, of the GOAT?
Yeah,
layout?
it's like an aerial view.
Can you show us, if you don't mind coming down to where the larger TV is, can you show us where you were on this layout?
It was right here.
So where's the main bar area again, just to orient people?
This is the main bar.
Okay. And you're down in that kind of top of the diagram? Okay. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Can you describe for me what you saw or heard when you were?
He said.
I saw John and Timmy exchanging words.
So I'm going to stop you just for a second. When you say John, who are you referring to? We have a record that's actually recording you, so I just need you to actually use your words to describe what you're saying. So
Big man wearing the black suit.
Okay. Is he standing up right now?
Yes.
May the record just reflect that the witness has identified the defendant. And when you say Timmy, can you describe who that is?
Little blonde man.
So where was Timmy when in this?
They were at the bar, John and Timmy, standing next to each other.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you just to talk up just a little bit.
Yep, sorry.
No, it's okay. Was there anybody else there that you knew, or just the two of them?
Sarah, girl,
And how do you know Sarah?
just from working at the GOAT. She used to come in a lot.
Did you know who she was with?
She was with Timmy.
So can you describe what you're seeing for an interaction between?
They were exchanging words, and it seemed to get not too friendly. They were pretty much kind of curse, talking shit. That's pretty much what they were doing.
Did you hear exactly what was being said, or just kind of the nature of it?
Just kind of demeanor. As a bouncer, I see this stuff all the time. When stuff starts to get a little more intense, I knew something wasn't so chill.
So as a bouncer, when you noticed this, do you start paying more attention to it?
Yeah, definitely.
And what did you see as you were watching this interaction?
I saw that they were getting kind of, not aggressive, but it was starting to get a little too much, that something might break out, a fight. So I went over there and broke it up.
I'm going to show you a still from State's Exhibit 50. meaning it's just a photo from there. Have you seen this photo before?
Yes,
Okay. Can you, do you see yourself in the photo?
I do.
Okay, where are you in this?
I'm right at the bottom.
And actually, if you don't mind walking back over to the big TV again, can you just point out where you are?
Right here?
Okay. And do you see where the defendant and Timmy are in that picture?
Yes, right here and here.
So Timmy's kind of in front of him?
Yeah.
Was this around like this time frame? Is this about when you started noticing that something was going on?
Yeah, definitely. That's when I was like something, they're starting to exchange some, words.
Okay. You go ahead and sit down. Thank you. So before you broke it up, did you see anything physical happen between the two of them? I know you've described the hearing words, but.
No, I didn't see anything physical. Just like the signs of like, these guys aren't too friendly with each other.
And do you recall speaking with the police about this incident that happened pretty soon time after it happened?
Yes.
Do you remember describing something to them that you had seen that was physical that happened between the defendant and Timmy?
Could you say that again? Sorry.
I didn't word that so well. Do you remember describing something that you had seen between the defendant and Timmy that was physical?
I don't remember if I said something was physical or not.
Okay. Would it refresh your memory to see the report that the officer wrote about the conversation that you had?
I take screenshots of everything. Everything. And I think from now on, when people are lying, I'm going to be like, would it refresh your memory to see screenshots of that afternoon? May I approach? There's a Facebook group. Y'all join the Facebook group, and I'll make a post in there for show and tell, and you can comment on the post of your show and tell picture and why it's important. Keep it clean, people.
If I may approach, Sharon? Of course. So, Mr. Delaney, you said you remember speaking to the police officer that night? I'm sorry, not that, but shortly after it happened. And do you recall if you'd seen anything that was physical that happened between the defendant and Timmy prior to the interview?
I think that there was a little something. I forget exactly.
Would it refresh your memory to see what the officer wrote about the conversation that you had with him?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to read a section just yourself, not aloud.
Okay.
And then I'm going to take it back. I'm going to ask you if that refreshes your memory about what you saw at the bar.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to start reading at the top of this paragraph right here, just yourself.
Okay.
I'm going to take it back and ask you what refreshes your memory.
Yeah, that does refresh me.
Does that refresh your memory? So can you tell me, what do you remember seeing between the defendant and Timmy before you intervened?
They started to get into it a little, and there was a little pushing and shoving going on, not much, and then that's when I went in and broke it up.
And do you recall who was pushing who at that point, or did you not see that clearly?
John was pushing Timmy.
So when you went in to break this up, what did you actually do? Was it physical or verbal?
Not really too physical, just I was standing like 10 feet away, just went over there and broke them both up, took them both off to the side and pretty much said, cut the shit, I was just trying to have fun.
So did you actually have a conversation with the defendant at that point?
Yes.
Right. And what was that conversation? What did you say to him?
It was along the lines of, how could you even be starting anything with this kid? He's so small. I just didn't understand why there was tension between these two.
And how did the defendant respond to you?
Said that Timmy called him something.
Do you remember what he said that Timmy called him?
I think he's called him a bitch.
How did you respond to that?
I was kind of chuckled, I'm like, how can someone that small offend you in any way, really? I just didn't understand why there was, so kind of like little dog barking at the big dog. I didn't understand why, this was going on. Why he would take any offense to that.
What was the defendant's demeanor like when he was having this conversation with you?
We were both kind of laughing. Nothing serious, really.
Did he ever ask you for help anytime after this happened?
No.
Did he seem like he was scared of Timmy?
No.
Did he tell you he was scared of anybody else in the bar?
No.
What did the defendant do after this conversation that you had with him?
Pretty sure we just parted ways when we went down to the dance floor, if I remember correctly.
So at some point that night, did you again witness another altercation that was happening?
Yes.
And can you describe what you saw at that point?
Someone jumped up and punched John in the face.
And just to be clear, did you see the actual punch that started it, or what did you see from where you were?
I kind of saw the aftermath of it. So once it happened, I guess turned around and saw that there was like a little fight going on.
And how did you react when you saw that?
Just like any normal fight, just split them both up, kick them out.
So were you one of the people that actually helped take them out of the bar?
At the start, yes. Yeah.
How many people were involved from the GOAT in bringing the defendant out of the bar?
It's like 3 bouncers and the cop detail officer that was there.
Once they were outside of the GOAT, what did you do?
Once we got them out of the GOAT, just go back to normal. Carry on with the night.
Yeah, he's a bouncer and a bartender.
At some point after that, did you wind up going outside of the GOAT?
Yes.
And why did that happen? What was going on?
Me and one of the other bouncers heard there was some commotion going on up the street, so we ran from the GOAT up the street to see what was going on.
And when you say up the street, which direction are you running in from the GOAT?
Right up the street to the SNHU arena, up that road.
What did you see as you left the bar and started going up Grand Street?
Saw some commotion. Saw when I ran up there, saw Timmy was down. I thought he was just like knocked out or something. I saw John just pretty much just walking away in the other direction, and everyone else kind of like dispersing, running.
So when you say Timmy was down, what did you actually see as you were walking up towards him?
Well, I didn't hear anything. So when I first saw him, I just thought he maybe might have got punched. He was just knocked out. So he was I thought he was unconscious on the ground.
Was there anyone with him at that time?
I think Sarah was on top of him.
This is the same Sarah that you said was with him in the bar?
Mm-hmm.
What was Sarah doing?
She was trying to like give him like CPR, / like revive him, which I was confused about. So I pulled her off, and that's when I knew he was shot.
That was the first point that you realized that?
Yeah.
You said that you saw where the defendant was. Can you describe again what he was doing when you saw him at this point?
It's pretty much just walking away, away from where Timmy was lying. Like just casually walking.
And what direction was he walking in?
He was walking kind of towards the alley behind Soho, that restaurant right there.
Were you still there when the police arrived?
Yes.
Okay, what did you see?
I saw them run in, their guns pulled, and get John on the ground, arrest him.
37 moment, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
No further questions.
Question, sir. At the bar, you had the conversation with John, right?
Yes.
You've also had a conversation with Timothy. Right?
Yes.
Why do they always want to approach? I feel left out when they approach.
Just backing up, so I'm sure that's right, but did you have a conversation with Timothy immediately after you had the conversation with John?
Yes.
And what was the conversation that you had with him? Did you say what did you say?
It was along the lines of like, what are you doing? Why are you like talking shit with this huge kid? Like I was confused why he would be participating in like the shit talk.
Did he give an explanation?
I go, yeah, like what are you doing? He goes, don't worry, like I do MMA.
You know what MMA is?
Mixed martial arts.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you a limiting instruction. So, sometimes evidence is admissible for one purpose and not another purpose.
What happened? What happened? Feed cut out?
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah.
Feed cut out. They're approaching again. Why are you sitting in the corner? Why are you in timeout? What'd you do? What'd you do? Lucy's done something. She's over here sitting in the corner, which means she put herself in timeout, so she's done something. What'd you do? I'm sure I'll see it. She knows when she's in trouble, she has to sit in timeout.
There'll be a number of, so principally for the media, but also for any of the other participants of the audience. The next witness is the medical examiner, and I anticipate there'll be a number of sensitive photographs, including autopsy photographs. So if you wish to excuse yourself, certainly please do that, but you're welcome to stay. But I did enter a protective order with respect to the media not photographing, distributing, broadcasting photographs of the autopsy photos. So do not they'll be displayed on the screen, but just don't record those. You can certainly record the testimony, but just not the actual photographs or any of those exhibits. Okay. All right, and we'll take a 5-minute recess.
All rise. All rise. Let's get through their break. Look at us. We're caught up a lot faster than I thought we were going to be.
And, yes, sir. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
Yeah,
but
Lucy
the
puts
truth.
herself in,
Yes, sir.
in timeout sometimes.
Good morning, Dr. Weiber.
Good morning.
There's water there for you if you
Thank
need it. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Mitchell Weinberg, W-E-I-N-B-E-R-G.
And where are you currently employed, Doctor?
I'm employed at the New Hampshire Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, which is in Concord.
Okay. I'll give you a minute if you want to. Thank you.
They all want the water.
And what's your position at the Office of the Medical Examiner?
I'm the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner in the office, which means I'm one of the forensic pathologists.
Can you explain what the duties are that are associated with that position?
Well, there's a number of different duties associated with my job, but the main one is what folks actually do tend to think of when they think of forensic pathology. One of my primary job duties is performing postmortem examinations. Generally, that means a full forensic autopsy for the purposes of determining a patient's cause and manner of death. And then there's all sorts of other job tasks that I have, educational, administrative, but those aren't so germane here, so I don't need to talk about them.
How long have you been in your current position?
I've been with the New Hampshire office about 3.5 years now.
Did you work as a forensic pathologist before that?
Yes, I did.
Where was
He
that?
looks so young.
In Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I worked there from 2012 until 2020.
Do you have any specialized education training that relates to this field?
Yes, of course. To become a forensic pathologist, one goes to university to get a bachelor's degree in something. Mine is in microbiology. I did that at the University of Florida. And then one goes to medical school because I am a physician. I did my medical school at the University of South Florida, completing that in 2008. Then, after medical school, one needs to do a general residency in anatomic pathology, and I did that at Ohio State University. The way I did it was a 3-year course of study, so I finished that in 2011. And then to become a forensic pathologist in North America, you have to do what's called a fellowship or subspecialty training, and that's when you really learn the nuts and bolts of becoming a forensic pathologist. I did that in Baltimore, Maryland, with the Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and at that time, I had finished all of my training, all of my schooling. I was finally competent and ready to enter the workforce as a forensic pathologist, and then I took the job in Canada.
And so you're board certified?
Yes, I'm board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic and forensic pathology.
Approximately how many autopsies do you believe you performed?
At this stage of my career, it's probably somewhere in the 2,200 ballpark.
You've referenced this, but what is an autopsy?
An autopsy is a surgical type procedure. It's not surgery, certainly not in the same sense that a surgeon performs surgery on a living patient, but it's a surgical type procedure of a deceased individual for the purposes of documenting things like injury, the presence or absence thereof, natural disease processes, again, the absence or natural thereof, and then identifying features and demographic type information like hair color, height, weight, and that kind of thing. Again, for the primary purpose of determining that patient's cause and manner of death. That is sort of the ultimate work product that I produce for each case that I'm involved in.
And what is specifically meant in your field by cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death for any given patient is the disease process, injury, or substance toxicity that ultimately leads to a patient's death, no matter how short a time interval or how long a time interval. So examples would be things like metastatic pancreatic cancer. It could be blunt force trauma sustained in a motor vehicle incident. It could be stab wounds, either self-inflicted or inflicted by another person, or it could be gunshot wound trauma, again, inflicted by oneself, making the death a suicide, or inflicted by another individual, making the manner of death homicide. And you asked about manner. That's the other one of the other big things that I do. The manner of death is a classification that I assign as a medical examiner relating to the circumstances of a patient's death. I only have 5 choices for manner of death, whereas cause of death.
Real quick, how many of you already knew he was going to say, I already have 5 choices and can list off all 5 of them? That's how many trials we watch. Because as he's going through this, I mean, we hear this from every single medical examiner. They only have 5 choices, right? Homicide, suicide. Well, he's going to.
I can say essentially anything. It's free text. But manner of death is either natural, so a death due solely to natural disease processes, suicide, a death due to self-inflicted injury of some sort, homicide, death due to injury caused by some other person, or accident, a non-natural death where it wasn't quote-unquote intentional. And then in a small percentage of cases, for reasons that aren't really worth getting into here today, I have another option of an undetermined manner of death.
I feel like we would pass this test. If you make a determination of homicide, for example, that's not a legal definition, that's a medical definition.
No, I am a doctor, not a lawyer, and my classification is for my purposes of classifying the death. It is not a statement of legality or lack thereof. That is for entities such as a court.
Have you testified in court before in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, many times.
Do you have any estimate of how many times?
It's probably in the ballpark of 100 at this point in my career.
And has this been in multiple courts?
Yes.
Have you previously been qualified as an expert in the area of forensic pathology?
Yes, I have.
Now, at this time, I'd ask that the court recognize Dr. Weinberg to be qualified as an expert on Case 902.
You may offer his opinions.
So I'd like to turn your attention now to January 29th of 2023.
Everyone looks so young.
Did you perform an autopsy on the body of Timothy Pouliot?
Yes, I did.
And as part of your autopsy process, you prepare a report?
Yes, I do.
Along with the written portion of your report, you include photos and diagrams?
In some cases, yes. If I think it is necessary or illustrative, I will include a diagram as an attachment to the text of the autopsy report, and photographs are taken in virtually every case.
And about how many photographs did you take in this case?
In this case, I went back and looked, and I believe the number is 155.
Were there detectives present for this autopsy?
Yes, there were.
And did they take photographs as well?
I think so, but I'm honestly not 100% sure. They probably did that. That would be very standard practice.
And is there standard practice that they take photographs throughout the process that you are doing at the same time that you are?
Generally, different detectives have different levels of experience, and some need more or less guidance from me about what photos to take. Generally, they kind of just follow right behind me, and if I take a photo, they know it's something of relevance, and they tend to do so themselves.
Did you also do a diagram? You said sometimes you do or don't do diagrams. In this particular case, did you do a diagram?
Yes, I did. Well, I guess I want to be clear. So when I say a diagram here, I mean a formal diagram that is meant to be attached to the actual autopsy report. In every case, I have little diagrams that I'm taking my notes on for the purposes of creating my autopsy report, but in not every case do I create an actual diagram as part of the autopsy report. I tend to do it in cases involving what I call as a forensic pathologist penetrating trauma, things like gunshot wounds or stab wounds, just because they tend to be illustrative to the reader of where those injuries are on a body.
And so in this particular case, did you create this more formal diagram that you're referring to?
Yes, I did.
If I may approach the witness, Your Honor.
Yeah, they all look young. What the heck is happening in New Hampshire? Yeah, Dino Kelly, he's like the Doogie Howser of medical examiners. Yeah, he looks so young.
The state moves to strike the ID on these photographs, but again, actually,
What numbers?
Yeah. So it states exhibit 36 through states exhibit 42.
36 through 42, the IDs may be stricken.
Maybe something special. They got Botox in the water.
So Dr. Weinberg, now that these are full exhibits, I'm going to ask you, I'm just going to publish now what's States Exhibit 36, which you previously identified as being this formal diagram that you drew. I'm sorry, created, I should say it's more.
Sure.
So, first of all, do you recognize this as being the diagram that you included with your report with regard to Mr. Pouliot's autopsy?
Yes, that's correct.
Could you describe for the jury what this diagram shows and what its purpose is for you?
Yes, so this diagram has a sort of generic adult male figure standing in what I call the standard anatomic position, with the hands down to the side and the palms facing out. That's because that is the standard with which penetrating injuries are described by forensic pathologists in North America. And so in this particular diagram, I decided I didn't want it to get overly complex and overly annotated, so I've just listed with numbers that correspond to numbers in the text of my autopsy report, locations of what I determined to be entry gunshot wounds, and actually, well, including one re-entry wound.
Okay. And actually, you had captioned, I believe, it's small writing about entry gunshot wounds at the top of this diagram.
Correct.
Okay. So you've used numbers on this diagram to indicate different locations of these entry wounds. Do the numbers reflect an order in which you believe the wounds were inflicted?
No, they do not. No. The numbering is honestly pretty arbitrary. It's somewhat based on just the order in which I see and start documenting in my report. The numbering is a method for me to organize things, and I want to be very clear, it does not reflect anything about the severity of a particular injury, nor of the order in which the gunshot wounds were sustained. It's for organizational purposes.
And so to be clear, in this case, were you able to make a determination about the order in which the wounds were inflicted?
No, not really. There's one wound where there's primary entry on an extremity and then re-entry into the torso, and I can tell that that's a single wound path and that the extremity was struck first. But aside from that, the overall order of the gunshot wounds, no, I do not have a way to make any determination about that.
So you've described these as entry wounds. How are you able to tell the difference between an entry and an exit wound?
The simple answer is they generally look different. This is why you have all the schooling and the training and the experience. Entry wounds entry gunshot wounds, that is, tend to have a circular or slightly ovoid type of appearance. They're sort of punched out because the tissue is actually disrupted and taken away by the projectile. Very often, an entry wound will have something called a marginal abrasion, which is just a thin rim of abrasion around that wound edge. And in contrast, exit wounds tend to be more slit-like. They can be reapproximated because the tissue isn't physically gone the way it is. And so the vast majority of the time when I'm evaluating gunshot wounds, it is pretty straightforward for me to distinguish what is an entry and what is an exit wound.
I'm going to ask if you could come down and approach the diagram that's there. And can you just walk us through, again, since we're dealing with a black and white diagram, it's a little dark, what this diagram is showing in terms of where the actual entry wounds are that you observed?
Sure. I guess in what sense are you asking?
If you could just indicate for us, we're seeing numbers on there, but could you just point it out for the jury, I guess, where you were actually seeing? And there's actually one on there marked re-entry wound, so if you could just explain the difference for us.
Okay, so most of these numbers are simply the numbers that correspond to the text of my report of where the entry wound for a particular gunshot wound is located. So with any gunshot wound, there is, by definition, going to be an entry somewhere on the body, and then either the bullet exits, and there's a corresponding exit wound, which I did not put on this diagram to not overly complicate it, or there's a retained projectile. That's basically accurate. There's slight exceptions that aren't worth getting into, and they're not applicable in this particular case. So these are only the locations of the entry wounds on Mr. Pouliot's body that I observed. So this is the right arm. There's a wound here. Front left shoulder. There's one. This one here, and this is meant to correspond to kind of the upper left flank or armpit area. This is the one that is a re-entry wound, and I believe that pairs with this entry, number 7. So this is a wound that went through the upper left arm. The bullet exits the body through the left arm, but then because of the positioning, it then re-entered the body in the torso. And that kind of thing with re-entry, gunshot wounds can't happen when the initial entry is to an extremity. So we do see that sometimes as forensic pathologists. But in this case, I'm very confident that it's a single gunshot wound path. And then on this other side are more entry wounds. Here, one on the left side of the back, one on the right side of the back, 2 kind of on the very low back or upper right buttocks region. And I believe there may be one more, although I might not have put that on the diagram to the right hand. Oh, I did. There it is. That letter B is a graze type wound to the right hand.
Thank you.
Oh, that's all.
So Dr. Weinberg, you may discuss the fact that there were hundreds of photos that were taken during this autopsy. I'm not going to have you go through all of those, but there are a few that I would like to have you explain for us.
Sure.
So I'm going to show State's Exhibit 37. I'm just going to show us one of these, and this is referring to wound number 9, or on the diagram, I believe you also have a C in our report. So can you explain to us, we're seeing a lot of different numbers in this photo. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here?
So these different numbers correspond to just different wound numbers that I assigned. As I'm going through the exam, I start identifying defects and or wounds, and I start numbering them so that I can document them and get things organized. When there are multiple gunshot wounds, it's kind of a process that the pathologist goes through during the course of the examination. You determine what's an entry wound and what's an exit wound, and then for entry-exit wounds, you either have to pair them or you pair a retained bullet to an entry wound. So in this particular photograph, you can see there's a fair bit of injury to this region of Mr. Pouliot's body, right? So I think it's pretty obvious that we're looking at his left upper extremity and the left side of his chest in front of the shoulder region. And there are multiple wounds that are visible here. Some are entry, some are exit. Yes, that's what we're seeing here. And I think it shows, although not as well as I would have hoped. So like the 3 and the 1 are actually an 11 and a 13, because just we don't have numbers that go up that high. So I just hand wrote in, show that it's an 11 and a 13 for my numbering purposes. That's all that is.
So you can actually see there's a ballpoint pen or something.
Yes, that's literally me writing it with my pen. So a lot of injury to this region of the patient's body.
Hi, Linda Lou.
So if we're looking at wound number 9 as it's marked on here, which is an entry wound, does it have a corresponding exit wound? Have you located?
So at this time, I should probably ask if I may refer to my own autopsy report to make sure that I'm getting these details correct for questioning purposes.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. All right. Wound 9. Yes, wound 9 does have a corresponding exit wound. It's not in the diagram, but it is visible in this photograph as the wound just below the sticker with the 8 on it. So the 9 and the 8, those wounds connect to each other as a through and through wound.
So can you explain the purpose of the metal rod that we're seeing in this photo?
Yes, the purpose of the metal rod is to help me, the pathologist, identify where wound paths are going, and it helps me determine what wound pairs with what retained projectile or what exit wound. I don't want to guess. This is how we do it. We take probes and we follow wound paths inside the body that have been made by a gunshot wound, by a bullet as it passes through the body.
Is it fair to say that that rod helps you map the trajectory within the body of where the bullet has passed?
Yes, that's a decent way to phrase it.
So were you able to determine what type of damage was caused by wound 9?
Yes, this gunshot wound injures muscles in the arm as well as the left humerus, which is the arm bone.
obviously a serious injury. If this was the only gunshot wound that Timothy Pouliot had received, and he received immediate medical attention, would you expect this type of injury to be survivable?
Yes.
We can also see gunshot wounds in this photo labeled, I think you started explaining this, but it appears 3, 10, and 11, given I understand the numbers are a little difficult. Are those entry or exit wounds?
The 13 is re-entry. So that's not 3, that's the 13.
Sorry,
and that's re-entry, I believe. Yes. 10 and 11 are exit wounds.
And you've explained to us how you can tell that difference in your examination?
Yes.
Are you able to tell a trajectory in terms of upward or downward or left or right of a particular bullet, or can you explain that process to us?
You mean with the wound we're talking about in particular? Yes, for every gunshot wound that I document, I do document the directionality in 3 axes, but to be clear, that directionality is given with respect to that anatomic position that you saw in the diagram. So, to be clear, from my examination, there's relatively little that I can say about an individual's position at the time he sustained those particular gunshot wounds. So, especially when you're talking about extremity wounds, when you're talking about extremities, which can move very, very freely, directionality may or may not actually mean all that much in the real world. But yes, for every gunshot wound, I do give a directionality. It's just a matter of how much it might actually mean based on the circumstances.
Okay. So for example, it would be different if a person's standing straight up versus if they are laying down when they're shot, in terms of what that directionality means?
Well, no, I will describe the directionality with respect to that standard anatomic position of the patient standing up. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's the true direction that the bullet traveled. Because, for example, if I had a wound path that went, say, from the shoulder and then out the lower back, I would describe it as a very downward wound path. But if the individual was leaning forward when that gunshot wound was sustained, right, that tells you something different about how the bullet actually traveled. I don't feel like I'm explaining this very well, but I guess what I want the jury to understand is the wound directionality I describe is somewhat divorced because I can't say with certainty what position an individual was in when those wounds were sustained.
So you're describing it in terms of, yes, from their own body.
Yes, yes. So wound path is described as being up or down, left or right, and front or back, those 3 axes.
So with regard to this particular wound, this entry we're at 9 and exiting 8, what was the direction noted?
The directionality for this wound path is front to back, right to left, and downward.
All right, I'm going to show you another photo, and this relates to wound number 6, or I believe you had it as A.
Okay.
And can you explain to us this wound and what you're able to determine about its path?
Yes, wound 6 is on the front of Mr. Pouliot's right arm. This is very clearly an entry wound, both from its appearance and from the fact that it is associated with a retained bullet, so there's no exit wound associated with this particular wound. This is a pretty superficial injury from a pathology perspective. It injures some muscles, but it doesn't even injure the bone. So this, too, is a relatively minor injury. I recovered the bullet and turned that over to law enforcement as evidence, as is standard.
And so if this, as we discussed with the other one, if this had been the only gunshot wound that Timothy Pouliot received, especially with immediate medical attention, would that be a survivable injury?
Yes.
So we've been talking about the 2 locations where
That's where they're going with that.
Timothy Pouliot was shot in the front. I want to ask you now about some of the locations where he was shot in the back.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you about wound number 4, where you have those 2.
Okay.
So I'm showing you State's Exhibit 40. You can see a number of different wounds in this photo. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. With regard to wound number 4, can you explain to us what you were able to determine about this wound?
Yes, wound 4 is the the entry site is the very low right side of the back or upper buttocks region, kind of the border between those two body regions. This particular wound does go in and injure intra-abdominal structures such as the intestines, the stomach, the spleen, and then ultimately the bullet is just beneath the skin in Mr. Pouliot's left flank. So this is a little bit more serious injury than the two we've talked about thus far.
And you said that this is a more serious injury. If somebody sustained this injury, what would you expect for a prognosis by itself with current medical treatment?
With current medical treatment, so there was nothing with this injury that would be immediately life-threatening. So if the patient were able to get to a hospital pretty quickly, the patient would be assessed by emergency doctors and surgeons. I'm not a clinician, so I don't want to go too far down this road, but this likely would have required intra-abdominal surgery to correct some of the injured organs like the intestines and the stomach. However, I am confident saying to this court that with modern medical care, this is something that should have been survivable.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound number 5, which is, H in your report.
Okay.
We're going to be looking at the same photo again as the State's Exhibit 40. Is it documented in here, or flagged in here as well, in this photograph?
Yes. So entry wound 5 is just slightly below entry or wound 4, also on the upper right buttocks region.
Okay. And can you tell us what the damage was that you observed that was caused by that bullet?
Yes, this gunshot wound is fairly similar to the one we just talked about in that it also enters the abdominal cavity. It injures the intestines a couple of times, just because of the way the bowel loops. That's pretty common. And this one also is associated with a retained bullet, which I recovered and turned over to law enforcement as evidence. Similar to what I said with the last wound, nothing immediately life-threatening, no large blood vessels that were injured, and with modern medical and surgical care, I would expect this to be a survivable injury.
So I'm going to ask you next about wound B. You had indicated for us on the diagram that related to Timothy Pouliot's hand. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 42.
Okay.
Can you explain what we're looking at in this photograph?
This is injury to Mr. Pouliot's right hand, specifically the fourth and fifth fingers from a grazed gunshot wound. So this is where the bullet just barely makes contact with the body. It doesn't truly enter or exit, it just grazes it. And this, of course, is not a life-threatening injury.
So I want to ask you now about wound number 7, 4D, that you have in your report.
Okay.
And I'm going to be showing you two photographs together and ask you had talked about this idea of showing an entry wound, then an exit wound, a re-entry, and a re-exit. I believe this was the bullet that had that trajectory.
Correct.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 37 and 39 together. Can you explain to us what we're seeing here in terms of the trajectory that this bullet took?
Yes. Is this just... No, it's not a pointer. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I don't think
It's okay.
you don't mind coming down.
Okay, I just want to make sure the jury understands on this one. So with this particular gunshot wound, the initial contact with Mr. Pouliot's body is here. So kind of back of the left
We can't
shoulder,
see.
general region. It passes through the upper left arm. Exits here. So this is Mr. Pouliot's left armpit. Exits here and then travels a very, very short distance to re-enter the body on the very upper left flank. Again, it's sort of called the armpit region. Then re-enters the body in the torso where the wound path continues and does cause injury to some significant anatomic structures in Mr. Pouliot's chest.
And which were those structures that were injured by this bullet?
So there was injury to some of the ribs in the left upper flank, but more significantly, the left lung was injured by this gunshot wound. And that resulted in bleeding into the left chest cavity, something that's medically called hemothorax, but that is an abnormal or pathologic accumulation of blood in the chest cavity. In part because of this gunshot wound. There were multiple gunshot wounds that ultimately contributed to the blood in the left side of the chest.
This is one of them.
This is one of them, correct.
I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit 40. Does this show you where that bullet exited after?
Yes.
Where did that bullet exit?
The wound with the number 3 by it is the exit wound for the wound that we've been talking about for the last couple of minutes.
So you've talked about how serious the nature of that particular bullet was where it passed through the body. Is that a life-threatening injury?
Yes.
What you observed in the body? I want to ask you now about wound number 2, or E.
Hi, Holly.
I'm going to show you state's exhibits 40 and 41 together.
Okay.
Can you see the entrance and the exit of this wound that you were able to identify?
Yes, the entry is on the left side of the upper back, kind of below the shoulder blade.
I'm sorry to keep making you walk up, but do you mind just walking over and just showing us?
The wound with the number 2 by it. That's the entry that we're talking about now.
And were you able to identify where it exited the body?
Yes. This bullet traveled through the chest and ultimately I figured out that it connects with this wound here. That, again, excuse my very bad artistic skills, but that's supposed to be an 11. Wound 11. That's the exit wound that corresponds with this entry wound, and so it should be, I think, pretty clear that that bullet would have passed through the chest and, again, caused injury to important anatomic structures in the chest, specifically, again, the left lung. So this wound also contributes to that left-sided hemothorax, or blood accumulation in the left side of the chest cavity.
So, again, another serious injury that you're describing. Is the injury caused by this bullet life-threatening?
Yes.
And then I'm going to show you. We're going to talk about one last injury, one last wound. Number 1, or F. That also entered in the back, and I'm going to show you state's exhibits 40 and 41. So if you can show us where the entrance and exit of this wound are.
So now we're talking about this entry wound on the right side of the back with the number 1 by it. And this, I determined, ultimately corresponded with exit wound number 10. Also to the front of the left shoulder, left upper chest region. And so with this wound path, you can see that it crosses from the right side of the chest to the left side of the chest. And again, as a result of the bullet passing through the body, there is injury to the right lung, the aorta, which is the very largest blood vessel in the body that takes blood from the heart and ultimately to pretty much the entire body. So injury to the aorta is very, very serious, and also strikes the left lung as well prior to exiting. So this wound is associated with over 1 liter of blood in the right side of the chest, and it also contributes to the bleeding into the left side of the chest.
So I think you've characterized it, but this is clearly life-threatening wound as well.
Yes, this is a wound that I would expect to be very quickly life-threatening.
And so, in terms of that time frame, is this a wound that even if somebody's receiving immediate medical attention, you would expect could be life-threatening by itself?
Yes, I would agree with that statement.
So I'm going to show you your diagram again, and on this, I've circled these 3 gunshot wounds that you've described. So number 1, number 2, and number 7 that are all in the back. What was the overall impact of these 3 gunshot wounds that involved the back of the upper torso?
The collective injury from these 3 gunshot wounds was definitely the most physiologically significant contributor to Mr. Pouliot's death. These are the gunshot wounds that injure the most critical structures, namely both lungs and the aorta, and they are collectively responsible for almost 2 liters of blood into the chest. And I guess I need to give some reference for that. An average sized adult male has approximately 5 liters of total blood volume. And so to have approximately 40%, or maybe a little bit less due to Mr. Pouliot's size, of the blood volume lost rapidly due to injury into the chest cavities is a very quickly life-threatening type of situation.
And I'm going to show you your diagram again. And now we're looking at wounds 6 and 9, which were the 2 that were in the front. If Mr. Pouliot had only sustained those 2 front injuries, would you have expected that to be fatal?
No.
At the beginning, you were talking to us a little bit about cause and manner of death, that that's one of the primary purposes that you have for conducting the autopsy. In this case, what did you determine regarding the cause and manner of Timothy Pouliot's death?
I determined his cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds and the manner of death as homicide.
I just have another question for you. Were you, as part of your documentation of Mr. Pouliot, did you determine his height and weight?
Yes, that's a standard part of every postmortem exam that I perform.
And what were those?
So Mr. Pouliot was 67 inches in height, so 5'7" or 170 centimeters, with a weight of 121 pounds or 55 kilograms.
Let me have a moment. State has no further questions. Thank you, Dr. Weinberg. Defense may have some questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Let's go down.
Yes, sir.
He's so smart, and he looks so young. To be so smart and on top of things, and to be so young. Well, he looks young. I'm not that smart and on top of things, and I'm
so we're going to go
probably
about
twice
50
his
more
age.
minutes.
Okay, maybe not twice his age, but. Definitely not twice his age because he had to go to anyway, but you know what I mean. I'm older. Lily's mom gifted a membership. Thank you so much, Lily's mom. It went to I'm here. Now you're here in green.
We call Detective Morgan Lovejoy.
Thank you.
Oh look, we're almost caught up too. Thank you, Lily's mom. I appreciate it. We're only a minute and a half behind
So
now.
I swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Detective Lovejoy, if you can just state and spell your last name for the record.
Morgan Lovejoy, Lovejoy.
And where do you work, Detective Lovejoy?
Manchester Police Department in the city of Manchester.
And how long have you worked there?
Almost 15 and a half years.
And what did you do before that?
I was an elementary school teacher here in Manchester.
A little bit of different work.
Yes, sir.
Very
Specific
different
to
things.
Manchester PD, what's your assignment with Manchester?
I'm a detective sergeant in the investigations division.
And were you a detective sergeant in investigative division back in January of 2023?
Yes, I was.
And what type of cases fall within your supervisory capacity?
Anything from thefts and burglaries all the way up to robberies, stabbing, shootings, homicides.
And as a detective sergeant, what's your role?
I typically help oversee those cases. I'm not a lead investigator. I'm not physically on the ground collecting video or doing crime scenes interviews. But I'm kind of behind the scenes, just helping run the investigation from inside the PD.
Answering questions if they come up.
Yes.
Providing, make sure they have resources.
Yes.
Like that.
Yep.
Okay. I want to take you back to Saturday, January 28th, 2023. Were you assigned as a detective sergeant on the investigation into the shooting of Timothy Pouliot?
Yes, I was.
And as part of your role, have you reviewed some of that surveillance footage that was collected by investigating officers?
Yes, I have.
What video recordings and surveillance footage were you able to review?
Quite a few from out there. There was inside the goat. There was cell phone video taken by a bystander from inside the goat. Cell phone video from outside Old Grand Street. 20 Old Grand Street, 36 Old Grand Street, 54 Old Grand Street, 64 Old Grand Street, and across the street at the Southern New Hampshire parking garage, and then the Canoco gas station at 570 Elm Street. That was lesser quality. And then we also tried to collect video from the Bank of America at 620 Elm Street, and then SNHU Arena across the street, but those last two did not capture anything relevant to this investigation.
Okay, the Southern New Hampshire footage in the Bank of America?
Yes.
Okay. You said 20 Old Grant Street. Is that Soho Bistro?
Yes, it is.
All right. And just so we're aware, about how many different clips of different angles and with all these different cameras that were out there, about how many clips of video was there?
There was hundreds. We had around 400 from the goat inside alone.
Okay. And then more from all the other establishments outside?
Yes.
And are we talking minutes, hours of recordings?
There was hours of video.
And were you and investigators able to narrow down which clips actually captured what happened before, during, and after the shooting?
Yes, we were.
Right. And I'm not going to obviously take you through every single clip, but I want to talk about some of the ones you said that were more relevant to this case. So before we get going, do you recognize the people in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And can you just state their identifications and what they're wearing?
Yes, the top of the screen is John DeLee, wearing a very distinct black and white North Face sweatshirt with a winter cap on. Bottom left is Gage Chandler, wearing a 3/4 zip tan and brown sweater The bottom right is Matthew Saldano. He's wearing a blue sweater with a winter cap.
Thank you. And how about this slide?
Top of the screen will be Timothy Pouliot. He's wearing a black long sleeve shirt. The gold chain has very distinct yellow hair. Bottom left will be Trenton Nash. He's wearing a black jacket with a Bass Pro baseball cap on. And Michael Mendoza is the bottom right, wearing a very distinct black and white robe type sweater garment.
I really like
So,
that
sorry, for
sweater
the record,
garment.
did you say that he's?
Yes, sure.
It's like Aztec print.
These were. I apologize.
Hey, Lindsay Hendricks.
These are stills from States Exhibit 43A.
They didn't tell him to drink the water, Mercy.
C.
It might be out.
All right, so are these still images from some of the surveillance that you reviewed?
Yes, these are from inside the goat, Barnville.
So you described their clothing. Were you able to follow these individuals throughout the footage, inside the goat, outside the goat, and through the various cameras that you talked about?
Yes, we were. The only thing to note, the bottom two gentlemen, once they're outside, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash both remove their jackets. So you see Mr. Nash on the left has a white shirt underneath, and Mr. Mendoza has a black shirt underneath, and they'll be at some point down the road, minus the jackets in those shirts.
Thank you. Now this is States Exhibit 33, which has been entered and talked about. Looking past States Exhibit 33 onto States Exhibit 44, are these different colors depicting camera angles for cameras that you found within the goat?
Yes, they are.
Okay. We're going to look through some of these just to be clear. We can see what look to be, I guess, angles. Are these exact angles of the cameras?
No, they're approximate. There's a lot of overlapping when you view these different camera angles.
Looks like cell towers.
So there's some overlap. So I just put a yellow X on the screen. So for example, if we were looking at something that occurred at the yellow X on Made in Sidebar 2, that might also be captured by pool table cam.
Yes, that's accurate.
Okay. And can you just describe for us, as far as these different cameras, was the footage captured just a one continuous stream, or did it record in clips, in segments?
No, there's no continuous. There's multiple clips. It was kind of chunky, if you will. You get 30 seconds here, a minute there. There's no continuous video collected.
And you were saying different lengths to each clip?
Yes, it's a very difficult system to navigate for our detectives. Took us 4 or 5 times to get all the video, but there is multiple chunk clips, I guess is the best way to describe that.
Okay. So let's start with pool table cam. For these interior surveillance cameras, so all 3 of those cameras that we talked about, was there any sound recorded, or is that just video?
Inside the goat is just video. There's no audio.
So this is States Exhibit 45. So before I hit play, can you just tell us where we should be looking, help orient us, and describe who we can see in the boxes?
The red box at the top will be John DeLee. At this point in time, he's on the right side of the right box. He's at his back to the camera. You see his black sweatshirt and hat there. Bottom right in the yellow box, you'll see Timothy Pouliot, Trenton Nash, Mike Mendoza, and there's also 3 females there. During the investigation, we learned that those are associates of Mr. DeLee, Mr. Saldano, Mr. Chandler. It's going to be Abby Elliott, Olivia Leonardo, Nicole Bergeron.
And this clip is approximately 35 seconds long. Is there anywhere we should be focusing our attention?
In the middle, at the bottom of the right box, you'll see Matthew Saldano, Paige Chandler behind him. They're going to walk up to John DeLee, and at the end of the clip, John DeLee will walk down to the group in the yellow box and begin speaking with Abby.
So I'm going to play that now.
So here's Timothy. That guy's getting it.
So going on to States Exhibit 46. Same camera angle?
Yes.
Has this been zoomed in?
Yes, it has. It's a close-up.
Okay. And as far as timing of what we're seeing from this clip to the last clip, is this minutes later, or is this the next clip?
It's right where we just left off on when John DeLee approaches Abby.
Everything seemed.
All right. So going back to our diagram here and moving back over to the maiden sidebar 2, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 47. Again, someone, can you just help orient us to where we should be looking and what we might see?
Yep, this is so the red box on the bottom or top of the screen. You have Mr. DeLee there at the sweatshirt on. In the middle of the screen, it's hard to see right now, but you can see Mr. Mendoza's distinct black and white sweater robe.
Detective, not to interrupt you, I apologize. If you want to step down while you're pointing.
Yeah, it might be easier. John DeLee is right here. Ed Mendoza, Timothy Pouliot are going to be heading up the ramp right here. We'll eventually make their way up over the yellow box. Behind this group of gentlemen right here is the 3 girls right there. They're going to come up and talk to them for about a minute and a half. Then the 3 girls are going to come back down the ramp, talk to Mr. DeLee, and Ed Mendoza and Timothy Pouliot are going to end up over here by the bar.
And similarly, about how long after the last clip was this? Is this, are we talking a short time or a long time?
No, short period of time.
Okay, all right. So I'm going to play this clip. Again, no sound, correct?
Yes, there's no audio from inside the building.
So Timmy walks up the ramp. You can still see the defendant down there. Timmy's talking to the girls.
If you could, Detective, when you see Abby start walking away, if you could just point that out for us.
Okay.
Timmy's up there chit-chatting with the chicks. Chick-chatting. Is that a word? Is that a phrase? Make it one. Maybe this is the part where they said that he was talking to them, saying that he's a professional fighter and stuff. You can see him right down here. Oh wow, they are dancing right here. They are.
She's going to be walking down the ramp right now with 2 friends close behind.
All right, so here she goes down here. Talk to him. They're down here talking now. These 2 are still having a freaking blast. Wake me up before you go. That's the kind of dancing that reminds me of. Living their best life right here. She's down here telling him whatever it was. And Timmy's still up here. You can see Timmy's still up here. Here's the sweater robe. Timmy's right here. Sorry. Here's the sweater robe. These 2 still living their best life. Wake me up before you go. Leave me hanging here like I'm in slow-mo. What's the words? I don't know the words. All right. I should narrate
All right,
videos
so
for a living.
moving forward.
Oh wait, that's kind of what I do.
Just want to ask you, we've watched a couple clips here, and for the jurors' perspective, with the actual exhibits that they have, when they open the clip, it might look a little different as far as the player that's going to launch with it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is this the general format that it will launch with?
Yes, there's a couple different media players I can do on my computer, but this is one format that you might see, yes.
So if you open it with a program called VLC, this might be what they see?
Yes.
Okay. And can you just walk us through, there's obviously a call-out box there, zooming in. I think the standard play button, does that play the video?
Yes, that's the large one right there on the bottom left.
And then if we move a little bit forward to the right, we have the stop feature, obviously, in the middle of that box.
Yeah, that's square, yes.
And then to the left and right, that skips to the end or the beginning.
Oh, yeah.
Yep, you rewind and fast forward, yes.
Okay. And then the red dot, that's obviously a recording. That's not going to help you play anything. The photo button, that's not going to help you play anything. The A and B button, do you know what that does?
I do not know what that does now.
Neither do I. And that next button, the sideways triangle with the line behind it, is that to go kind of in a frame by frame or slow motion?
Yeah, that would slow it down for you, yes.
Okay. All right.
Chase, is this a good time for you?
I think so, yeah.
All right, so we will break until 1:30, so we'll see you then.
No. Well, we're caught up anyway. But I just want to go back and watch those people dancing.
You can sit down. Thanks. And so for the class, I'll be back in about 2 minutes, okay?
For the class. Hold on, let's go watch them dance again, because they were living their best life. And I just want to enjoy their... Look at them. Look. Get it, get it. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. Get it, girl. What? So, okay, if it's not waiting you up before you
walking down
go.
the ramp right now with two friends close behind.
We don't need to hear you. This is our moment. What songs do you think they're dancing to? Whatever it is, they are loving it. She is so excited. This is her jam. This is the song that she had on her ringtone in 2006. Videos like this are always crazy because it's like, these are like those, happy moments before everything, goes crazy. It's like, you got love the happy moments. Let's see, what songs y'all think this is? Oh, no, it's way too crowded in there. It's way too peoply. Sweet Home Alabama. All right, let's see. Let's see if that checks out. Let's test your theory. We got to get to the I can't play it because I'll get a copyright strike, but she's so excited about it. Okay. Hold on, wait. We got to rewind just a little bit more. Let's see if that's what song it is. They're waving. They're waving. Oh, it comes on. Oh, this is my song. Yeah, that could have been it. Big wheels keep on turning. She's like, oh my God, this is my jam. Carry me home to see my kin. Oh my God, I love this song so much. Singing songs about the Southland. Oh my God, I love this song so much too. This is my jam. I miss Alabama once again, and I think it's a sin. Yeah, woo! I could see it. I could see it. And then, oh, see, he's got dirt, 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 dirt. Yeah, I think you nailed it. That could definitely work. That could definitely work. What else? What other songs? We can, let's test it. We got to rewind. We got to get back to when it first comes on, because we got to see if that's when, wait, too far. Waving. Is this about when it starts? Clapping, yep, other song ended, great. Oh, yep, great job, good job. Y'all did amazing. Look at you, you're so great. So good, so good. All right, next song's coming up. So what do we think? What do we think the next one is? Monster Mash. It is not Monster Mash. This was January. It could have been Monster Mash. Let's see. I don't know that. Let me see. It wasn't Monster Mash. Maybe Hanson. Could have been Hanson. Let's see. It is kind of a country bar. So I may never dance again, knowing video footage may exist. Dance like nobody's recording you. Or whatever that saying is. Good morning, good morning. I would walk 500 miles. Let's see, okay. Let's see if it could be, we could see. Let's see if that fits. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Sweet Home Alabama, that was a good one. That was a good one. All right, here it is. Song comes on. This is their jam. They're feeling it. I would walk 500 miles and I would walk 500 more. That one fits too. Just to be the man that walks a bunch of miles or something. Here we go. Hey, 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 hey. That one fits too. That one fits too. So that could be the song. You may be onto something there. Don't know. Oh, he's excited. I would walk 500. That could be it. You could be right. You could be right. Yeah, that might be it too. All right, let's see. Let's go back. I would walk. I don't know the lyrics to these songs. Look, I knew every word to Sweet Home Alabama, but give me all these other ones, and I'm like, just make it up as I go. Peopley's word. Peopley could be a word. All right, what other song could it be? Let's test it out. Let's test out your theories. Pour some sugar on me. Okay, that might be. That might be. All right, this is the other song is ending. And they're getting ready. Congratulating the band. That one was over. That one's over. Let's see. Wave into it. Good job, band. Good job. Or DJ. You did so good. Yes. Great job. Good to see you. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Hi. Yes, we danced also. Is this my song? Oh my gosh, is this my song? Is this my song? It's my song! It's my song! Take a bottle. Shake it up. They did shake. You got that part right. Break the bubble. Break it up. Pour some sugar on me. In the name of love. Look, he's getting it. Sugar on me. Come on, fire it up. I'm hot, sticky, sweet. From my head to my feet. That one works too. It could be that one. You might be onto something there too. It could be that one. It could be. You know what? Y'all are really good at this figure out what song it is thing. Like if your trial viewing career doesn't take off, you could always be a song picker-outer. Let's see. I'm behind on. So what other? All right, we're getting up to it. What's the next song? Taylor Swift. I don't know many Taylor Swift songs. Oh, hi, RA. Oh, I didn't realize we got rated. Hi. This is what we do over here. Hi. RA is so great, and like he's got like that great radio voice and professional and stuff, and like does such a fantastic job. And then he just sends everybody over here, and I'm going, take the bottle, shake it up. You know what? We have different styles, and that's okay. Hi, RA peeps. Hi. Kelly P, no, I cannot hear it. I only hear the music in my head. Alley Cat, new member, welcome. Welcome. Glad to have you here. Okay. Let's see. You're a jury member. You live here now. All right, Sweet Caroline, let's see. All right, Linda Davis, you're up. It's your turn. Let's see if it fits. Oh my gosh, this is my song. Is this my song? Look, their turn. Is this my song? Oh my gosh! Wait. How does Sweet Caroline start? I think Sweet Caroline starts too slow, so it would have to start mid-chorus, right? What's that? Hands touching me, touching you. Oh, hands touching me, touching me. Oh, this could be it. You could be touching me, touching you. That could be it. And like this, maybe that wasn't the end. Maybe this is and this is where we get to the, like, here we go. Touching me, touching you. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, bum, bum. See, I think I'm just off on a little bit on the dubbing, maybe, but that could also fit. That one could fit, Linda Davis. Sweet Caroline. Bum, bum. Yeah, I think that one could also fit. Yep. Y'all are good at this. Y'all are real good at this. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's do 2 more. Hi, everybody coming on in. Come on in. We're just trying to see what song they could have been listening to because these 2 dancing friends right here are just living their best life and dancing like nobody is rewinding and watching it over and over again on the internet, and I love it. I love it. Love it. Push it. Yes. I mean, but let's be honest. Who doesn't dance like that when Push It by Salt and Pepper comes on? Let's test it out. Last song ended. Good job. Good job. Good job. Wait. Oh, yep. Back's hurting. Back's hurting. Good to see you. Good to see you. Let's see. Oh, it comes on. Comes on. She's like, oh my gosh, is this it? Yes! Salt and Pepper's here. We're in effect. Want you? No, that's not it. It didn't fit. Nope. Nope, didn't. Nope, let's try again. Who's next? White Paint. That's how I dance when that song comes on. But they have more rhythm than I do. It's okay. Look, if God had given me rhythm and an attention span, he just knew I would be too dangerous. So you get what you get and you don't pitch a fit. I love that Brandi's feeling better. You can tell I'm not that sick anymore, right? I'm feeling a lot better today. This is all this energy that's been pent up for 4 days and 5 days in bed, whatever it was. Bon Jovi, It's My Life. It's my life. Oh, God. Well, if he is, I know that all this stuff's going to get put on Twitter. It's always when I do the stupid stuff that I always see the funny clips from Tayo Toys. That's all right. That's all right. Remember, for 5 whole months, 5+ months with the classiest and fun smiling Brandi. I am so glad you're here. Happy 5-month anniversary. Happy 5-month. I'm a little bit behind, and y'all are like, don't sing Sweet Caroline. Oops. Look, Sweet Caroline is played at every wedding, family reunion, bridal luncheon. Bar mitzvah. I don't know if it's. I've never been to a bar mitzvah, but it's played at like every gathering ever. R.A. I can't get over the guy dancing while sitting on his chair just below the striped shirt guy. He's like, he is the one with the girl hanging on him right at this moment. Yeah, he's like only half committed to the dance, you know? Like not enough to get up and possibly lose his seat, but he wants to let people know that he is moved by the music, just not moved enough to possibly lose his seat. And that's okay too. Okay. We'll do a couple more. We ain't got nothing else to do, right? They're at lunch. No scrubs. Whip it. That's fun. Happy by, 'cause I'm happy. That one actually could work too. Happy could work. 'Cause I'm happy. Get what you get and you don't pitch fit. Shoop could work. Shoop could definitely work. I could see that working. Hold on. All right, let's test it out. Is this it? They're like, oh my gosh, I love this song. Is this it? Yes, here I go. Okay, girls, what's my weakness? Men. Okay, then, no, he wouldn't be that into it for Shoop, because that one doesn't work. Love it, love the enthusiasm, but that one doesn't fit. Let's see what else. I need a Brandi versus RA singing. He would win. I am physically capable of the act of singing. It just doesn't sound good when it comes out. Like, I can perform the act of singing. It's just nothing anybody really wants to hear. But thank you for the super chat. Ari would just demolish me in a sing-off. Prinology, first time here. Welcome! We're a little weird over here. I get knocked down like a hurricane. Is that what it says? Is that the Timberwoman? I get knocked down. I always thought it said, but I get up again. I don't know. I get words wrong all the time, though. Footloose. That could be a good one, because they even, actually, that could be a really good one, because they even seem like they're doing the little moves at one point, don't they? Let's see. Okay, wave in, good, you did great. Back hurts, so good to see you. Hi, thank you for coming, good to see you. We're about to dance. Oh my gosh, is this my song? Oh my gosh, this is my song. Yes, this is my song. Wait, is that it? Yes, so I got a foot loose, cut loose, kick off the Sunday shoes, pull me, Louise, pull me off of my feet. Am I getting the right, are those right words? They're probably not the right words, that's okay. Foot loose, cut your blues, something, kick off your Sunday shoes. I should probably know the lyrics before I start to try to sing. That could, Footloose, that was a good call. Angie Bird, that was a good call. That one could also have fit. I'm not doing Monster Mash. It's not going to fit. It's not going to fit. It could fit. I was working at the lab late last night. Well, he does do the zombie thing right there. So you might have, and then laughs about it. So look, maybe. It could, maybe. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never going to keep me down. or something. They're drunk. It could have been Candle in the Wind. Look, I've done some pretty crazy, pretty jazzy dance moves when I've been in the cups a bit. But I mean, even whether I'm in the cups or not, it still ain't never on. The rhythm has escaped me. I used to have rhythm. I don't anymore. But that's okay. It's all right. It's Thriller. It could have been Thriller. Footloose. Yeah, I could see Footloose. Amadeus. Where is 80s? This is like his time. Bimey said, when is the break over? Like, when is Brandi going to stop doing this? When is Brandi going to stop? Backstreet Boys. What's a Backstreet Boys song? I don't remember. Madonna. It could be, remember that one car chase we watched when we were trying to figure out what they were listening to? And I was like, it could be Mbop. It could be Mbop. I don't think it could be Mbop. It could be Mbop. Creating a playlist. This is the best part, though. Bop a doop doop bop doom bop a doop a doop bop doom bop a doop a doop bop doo. Yeah, yeah. I said, oh yeah. Bop doop a doop bop doo bop a doop a doop bop doo bop a doop a doop bop doo. Woohoo. Could have been it. That could have been it. Who voted for Farmer in the Dell? No one could fit. Walk Like a Dinosaur? There's a Walk Like a Dinosaur song? What Walk Like a Dinosaur? It's the final countdown. You know what I feel like? You know that one clip of Melissa McCarthy when she's in the car with, from that movie when he keeps changing the channel because he wants her to shut up, and she keeps, every song that comes on, she sings along with it, like with all of her force. That's kind of how I'm feeling right now, and I didn't realize it until just this moment. Disco Duck. Baby shark. Hold on. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark do 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 do. Baby shark. Mama shark do 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 do. That could fit too. Oh, everybody hates me right now. Daddy shark do 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 do. Grandpa shark do 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 do. It's literally, I could watch them all day. Let's see. Tammy. Yes, that was the movie. Tammy. But who, you know, they don't play Kung Fu Fighting. They don't play that song in bars down here because people start karate chopping each other. It's not allowed on playlists. It's not on any of the jukeboxes either. And if you request it, they'll tell you no. Everybody was Kung Fu fighting. It could work. It could work. This is what I do for a living. What is my life? Ah, okay. Walk Like a Dinosaur. Why do I not think about Walk Like a Dinosaur? Why can't I? That is Lucy's favorite song. That really is Lucy's favorite song. Look there. You think you got it. Oh, you think you got it. But God, it just don't. Look, this one could work too. But God, I just don't get it till there's nothing at all. Oh, that could work. We get together. Oh, we get together. But separate's always better when there's feelings involved. Oh, and she throws her hand up for that. Hey, ya. Hey, ya. Oh, hey, ya. See, that could work too. That could work too. Mm-hmm. Then what makes love the exception? Oh yeah, that was perfect timing too. I nailed that right there. That was good timing. I may not have rhythm, but I just happened to. Well, even the worst shot's gonna hit a can every once in a while, right? Right? That one worked. I just spit out my coffee all over my desk. Gin and juice. What do you think the chances are that they are dancing like that to gin and juice? Courtney Meek. But hey, you know what? We'll try it out. Let's see. They hear it. They hear it. Oh, love it. Love it. Is this it? Is this with so much drama in the LBC? It's kind of hard. But nope, doesn't. Nope, didn't work. Didn't work. We tried. I tried that for you, Courtney Meek. Y'all are cracking me up. They didn't do that. Hey, ya. Hey, ya. Oh, what makes love the exception? Boom, Akalaka Boom Boom is part of Walk Like a Dinosaur. Why can I not picture that in my... Rap God. Okay. You are not going to believe me. That one verse in Rap God, the really fast part, I can do that. I can't do it here because there's things that I can't say on my show. But I can do that. I had someone bet me that I couldn't do it. And I had a road trip. Where was I going? Oh, I had to drive to Cleveland for one of my surgeries. And I literally listened to a YouTube video on it, like with it slowed down, and learned the words, and then would speed it up as I went. And I spent 3 hours in the car on the way to one of my surgeries. And then like a week later when I got to go home, 3.5 hours on the way back, learning that. I invested 7 hours into that song, but I can do that fast part. And I did it all because I wanted to win. I wanted to win the bet. Didn't have anything else to do. I was driving. Robert McNamara, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you so much. I feel like Robert McNamara just put money in my tip jar, like I'm on stage singing for my living, and he just put money in my tip jar. Will you do it for a super chat? It would. There are so many things in that thing that I can't say. Maybe I'll make a video of it and just tweet it. When I did it for my, because that song came on one day. My kid likes that song. And it came on one day. And I didn't tell him I could do it, but it got to that part, and I was singing it, and he was like he's sitting in the passenger seat, and he was like, it was the best. It was the best. So funny. Wild Thing. It could have been Wild Thing. Waiting to hear your album of speed rap covers. You'd be amazed at some of the, there are some songs that I know parts of, and when they come on, I can sing along much better. There are some that that you would never, like, from all different genres. I like all different genres of music. So, like, I can, I can have, like, Dolly Parton on and sing every single word, and then right after that, like, Run DMC and sing every single word, and then, like, I mean, I have, and then, of course, Rap God, obviously. If y'all haven't noticed by listening to me yet. Yeah, everybody keeps saying Ari said the band was playing there that night. I am the band right now. I am the band. I'm singing, trying to figure out what song they're dancing to. We're just having fun. Did you just call me weird? Thank you for being a member for 5 whole months. 5 whole months. Did you just call me weird? You also called me hilarious, but you called me weird. It's okay. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. Y'all are the best. Robert McNamara, $5 back in the tip jar. Thank you, Robert McNamara. Thank you. Thank you. They're drunk. Could be Stairway to Heaven. Yeah, you never know with intoxicated individuals what they're actually dancing to. Unless it's YMCA. Because even if they're not doing it exactly right, there will be some kind of effort for when it gets to that part. Some kind. Tootsie Roll. That one could work too. Let's see. Uh-oh, it's on. Let me see that Tootsie Roll. To the left, to the left. To the right, to the right. That could be it. That could be it. Lily's mom, thank you for the tip jar. Thank you. Thank you. Y'all are so funny. What a cute pup on your picture, too. Achy breaky heart gives me flashbacks to mullets. You know what? True story. I told y'all I grew up in like a little country town in Georgia. And this is how country we were. At halftime, I was a cheerleader. And at halftime, at one of the football games, you know, like cheerleaders, like we'll go out there and do our, like do like a, you know, routine or dance or something. And at halftime, like a little halftime show. And one year we did Boot Scoot and Boogie. True story. And the crowd went wild. That tells you all you need to know about our town. We also had a line dancing thing in our PE class in high school. And Miss Klein taught it and got really into it. Really into it. Miss Klein was, she was a coach, but we couldn't call her Coach Klein because she was married to Coach Klein. So it was Coach Klein and Miss Klein, but they're the two coaches. And she taught the line dancing and took it real serious. This is like middle school. Like real serious. Like I did dancing and gymnastics classes and stuff like, you know, when I was younger. But I'm telling y'all right now, that 7th grade line dancing class was the most serious dance class I've ever taken in my life. That's back when I still had rhythm. So happy you're feeling better. Good night sleep in your own bed did wonders. Yes, it's my first night back in my own bed in like almost a month. Who let the dogs out? That could be it. Who let the dogs out? Who let the dogs out? Who. Yeah, that one could work too. That one could definitely work. Aaron Morgan, bye-bye, Miss America. It's like now I'm getting requests. All right, let's see. That's hilarious. Thank you for the super chat. It's funny though, because it does kind of come like, like it's a request. Like that's funny. It would have to be because that starts off slow. It's like a long time ago. What's the fast part? I can't remember. Let's see. We were singing bye bye Miss American Pie. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. Oh, he thinks that's funny. That could work. That could work. Good old boys were drinking whiskey and wine, singing this'll be the day that I die. I love it when, that's my favorite part. It's my favorite part. I love how much fun they are having. I wish we could figure out who they are because I really want to invite them on. I would love to have them on. Bohemian Rhapsody. You want to hear me do the opera part? Just joking. We had to do square dancing. We had to do square dancing too. 80s Music Man, you're back. Who let the goats out? Love Shack. I used to love that song. And actually that one does get people going. Let's see. If you see a faded sign at the side of the road that says 15 miles to the Love Shack. Love Shack, yeah. Oh, that one works. I'm heading down the Atlanta highway, looking for a love getaway. Look at, headed for a love getaway. I got me a car, it's as big as a whale, and it's about to set sail. Wow! See, that could work. Did you ever line dance on skates when I was younger? No. Coordination is not one of the things that the good Lord has blessed me with. And I tried skating before, and I almost took out my whole family. I was trying to learn in my nanny's driveway. We all got skates for Christmas. So we're out there in her driveway trying to skate. And what had happened was I overestimated my ability to stay upright. And I lost the fight between my own self in gravity. And as I went down, I took down my uncle, my aunt, my nanny. I'm sure there's a couple cousins in there. I don't know. I got to go in and then realized there ain't no brakes on them things. And so no. I never skated again after that. Not a good idea for me or anyone around me, really. Oh, I was like, what happened? Lunchtime karaoke with Brandi, yes. Oh, speaking of which, we were going to do, oh, hold on, a couple things. First, before I forget, because it is Friday Eve in the house. Oops. Why is this doing that? Our mod of the week. Our mod of the week is BuffyBot. BuffyBot, you the best. You the MVP. Glad to have you. BuffyBot shows up, hangs out, talks to people, whacks trolls, does all the things. All the things. Yay! BuffyBot, congratulations. I appreciate you. I appreciate all my mods. And is this scored by the most bans? No, but that's a good idea, actually. No, I'm just joking. I do it kind of randomly because they all matter so much to me and I care about all of them so much. So I do it kind of randomly because I don't love or appreciate any one of them more than the other. They're all such important parts of this channel. So, but this channel wouldn't be what it was without them and everything that they contribute. I'm very, very appreciative. Okay, so I told y'all we would do show and tell. Let's go to show and tell. Let's see. Show and tell. All right. Oops. All right, so this is if you're not a member of our Facebook group, then you should be. That's it, just you should be. Where'd it go? Here it is. Is there a way to make these bigger? I'm not real great on Facebook. Okay, so these are, we're doing show and tell. Oh, yay. I like making people cry. Robert McNamara is my granddaughter's 11th birthday today. Her name is Maya. Can you give her a shout out? Happy birthday, Maya! Happy birthday. 11 is such a fun age. I'm sure. I can't remember. It's been way too long since I was 11. But 11 is like, isn't it? It seems like that's like about the time that, let's see. I'm trying to think of what my kid was doing when he was 11. I know he was driving me nuts, but it's kind of like the time, like that's a cool age because that's like when they start really developing like their own little opinions, which can be also a lot to deal with. But it's like but that's about the age when you really start getting a sense of their own little, personalities. They start becoming like little mini adults. Jacob, my son, he used to call it, he wasn't a preteen yet, so he called, when he was 11 and 12, he called it a junior young adult. That was the name that he gave it. Junior young adult. So that's what we're going to go with. So Maya, you are now officially a junior young adult. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Inquiring Mind member for 4 whole months. Big game this weekend. Lots of big games this weekend. Yes, yes. Lots of big games. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. The missing mother in Florida. Oh, yeah, I tweeted it. Hold on. There is... missing 41-year-old mom in Florida. Mount Dora officials actively engaged in search for mother of 3 who went missing nearly a month ago. Where did her picture go? Here's her pictures. I tweeted it, so if y'all want to share it, these are some of her distinguishing tattoos. But that's her. It's almost a month that she's been missing. All right. Yeah, if you're not a member of the Facebook group, then you should be. You should join us. So I said earlier we were going to do a show and tell during the break. So here's some of our show and tell stuff. So let's see what we got. Michelle Phillips in NC. My 2 coworkers are slacking on the job. That's adorable. That doesn't look like much of a job at all. That looks, that's more slacking and less job. Very cute. Let's see who else we got. Missy Russell says, my coworker's security system and heater when I work from home. His name is Groot. Oh, look at Groot. How cute is that? Oh. The Christmas sign I just made, Emma and Twin Mom. Oh, that's really cute. Look at you go. Arts and crafts. I love it. That's really pretty. And festive. Oh my gosh. Yesterday was my sweet Mabel's 4th birthday. Look at Mabel on her. Oh my gosh. That is too much. Look. Oh my gosh. How stinking cute. Mabel. It's Mabel's birthday. Jackie D. Oh, that's cute. That's festive. I haven't had a chance to decorate for Christmas. I'm behind because I just now got into my condo last night. You're making me feel, not that I really put up much. I have like one little tree that's like this big. My annual Charlie Brown Christmas tree with some extra stuff. That's really cute, Jackie. All right, let's see. My favorite spot in the Bronx, New York. That's pretty. Y'all know I love me some water. That's really pretty. See what else we got. Jackie D. My Lucy is cold in Florida. My Lucy is cold in Florida too. Look at that little ear sticking up. Aw. Too cute. I love the pet pics. My sweet granddaughter's first Christmas. Oh my gosh. That's a really good picture. This is the Facebook group for 13th juror. The mods dropped the link a minute ago. There it is, right there. Here, I'll pin it. I pinned the link to the top. Super cute. Love the headband too. Let's see what else we got. My sweet Dutchy boy. His name is Quiz with his blankie. Jenny C. Oh, look, we have matching blankets. Me and Quiz have matching blankets. Twinsies. So cute. This meme needs no more explanation. Uh-oh. Whoever's been enjoying my coffee creamer all week, surprised you've been drinking my breast milk. Cheers. Breast milk is supposed to be really good for you. Okay, let's see. Melissa, cake topper I made. Oh, that's cute. That's really pretty. I like the cake topper. Cute. Jimmy Lost said too cold this morning in Florida. Look at that. See, that's BS. Should not be that cold. I love it. I love show and tell. Show and tell is fun. Show and tell is fun. Y'all are talented. Y'all are talented and you have amazing little pets and grandkids and kids. Let's see. Oh, you just posted more. Let me refresh. I'll get the new ones in. Where'd it go? Oh, here we go. All right, we had some additions. How do you make it? Oh, view more comments. I'm learning. All right, we made it through those. All right, Phyllis, let's see. Oh, it looks like a what are like the little prom pics where they have like the cute little backgrounds. I love that. Inquiring Mind, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Y'all are awesome. See, Phyllis, sunrise at the Jersey Shore. That's beautiful. I'm a sucker for a sunrise and a sunset. Ivan, I think it was on Etsy. Just Google that saying and the shirts come up. Kathy Davidson, my gypsy thinking the tree skirt is hers. Aw. How cute. Gypsy's fluffy. I love it. Let's see. Regina Crawford, this is my crazy Jesse James. Oh, how pretty. Hi, Jesse James. We be watching Brand. That's cute. Those are really cute. They're also members of 13th Juror, you know. Christmas Gnomes Diamond Paint. That's cool. Y'all know I love me some gnomies. Kim Newton says, Lily in her jammies. That's adorable. Oh, Lily looks so comfy. All right, let's see. Tonks, Foggy, and Luna. Oh, those little faces. Oh, I like that pillow too. Do no harm, but take no shit. I like that pillow a lot. Look at those little bitty babies. Too cute. I think we had another one, didn't we? Oh, we have a couple more. Our 13-week baby girl, Dory. A Beaver, Yorkshire Terrier, and we love her. How stinking cute is that little face? Thanks for showing my prom girl. Oh, of course. That was a cute picture. It does look like, doesn't it look like the one of the little prom pictures? I love it. Look at that little face, like a little bitty Lucy. Oh. Candace Hoff, my beautiful youngest, in her house at Thanksgiving. Oh, that's so pretty. Beautiful horse, too. I love that picture. And I love that horse. I miss having horses. Evan wanted to show off his teeths. Oh, that's so cute. Oh. All right, Bree and Malcolm, here are my two mad that they can't go outside and play in the snow. The one on the right we call Frog Dog. Aw. Oh, he does look like a frog with the way his front paws are down a step. That's so cute. I think we had one more. My grandpuppies, Riley and Murdoch. Aw. How pretty. Aren't they the sweetest when they're when they're sleeping and stuff? Too cute. Are we on Facebook or replying to a Twitter post? This is all in the Facebook group. All of this is Facebook group. I love gold. I know. I love when y'all share your animals and kids and grandkids and pets and hobbies and all of that stuff. I love it. All right, let's see. Let me pull up. Oh, I forgot to eat my breakfast. I just looked down and realized I never ate it. Court has a weird buzz happening. I'm going to mute that for now so we don't have to listen to it. Loving show and tell time. Me too. Show and tell time is fun. I get to see all y'all stuff. Lunchtime with Brandi. Oh, let me show you this too. What's happening to my... Oh, we got it. Okay. So there were a couple things that I retweeted today. One of the things was a Newsday article. This about, I don't want to. I don't. Go away. Why? How do you exit out of these things? Can you exit out of these things? Is it because I already looked at it once and now I can't look at it again? I don't want to be selected. Maybe it won't let me do it since I have already done it once. Okay, well, I guess it won't let me read it again. But basically, the cheek swab sample from the Rex whatever's, let me get my words together. The estranged wife of Gilgo Beach killer, the DNA found on victims' remains matched human. Yes, thank you. I can't say it. Whatever. The DNA found on the victim's remains matched his estranged wife's DNA. The swab was taken, I guess, July, the night that he was arrested. And I don't know if, I wish it would let me scroll through there again. I don't know if there was a warrant or not or whatever, or if it was like voluntary, whatever. But they took a swab from her that night, and the DNA matches DNA found on the victims. Which is like what? I don't even know. Okay, you think about Lori Vallow, right? The duct tape had one of her hairs in there. The duct tape that killed her sweet babies had one of her hairs in there. And they were able to say, oh, well, her hair could have, somehow gotten in there, whatever. But this is not hair. This didn't say hair, it said DNA. So not DNA from hair, not whatever, like this said DNA. So I'm curious to see what else comes out about that. It was also found on the belt with his initials. I just want to know, I want to know everything. Y'all know how I am. But I don't know. We'll see. It won't let me read that article anymore, but I'm sure there are more out there. But anyway, that's one that I saw this morning that was like a oh crap moment. All right, let me pull this other one. Hold on. This is, let me show y'all. Oh, come on. Lori was moved from Idaho prison to Arizona jail. So I was trying to pull it up, and now it's not. Why am I having all these problems? All these things that I was. Let's see if I can do it this way. Pull it up on Twitter. Okay, so here's her lovely mugshot. And by lovely, I mean I don't have a whole lot of nice things to say about her, but she has been moved from her forever home, prison, to the jail. Why won't this pull up? What is happening here? Oh well, at least you can see the picture. Pretty interesting. Let's see. What other? There was another. Oh, and I showed this morning, but it's just worth repeating. Look at that baby. Look at that sweet baby. Have you heard about the girl, Mercedes Vega from Arizona? That case is so terrible. I don't remember. I saw this. The Tim Ferritter had job opportunities. He can sit there in his box and do his time. Okay, Lindsay Hader says, ABC News article title says found on victim, so I believe it was indeed more than one. Yeah, it said it was plural, which is the reason I have so many questions. But yeah, a few years ago, I believe the match to his wife was one of the first links to Rex. Yeah, that was for the that was for the, was that for the hair? I can't remember. Look, as many cases that I follow, it all runs together. But what is so interesting to me now is I want to know, because this said DNA linked to victims, like plural. Let's see if I can just pull up a different article. That would make more sense, huh, Brandi? Cheek swab matches, DNA. This is a different article. Let's see what it says. All right. DNA found on Long Island serial killer victims matches suspect Rex here. I can't say it. Heuermann's wife. DNA found on the remains of some of the Long Island victims matches that of cheek swab samples taken from murder suspect Rex's wife. Law enforcement source told Newsday that samples were taken from Asia on. Look, and I'm gonna tell y'all too. I pronounce names wrong all the time. If it's a victim, I make it a point to pull up somebody like pronouncing their names so I know how to say it. But the majority of the way that I learn things is reading stuff. So I'm going to say names wrong, and until it gets to trial and I hear it a million times, and even then, I mean, look, I made it through 2 trials for, Markel's, and I still slipped up and said Markle all the time because it's just how I read it for so long. So when I say it wrong, because I'm going to say stuff wrong, that's one of the things that drives me crazy in comments. People are like, you're not even saying it wrong. You don't know anything about this. Okay. Or maybe I just read it all instead of listening to everybody else. Let's see. That's what I heard this morning. Attorney on Court TV said they were going to investigate. Investigate. Oh. He wants out that. Yeah, he tries. He tries. Hello, those of y'all coming back. They're coming back at 1:30. Yeah, I saw this. This is what I was looking. The dealership attorney wrote a letter and said it was fraudulent. I would imagine, and it said it was fraudulent and that letterhead was just basically like copied and pasted or something, or not copied and pasted, but like just downloaded or copied from the internet or something like that. But basically said like we don't want him there. Y'all keep him in your box. Okay, so anywho, back to it. The day her husband was charged with the murders of 3 of the so-called Gilgo 4 found dead on the beach in 2010, samples were taken to confirm earlier tests that indicated that she was a source of hairs found with the remains. So that's the first ones, like Lindsay was talking about, like the first ones. Dealership said, I don't know her yet. Dealership was like, he doesn't even go here. So the samples were taken to confirm earlier tests that indicated source of hairs found on the remains. Okay, so it's not clear if the match was with the hairs or with something else found on the victims. See, the other articles that I read made it sound like it was something other than the hairs. So that's why I have so many questions, and that's why I need more information. Because, you know, when they give you parts of information, obviously your mind is going to wander. But I really want to know all of it now so that I don't have to wonder. I can get all the information. Let's see. Attorneys confirmed investigators had taken samples from her and her children, and he declined to comment on the DNA match, of course. She has not been accused of wrongdoing in the case, and prosecutors have said that she was out of state or even out of the country at the time of the murders. She filed for divorce days after her husband was arrested. And this is a precautionary measure to protect the family assets in case the families of the victims sue. Late last month, Rex signed over the family home to her, to Ellerup or whatever. Also signed a deal. Oh, this whole $1 million deal thing. Okay, so she also signed a deal for a documentary series produced by 50 Cent, production company for NBC Universal's Peacock streaming network, and her children and Rex's attorneys were also being paid for the production. Peacock has not confirmed those reports. The family is reportedly receiving in the neighborhood of $1 million. That's crazy, isn't it? $1 million to participate in that. I have so many questions. Can you imagine your DNA found on a murder victim that your husband has been arrested for? Do you think about it like this? Because like if she's, because I know that there have been theories from the beginning about her involvement or whatever, but innocent until proven guilty. It's not that, if he's using things that had her DNA, it could be transferred DNA, which would be my guess. There is likely a logical explanation for how it could happen. But the problem is with something like this coming out, it just brings up so many questions because it could easily be transfer DNA that just, you know, whatever. But could you imagine being 100% in the dark on all this, innocent, not knowing anything about anything, and then finding out that, and then like, and that's why I mentioned the thing about not sure if she gave her DNA under subpoena or not, or a warrant, because if you have nothing to hide, you wouldn't think like, oh yeah, I'm not going to give you my DNA. You know, if you have nothing to hide, you'd be like, yeah, you know, you can take it, whatever, like whatever I can do to help. So it's crazy to think that, you know, how terrifying that would be if there's nothing that she has to hide and no involvement that she had, and to be just totally innocent in all of this, and then to hear that. Could you imagine how terrifying that would be? I can't even. Nothing to hide goes out the window with all the examples of police misconduct, in my opinion. Well, let me say, nothing to hide as far as, or no involvement or knowledge of murders. But put yourself in that position, like if you had no idea that anything was going on and then that happened, how terrifying would that be? Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Did they say it wasn't hair? I could easily see hair. Well, see, the original thing that they had that they were trying to test it against, I think, was the hair. But the way that, and this is the same thing I was telling y'all the other day when we were watching that Rainbow Bridge thing. It's hard to, like, you know, you can't read one thing and trust it. You have to read as much as you can, and preferably not from media, preferably from documents. But when the documents aren't, you know, filed or public yet, and you're having to go from statements released to the media, then you kind of have to scour through. So one of the ones that I read made it sound like it was not from the hair. That I know the first, you know, the first thing they were looking at was the hair, but, you know, and then there was the whole deal with like the, you know, mitochondrial hair or mitochondrial testing and all of that. But this that they're talking about now, the way that I read it, and not this one didn't really get into any kind of details, but the way I read it was it made it sound like it was like insinuating that it was not hair. And again, like I said, it could be transferred DNA, which is, you know, not, it's just there's so many questions. So many questions. Let's see. I would ask for a lawyer before giving anything, even if I'm in a... Now that I do, like, going through so much of this and following so much of this and following, you know, true crime stuff for so long, and even before I started YouTube and everything, I would ask for a lawyer first. But that is only because I have seen so much happen, like things go off the rails for innocent people who didn't have a lawyer. So I would think that, like, my instinct would be like, oh, I don't have anything to hide. Police or, you know, or detectives or whatever are here to do their job. So let's do everything I can to help, you know, assist them in whatever they need. That would be your instinct. But then you watch some of this stuff and you're like, man, like if they're, and some of them don't even do it maliciously. It's just like if you say something and they're like, oh, that fits with this one piece of whatever, and then they build a case around you. You just never know. Never talk to anybody without a lawyer. Ever, ever, ever. Ever. That's kind of what I was thinking too, Erin. It seems Megan, or I was reading your thing and I said Megan Morgan. Anyway, Erin, it seems clear that she was aware of his extra needs with ladies, but not with the murders. That's the way that I have felt it. I was going to say pictured it, but I don't want to picture that. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. Nikki, member for 2 whole months. I love this group of people here. So glad that I found you through RA channel, and I appreciate all the hard work Brandi and the mods put in. Thank you so much. Happy 2-month anniversary. Happy 2-month anniversary. Welcome, welcome. 2-month anniversary. My retired postal inspector father-in-law said to always get a lawyer and don't take a polygraph test because it's not always accurate. That's another thing about polygraph tests. Polygraph tests are not admissible in court. They're not admissible in court because they are not accurate enough to be admissible. I mean, if they were, then that would be all you had to do for everything. It's like, just give everybody a polygraph. But they're not admissible in court, and they can be used against you in an investigation, but not in court. So think about, what was it, Cousin Eddie, that they said failed the polygraph or whatever. Kimberly says, my sister is a lawyer, and she says you should never speak to the police without an attorney, no matter how innocent you are. Your sister is correct. Correct. Hi, Maggie. Also, don't use a fake polygraph like Letitia. Yeah, if you're going to do a polygraph, don't do fakepolygraph.com and then ask the most incriminating questions. Oh gosh, I start rubbing my temples even mentioning her. I think about having to sit there, because that was before I started streaming. That's when I was just doing, like, all my videos were just the recaps and stuff. And having to, like, watch it in real time and then go back and re-listen and take notes and pause and, like, try to weed out all the garbage to understand what she's actually saying. What's crazy about her stuff, which some of those recap videos, I think like a couple of her recap videos where people were like, I don't even know what she's saying at this point. Some of those were my highest viewed, or still to this day my highest viewed videos, because nobody could follow along what she was saying. And it took so much effort and Tylenol and wine to go through enough to have to, it was such a process. It was such a process having to go through to try to figure all that out. What a nightmare. Oh, I start rubbing my temples as soon as somebody mentions her. Maggie Carr, new member. Maggie, welcome to the jury box. Welcome to the jury box. Welcome. You live here now. Not the mama. Polys aren't accurate. Who's going to break the news to Maury Povich? Right? Lie detector determined that was a lie. Oh, that's one of my favorite sound effects. And I haven't been able to be home to have my sound effects in like a month. Somebody had asked me if I was going to do that, and I was like, there's no way in hell I can listen to Letitia. I don't have the mental stability to deal with that. It was so hard to understand what was being said in her interviews. That's why it took me so long to do the recaps. But the recaps were, like I said, still to this day, some of my top rated stuff as far as videos go. Okay. They're moving around in the courtroom. I'm going to take Lucy to potty real quick before they get started back. I'll be right back. You go potty? Okay. We're back. Oh, I was right in time.
Sure.
Always want to approach. Oh, Lee is in the courtroom? I hear whispering, but I can't hear what they're saying. Lee and Shells are in the courtroom gallery. Give us the scoop. Here's the coffer. Out of all the songs that we were singing, and by we, I mean I, did y'all get any of them stuck in your head? I have one stuck in my head, but I'm not going to say what it is because I don't want to get it stuck in y'all's head too. Hey y'all. Lynn Godwin says, I just joined Discord, but I'm going to have to figure out what to do. I have gotten a little bit better at it. I'm still not like a Discord aficionado. But I can work it a little bit. I had to do like a tutorial on how to do it, but now that I can work it a little bit, and then I started pressing buttons, and then I think I banned somebody, or not banned them, I muted them from like everything in the channel or something. Anyway, I lost my privileges of pushing buttons. I'm not allowed to push buttons anymore, but I finally figured out how to like get around and do stuff. Hi, Shelly.
Yes. Actually, yeah, could I actually just see the lawyers?
Welcome, welcome. I bought some Christmas cards today. I said, now, is that still a thing? I don't know. Who sends Christmas cards out still? I stopped doing it. The last year I sent them out was the year before I got sick. I would always send them out with like a picture of my kid. That's a good reason for them to come back.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I'm just going to remind you, it's important, and I think I reminded you of this yesterday, not to read or see or pay attention to anything that's going on in the media, social media, online, news. That includes anything you may see happening out in the anything that may be relevant to this case. Don't go back to the View. I told you that. So you're not allowed to be influenced by anything outside of what happens here in the courtroom and what you saw on the View. And you also need to continue to keep in mind that you need to decide the case based without passion, without prejudice, and without sympathy. This is a dispassionate process that you need to come at with that perspective. And if you have any concerns about anything along the way, feel free to make sure to tell the bailiffs about it and bring it to my attention. And if it is an issue, I'll address it with you. And if it isn't, then everything is fine. Okay? Thank you. Okay. Oh, yeah, come on back up.
I said the same thing. Like, I love her. She hasn't even said anything, and I just love her. I love the way she carries herself, and she just looks.
Oh, you're already you're good for it.
Thank you, Detective. All right, so I think this is the slide we had just finished up on. So moving ahead to State's Exhibit 48.
What was this detective's name? I unpinned it, and I don't remember.
Would you believe that a technological issue?
In fairness to the lawyers, I have been dealing with other cases, so they haven't been in here, been able to play with the technology since.
My apologies.
Thank you.
The whole restart thing. Do you mind just doing the lights? Thank you. All right, so again, this is where we left off. So going back to the pool table cam, I'm going to play State's Exhibit 48.
Lovejoy.
Before I hit play, similar to before, can you describe what general areas those boxes are detailing and where we should be looking?
Yeah, this just left off in the previous clip. The yellow box is where Timothy Pouliot and Michael Mendoza are talking to the three females. And down at the bottom right, big red box, is Mr. DeLee down there. In this clip, you'll see the three females walk back down towards Mr. DeLee.
Okay. Is this one of those overlaps that we were talking about?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to refresh kind of everyone's memory, the last clip we had watched was the interaction between Timothy and Olivia in that group at the bar. Mr. Mendoza,
yes,
Abby, and
yes.
then we saw the woman walk back down to Mr. DeLee's area.
Yeah, this one looks like a shorter version of just a different view inside the goat.
All right, so this one's about 40 seconds.
Here's the dancers over here. To give you an idea.
Okay.
He looks huge.
So going on to State's Exhibit 49. Can you describe what we're seeing here?
It's just a continuation of the previous clip. You'll see down here, it's a little bit further ahead actually, a minute or so. John DeLee talking to the three females with Gage and Matthew down the bottom right. The yellow box is where at this point Timothy Pouliot is now seated at a bar up there.
Okay, I see some of y'all asking, for those of you who miss it or who joined us later, whatever, what we're looking for is, they're showing the video right before we went to lunch, we saw where Timmy, the victim, I know you're not supposed to say victim in a possible self-defense thing, the decedent, Timmy, was talking to Abby and the girls, and then we saw John DeLee approached them. They talked and they ended it like it was cool. They were like, yeah, whatever. And then they went on their way. Everything seemed fine. then a little bit later, we see Timmy walks up the ramp, and he's at that edge of the bar talking to the girls for a little bit. And Abby and the other girls, after they talked to him for a little bit, we saw them walk down that ramp to where John is again. And that's what we were just seeing, is them. They go straight from talking to Timmy and his friends down the ramp to talk to John and his friends, and she's telling John something, and then John's looking up at Timmy. We heard in the openings that after they talked to Timmy, Timmy and his friends were saying something about how they're professional fighters and they're MMA, whatever, and that they were going to fight them and whatever, and that Abby apparently came down the ramp to go tell John that. So we're not assuming anything. They're insinuating that that's what this conversation is about, so that's what we're watching.
In the middle of the box is a female with blonde hair. You can very vaguely make out Timmy's head of hair behind her, but in the yellow box, that's where Timothy is seated right now. And you'll see John DeLee looking up in that direction, and then he's going to walk up to the bar, have an interaction with Timothy.
Okay. And this is about a minute and a half or so?
Yes, that's accurate.
There's the sweater robe, or whatever he called it. So you can see Abby's down here talking to John. And he keeps looking over there. Abby and her friend are laughing. Something's really funny. John's going up here. Follow along right here. He goes up here. Walks over here. It looks like he's talking to Timmy and his friends over here.
Detective, who just walked up in that tan sweatshirt?
That's Gage Chandler.
Okay. Do you mind just stepping down and pointing out?
Welcome back, Bug Dugga.
Okay. And I want to bounce back up to the main and sidebar camera. That captures that area of the bar, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, states 50. Can you just quickly point out what we're seeing there?
Same as the last clip, just a different angle right here. Red box is where DeLee is with his associates down there, the females, and Saldana and Chandler. And then up top of the yellow box, you can see Timothy seated at the bar right there by himself.
And this clip is a little bit longer. It's about 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay. Given the length of it, can you give us just a general overview on where we should be looking kind of as the video progresses?
I guess there's several parts here. Where we left off last time, you saw Gage and John DeLee up there. After the interaction between DeLee and Pouliot, you see a couple of bouncers. Can I go here again?
Absolutely. Thank you, Detective.
See a couple of bouncers coming here, intervene. Gage is going to end up over here for the duration of the video, top of the ramp. John DeLee will talk to bouncers momentarily. He's going to walk back down the ramp where the girls are. Matthew. As time passes, Timothy is eventually going to come down here too. He's going to be talking to the bouncers as well. He's going to walk down here to talk to Miss Mendoza. You can see that the same coat, that's him right there. And then there's going to be an interaction between Mr. Mendoza and Mr. DeLee. The bouncers are again going to come in, separate that interaction. And you're going to see all involved parties coming up the ramp, up around this way, out towards the entrance, either escorted out by staff or walking out with their friends.
Thank you, Detective. Yeah,
10. So our place states 50.
I don't mean they're under it. I mean under it in this view. So you can see John's still down here. Right here. Talking to Abby. This guy's still getting his groove on. He comes up here, John comes up here. Timmy. So they're starting to get into it. They break it up. Now they're over here talking to John. Walking back down the ramp over here. Looks like he's still sitting up here. John's down here. Oh! He's got sucker punched. Now they're scruffling. So that's when the friend came up and punched him. So they moved the scruffle outside.
All right, so the beginning part of that video, given the angles of the cameras, I'm assuming the pool table cam also caught part of that?
Yes, that one does reach up to the main bar area.
Okay. So looking ahead to states 51, and again, we're going back to that pool table cam looking up. Is that area where that interaction occurred that we just saw?
Yes.
The beginning part of the interaction.
Yes, John DeLee is already up, standing over Timmy, who's seated at the bar, right there in the red box.
Okay, and this clip's shorter, 15 to 20 seconds?
Yes, I believe this is the quicker clip, yes.
All right, so right after that, we saw in the last clip, the defendant comes down the ramp eventually.
Yes, at the top of the ramp, we'll talk to bouncers momentarily before coming back down. Group of friends.
And does the next clip capture that?
Yes.
This is State's Exhibit 52. What's happening in that box right there?
That's where John DeLee is talking with staff from the GOAT.
Okay. And before I hit play,
On the inside, yes, during this.
what should we be looking for from this camera angle?
This would be Mr. DeLee walking back down here along the tabletop bar. He'll be talking to Matthew and the three females at the bottom of the ramp.
And once they're down there, anything of significance happen?
Eventually, Timmy's going to come to the top of the ramp as well, make his way down. That's where he speaks to Mr. Mendoza.
So State's Exhibit 52.
You can see him up here. All right, now watch here.
All right, so the next clip is State's Exhibit 53. Does this next clip pick up where this one's leaving off?
Yes, it does.
Yeah. Where should we be focusing as we're watching State's 53?
I'm really focusing down at the bottom of the ramp. Mr. DeLee is right there in the North Face sweatshirt. You're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down the ramp.
Detective, sorry to interrupt you. Do you mind hopping down?
Oh, yeah, sorry. I apologize. So right now, Timmy's up here talking to staff. Come down the ramp. Talk to Michael Mendoza right here. You're going to see the interaction between Michael Mendoza and Jonathan DeLee right here. And then they're all going to be escorted up their ramp right there.
Yeah.
So right here is what you want to focus on.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. So again, State's 53.
All right, so see Timmy come down right here. He just sucker punched him. So they take him outside.
Do you recognize this clip?
Yes, I do.
This is States 54. This looks a little bit different than the footage we just watched.
Yeah, this
Where
is-
was this footage taken from?
This is the part that's inside.
This is taken by a patron at the bar. The last clip, if you notice, is somebody with a cell phone standing up and see a blinking light. There's a bystander taking cell phone video. This is what this is right here.
Okay. Obviously, I was turning the speaker up, but does this have sound?
Yes, this one has audio and video for it.
Okay.
Yes, this is inside.
Going
This
back
is
to the
Timmy's
goat
friend
surveillance
that
from that
punched him
video.
inside.
Did the main bar window catch the rest of that exit from the bar?
Yes, this one does not cover the interaction, but it covers all parties being escorted out or leaving the goat.
Okay. And no sound on this one, or is there sound?
No, it's from the goats. We're back to just video.
And if you can, I apologize, lots of video. If you can come down and just point where we should be looking, where people are going to be coming from and going to.
So everybody's going to be coming up from off camera right here, top of the ramps right about here. We're going to walk up this way. You're going to see Mendoza and Nash first, followed by DeLee, Silgano. Chandler goes before them, but they're all coming out this way right here. And the end of the video, right about here in the middle, you're going to see an interaction between Timothy Pouliot and Abby Elliott.
All right. Thank you, Detective. Not sure if I said it, so States 55.
What's she doing to that goat picture? Never mind. Okay, so look, now they're fighting. Abby and Timmy. I'm assuming that was Abby. Speculation.
Okay, so now let's move outside. So this is States 2. We've seen this before. A different version of this is States 56. Looks a little chaotic. Can you describe for us what we're seeing in this diagram?
Yeah. This is an aerial view, just to orient everybody. This is Granite Street, heading westbound towards Granite Street Bridge. Old Granite Street kind of runs parallel to it. Franklin Street runs this way. Hampshire Lane runs through here. This is Elm Street, north-south, so the SNH Arena will be here off screen. Each color is going to kind of differentiate or notate cameras that we were able to recover during this investigation.
Any significance other than differentiation?
Color-wise, no, it's just to give a better idea of which cameras where.
Okay. And for purposes of just our understanding in the record, we can see, again, similar angles to in the bar. Are those, laser measured perfect angles, or are those approximations?
No, everything here is approximate.
Okay. I noticed that as we move in front of 36 Old Granite Street, or Makerspace, there's several different numbers. So there's 2 numbers for the camera right on Old Granite Street. Then it looks like there's a number in between Exhibit 58 and that Exhibit 60 and 61. What was that camera depicting? Or what was that clip depicting?
36 Old Granite Street is here by the blue. That's going to give you a view westerly on Old Granite Street. The red one right here is from 54 Old Granite Street. That's going to have audio and video. That's going to give you a view easterly on Old Granite Street. So kind of when you sync 36 and 54, it's going to give you a full street view, kind of capture everything, the events out there. You'll notice when you're viewing from 54 Old Granite Street, there's a goat sign hanging out off the building. It's kind of obstructs. So I'm stopping here. You'll hear audio, but again, you won't be able to see it. But 36 Old Granite Street will give you that broader picture where it all comes together. If that makes sense.
So I'm going to break this down a little bit. I think it's self-explanatory, but let's just go through it a little bit because there's a lot of colors going on. So, so right here, we can see EX65. What camera angles and where is that business?
This is Soho, right here, Bar and Grill or Bistro. That's 20 Old Granite Street. There's one camera that's going to cover out into Old Granite Street. And there's a side camera here that's going to cover down Hampshire Lane and over the backside of the Canoco parking lot.
Okay. And you just explained the cameras from 36 Old Granite and 54, so I'll skip past that, and then we can see I'm not sure what color that is, a pink-purple EX63.
Yeah, this is going to be 64 Old Granite Street, and that's just going to give you another view easterly of Old Granite Street.
Okay. And across the street, EX64, that green color?
Yeah, this is the parking garage for the side of New Hampshire. Where it jets out right here at the corner. It's pretty accurate where that circle is. There is a camera there that's going to give them some bird's eye view. It's going to cover all the way across the parking lot, Old Granite Street, up through Elm Street over here.
Okay. And moving back into the Bank of America, EX67.
This one is another cell phone video that we collected in the investigation. There's a couple of bystanders out here. One of them had cell phone video of the shooting itself.
Okay.
And that's just approximate where it was shot from.
Okay. And then that last one I think you said was from Canoco?
Yeah, this is 570 Elm Street right here at the Canoco gas station. We have a camera on the kind of corner of the building right here. Soho 1's going to give you a view easterly of this area. The Canoco is going to give you a view westerly of kind of the same area.
How's the quality of that footage?
Out of all the videos, Canoco is the worst one that we have. It's very difficult, kind of grainy, I guess, that's the way to put it.
Okay. All right. And again, that was State's Exhibit 56 in total, that diagram. So if we can, Detective, we can have you go back to your seat, but let's start with State's Exhibit 58. And again, you said this is from 54 Old Granite Street, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so, and this is State's 56. Do you recognize this area?
Yeah, that's the area of Old Granite Street. The goat's there, then 54 Old Granite, 64 Old Granite.
And in that red circle, what's that highlighting?
That's a camera affixed to the outside of 54 Old Granite Street that we recovered video from.
Okay. And I know it's hard to see, and we're going to zoom in and actually watch the video, but does that clip right there, does that look consistent and reasonably reflect the footage angle that was taken from that camera?
Yes, it does.
So this is State's 58, and this video is a little over 7 minutes long. So before I play it, similar to when we were inside the goat, can you just help orient us and direct our attention?
Yes, it'll be easier again if I.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
This is the goat right here, 50 Old Granite Street. The entry exit's gonna be right here, so you're gonna see the involved parties start coming out. Mendoza and Nash are gonna walk across the street and get inside this white vehicle right here. Gage Chandler, Matt Zotto, and John DeLee are gonna walk up together on the sidewalk. 3 females will follow them out shortly after. They're kind of all gonna congregate in this general area right here. But again, this is the one that's obstructed by the sign. If you look closely, you'll be able to see legs down there, but that's the general area they're gonna be at. As the video progresses, you'll see Nash Mendoza exit this vehicle, come over to this general area right here, by that white car on the side of the road. And during the court, about a minute and a half in, you're gonna see Mr. Pouliot come out and start walking this way. As the video progresses, you see Mr. Pouliot start walking back up this way on the sidewalk. You are gonna hear the audio of a loud popping noise, which we know to be consistent with gunshots. When you hear those gunshots, you'll see a lot of people heading out this way, and then they'll just roll on for a little bit, and you'll see the NPD response. There'll be multiple cruisers coming this way and down here on Elm Street.
So there's going to be audio in this one?
Yes, this is the one that has outdoor audio, yes.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to play States 58. At some point.
He still doesn't know who punched him.
Detective, looking at that white car, who just got out of the car?
It's Trent Nash.
There goes Timmy, walking this way. Or is... You said Timmy walks down here and then walks back up? You can hear them up there fighting. So Timmy's walking back over towards there. Those are quick shots. I don't want to post a comment because I know the thing's on the bottom of the screen. I see the comment about the bar shouldn't have let them both walk out together, but they didn't. They went in different directions. They went, when they got out, they went out at different times, but they went out in different directions too. John came out first and turned right, and it was later that Timmy came out and turned left, but then he turned around and went back toward John, or that direction. Well, to John. I mean, they ended up back over there.
All right, detective. Let's move up to 36 Old Brandon Street. Do you recognize this? This is State's Exhibit 59.
Yes, this is a Google Street view of 36 Old Brandon Street.
Similar to before. What is the blue circle highlighting?
It's indicating an exterior camera that we were able to recover footage from.
And does this clip represent the angle and what that camera was documenting?
Yes, it does.
Okay. So moving on to State's Exhibit 60. Is this that camera angle?
Yes, it is.
And this clip's about 4.5 minutes long. What are some of the areas that we should be focusing on, and can you just help orient where we're looking?
At this point, you're going to have your westerly view down Old Brandon Street. Peter and Ashley talked about the curve right here is no longer blocked by that sign. So we get a full picture of what's going on over here. Again, just a reminder, Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash go with this white car right here. Mr. DeLee, Soldano, and Chandler and his friends come up this way. We're all going to congregate right about here at the three females. There was an interaction with Mr. Nash behind the vehicle. You'll see one with Mr. Mendoza in front of this vehicle. Then Mr. DeLee, Chandler, and Soldano will walk up the sidewalk right here. The females remain here. Nash and Mendoza will start walking the street. We'll park right about here in the middle, I guess. And then you're going to see Timothy Pouliot coming up this way. And then he gets up this way. You're going to see Abby Elliott run after him and kind of push him right as we get off screen right here. And then all the male subjects will be off camera view. The three females will be in this general area leading up to the shooting incident.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. And again, this one won't have audio. It was the last one, correct?
This will be just video, yes.
Okay.
there's quite a few videos that we're going to see because they had all the different video surveillance from different directions and people with their cell phones, which is what caught the actual main part of it. I'm sure they have that phone video. Everybody on the internet has that phone video. And they talk about it in one of the pretrial hearings too, so I'm pretty sure. He's got his gun in his hand right there. Is that what he's got? Ugh, why are they still following him? It's hard to see this part because it's like if y'all just walk away, everybody go their separate ways. And here comes Timmy. Oh, Abby, like she just tried to tackle him. You just want so bad to just interject and tell them, just go home, go the other way. See, the thing is, and this is where the jury's going to have to differentiate what is, like, it's obvious, you know, nobody.
All right, so let's move on to State's Exhibit 61. Same camera angle, correct?
Yes.
This has just been zoomed in and shortened a minute and a half or so.
Yeah, this is the zoomed in version.
Okay. So that white car on the right-hand side, based on your previous testimony, that's the car we're going to see Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash get into. And
Yes.
then the interaction that you were describing is going to happen to the left side of the screen. You're the white car on the
Yeah,
left
the other
side.
white car, yes.
Yeah.
See, the thing that they're going to have to
This is
differentiate.
61, if I didn't say it.
Timmy did a lot of things wrong, but that doesn't mean Timmy deserved to die. So the jury isn't going to look at this and say, well, he shouldn't have gone after him, and he shouldn't have, come back, and he shouldn't have run his mouth, and he shouldn't have said he could, fight him and
Who's in that tan sweatshirt
Take
on the
him out.
left-hand side on the sidewalk right there?
That's Gage Chandler.
none of that stuff is going to matter.
And who do we see coming up on the left?
That's Matthew Saldano, and then Mr. DeLee with his arms out right now.
What they're going to have to decide is, did John feel like his life was threatened in that moment? Timmy did a ton of things wrong, 100%. And it all could have been avoided if any of the parties involved would have, either of the groups would have done things differently. But what the jury's going to have to decide is, did he fear for his life in that moment? So you can see John punch the friend right there, the friend that came up to him, was talking to him. But see, even that, like, that didn't look like the gun. That looked like the pepper spray. Or was that the gun? It's hard to see in this. And I don't have my glasses. They're at home. Was it the gun or the pepper spray that fell? Maybe y'all can see better than me. Law and Crime is the pool video I'm using, and their logo's covering it. Mine's just over there.
The next exhibit, states Exhibit 62, was a combination of 36 Old Granite Street and 54 Old Granite Street, right?
Yes.
Synced up.
Even if I don't have mine on there, Law and Crime's still
Yes.
there.
Okay. Is it perfectly synced up?
Unfortunately.
Might be off by a second or two.
Okay.
But it's going to give you the perspective, east and west, to come together.
Okay. What's happening at this point?
Mr. Nash is walking over to Mr. DeLee.
Who's that walking up on the left in the black and white screen?
It's Timothy, the one he's found now.
Hear how fast those are, like back to back?
All right. Now I want to move the other direction. I want to go down from the goat. All right, so down to 64 Old Brandon Street. This is State's Exhibit 63. And we're going to do a similar thing. Do you recognize this photograph? You already identified it as State's 57. Can you recognize where that yellow circle is highlighting?
Yes, that's from an exterior camera that we recovered footage from.
Okay, and is that from 64 Old Granite Street?
Yes, it's a red. You can see 64 fixed just above that white rectangular sign there.
And then similarly, is the clip that you can see right there, that still image, is that what is depicted in the video?
Yes, that's accurate.
And is this that video?
Yes, it is.
This is State 63. The video itself is about 3.5 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And I'm just gonna play about 2 minutes of that. All right, the first 2 minutes or so.
Okay, I want to pause for just a second. Okay, as we're watching these, I want, and yes, I'll give a play-by-play as soon as we can. While we're watching this, keep in mind, from a jury, remember I said at the beginning of this, when we went into Travis Rudolph's trial, trying to decide if it was self-defense or not, remember I said this yesterday or whatever day we started this, going into it, all you hear is the stuff from the prosecution, and you hear we heard, oh, they fired, he fired this many shots, and they were driving away and whatever. And I was like, oh, that many shots and he was driving away, that sounds pretty bad. And I said, that's how we went into it. And then look at how that one turned out. So I wanted us to all go into this with an open mind, because hearing, that there were 9 shots fired, and 8 hit him, and 5 of them were from, hit the backside or whatever. And then seeing the video, the size difference and stuff, seeing all of that, I said, it's, going into this one, it's the same thing. I could see where this one would be hard to have an open mind on it. But keep in mind, like, look how many things are coming out. So I just want everybody to go into this looking an open mind on both sides, because he is innocent until proven guilty. But let's all try to look at it analytically from both sides, because the way that this is all playing out, and I know Abby is like everybody's saying Abby's instigating stuff too, and like, yeah, but also there's been people who've talked crap to me, and I went and told my dude, and we laughed about it. Like, I would never have said that if I thought that it was going to cause this big thing, you know, like you can't really control how somebody's going to react. I'm curious to see anybody else who testifies to see if John had any kind of history of being aggressive or whatever, but you know, because that would play a part in it too. If Abby knows that he's like, you know, always wanting to fight somebody, you know, then I could see that being more of an instigation thing. I just want everybody to not put any judgment on anybody specifically yet. Let's all keep open minds about everything, because and not blame any one person, because everybody in the situation did something wrong in this. So I don't want to shame any one person more than the other. That came out wrong. I don't want to shame all of the, you know what I mean. But I know that with them showing different parts of this, it's getting kind of confusing. But I kind of went over the stuff at the bar. I guess Timmy had been talking crap about how he's, you know, a fighter, he can punch, you know, whatever, he's going to take him out. They got into it a little bit, you know, but there was no fighting between him and Timmy in the bar. There was no fighting between those two in the bar, just like some arguing and stuff. When John went back down the ramp, it was his friend who came over and it looked like a sucker punch. He had to have at least hit him a little bit, because it was enough for him to know he got hit, but it didn't look like it. I mean, he didn't even budge. So that's what happened inside. Once they go out, then John and his group go to the right. Timmy comes out later, goes to the left, but the other people from Timmy's group were following him, and one of them walks up to John. That's what we were just seeing. I know it's hard to see on here, and if I could move everything up, I would, but I can't. But one of Timmy's friends is the one who walked up to John. They're arguing out there on the sidewalk, you know, back and forth. And then John, it seems like he's like, "Are you the one that punched me?" So it sounds like he thinks that the guy that's talking to him is the one that punched him inside. And then John ends up punching that guy. Then one of the other guys walks up, looks like he pulls out the pepper spray, is aiming the pepper spray at him. And then that's when John pulls his gun out. They said in the other testimony that when he pulled his gun out, it dropped. So I'm assuming that's what he picked up right there. It was hard to see on there, but it looks like that's what he picked up, and it was in his hand. They said that's when that one girl was saying that it sounded like that's when it was cocked or whatever, when he made that noise, racked it, cocked, however they worded it, but racked it. And then they went going, and then the group separated, and then we're going to get to more video coming up after this too, where they come back again, and then that's when Timmy punches him, and then John shoots him. But those shots come fast. Saying 9 shots isn't like one, and then think about it again, and then whatever. Those come like back to back to back to back. So I just want to keep an open mind on all of this as we're watching it, like the jury would.
Actually, I think we have an idea, but can you just stand back up and just orient us to where we're looking, where everything is?
So we're gonna be looking easterly again. This is that white vehicle, and there's a Nasser in. The goat's gonna be up here. It's very hard to see, but there's a brick right there. That's the entry exit way. And in this video, you're going to see Mr. Pouliot come down this way, walking westerly down on Brandi Street on the sidewalk.
All right. Thank you, Detective. All right, Steve.
Think about it like this, because I know that we are so victim oriented on this channel, so we're always like, you know, we look at, it's instinct to look at the decedent as the victim, but think about it like this as we're watching this too. Imagine that's your kid who just got like sucker punched at a bar, and then like they're all of them involved were making stupid choices, and think about it like that too. Like try to think about it from multiple perspectives.
And no audio for this one?
No.
The way a jury would have to, you know, like take the emotions out of it. Yeah, Timmy's the blonde.
All right. Now let's move across the street to State's Exhibit 64. That green angle, I think you testified earlier, it was from the parking garage?
Yes.
Okay. Is this still depicting what we're going to see in the video?
Yes, it is.
And just describe for us, in general, what to expect on this. This clip's about 4 minutes long, correct?
Yes.
And can you just stand up, walk us through what we're seeing and what we can expect to see and where we should focus our attention?
I love that y'all are all debating your ideas so respectfully. That means a lot
Based
to
on
me.
previous video, that's the white car, and there was a Nash. The interaction's gonna be behind this white car, in front of the white car. You can see the parties separate. Mr. DeLee and his associates walk this way, all the way up the sidewalk into Hampshire Lane area right here. There's a tree here and on the side of so you can kind of lose sight a little bit. Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash come this way, up through here. You'll eventually see Mr. Nash head over this way, kind of behind the truck, right in the corner. There'll be some other people there. You'll see Mr. Mendoza briefly cross in front of his headlights. He is right here. And you'll see Mr. Pouliot coming up this way in the street. And then Mr. Mendoza, Mr. Nash, Pouliot are all gonna congregate right here. You'll see Mr. Lee, Mr. Sedano also up here. And it's gonna capture the shooting. You'll be able to see muzzle flashes right above here.
Thank you, Detective. And again, it's about 4 minutes long, and this is State 64.
This one's harder to see because it's so far away. I can't see anything on that one.
So for this last 2 minutes, I'm going to zoom in, okay? And detective, you want to step up and can you just point out who we're seeing? And I can actually back up, that way you can fill us in on where we're. Who's walking in front of Soho right now?
I can see Gage Chandler, John DeLee, Matthew Soldano. 1, 2, 3.
He's right there.
Trent Dash and Michael Mendoza. Timothy Pouliot right there.
Here, someone asked for a.
What area should we be looking for the gunshots?
Right there.
I got a more recent picture I'll show you.
Who's walking right there?
It's John DeLee walking back down Hampshire Lane.
Thank you, detective.
See, all of this, we're still in the build-up. We haven't even got to the part where determining if he's
So
in
going back
fear
to
of
our
his life
diagram,
yet.
now we're up to Soho. Correct, you already explained the angles of this.
Yes.
In relation to those two angles,
Somebody asked
we
for
saw
a
those
picture.
gunshots on that parking
This is
garage
him.
footage. Was the actual shooting captured on either of these angles?
This
that
is
we're about to
Timmy.
see?
There's a very small blind spot. You will see Timothy Pouliot fall into one of the camera angles, and you'll be able to see some bullet hitting the street, causing defects, a little sparking, if you will.
Okay. All right, and is this a split screen? This is State's Exhibit 65, my apologies. Is this a split screen of both Cam 3 and Cam 4?
Yes, right now you're looking at Cam 3, which covers Old Grand Street.
I will do a poll after we finish seeing the rest of the video.
So who do we have walking up here?
so we can see the whole thing.
Go back or?
Yeah, go back up. Absolutely.
All right. John DeLee, at Sedano, PhD on there. Mendoza, Fred Nash.
Horrible video placement.
Right here, whereabout is Trent Nash and Mendoza?
Mike Mendoza is right there, and Trent Nash is right there.
So where should we be looking now?
You see Timmy Flaw right here.
Right, Detective. You can stay right there, please. So you had mentioned you could see bullets hitting the pavement, correct?
Yes.
Before we go to that, the timestamp on the video that we can see in the upper right-hand corner of the videos says 1 a.m., 48 minutes, and 38 seconds. Is that accurate?
No, it's about an hour and 3 minutes or so.
Fast, okay. And are some of those other video clips that have timestamps, are those off a little bit?
A few seconds here and there, but they're generally all marked.
Okay. And now at this point, I'll come forward. Who is this?
John DeLee.
Okay, and we can see him reaching for something.
Yes.
So that's John.
At this point, where is Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash?
Mr. Mendoza is right there. It's very hard to see. And Mr. Nash is behind that truck in the back corner, this area.
And correct me if I'm wrong, this is the Bank of America parking lot?
Yeah, sorry, it is. Yeah.
That's not the alleyway?
No.
Okay. How about Mr. Pouliot?
He's down the sidewalk. Down here, you can't see it right now, but eventually he'll come into view and he'll come up the street this way.
Just 1 second. I'll be back up there. 1 step back.
We'll do a poll after they finish videos.
Put it on the same thing that we just did up there back here for the benefit of
May I just stand over?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So same question. Okay. You testified this is the defendant, correct?
Yes, Mr. DeLee.
Okay. And where were Mr. Mendoza and Mr. Nash at this point?
It's hard to see, but that actually is Mr. Mendoza right there on the sidewalk. Mr. Nash, based on the video you're seeing, you know, on the side of that pickup truck over there.
I'm just going to ask you the same questions. So this area here, I pointed up there, that's the Bank of America parking lot.
Yes, Bank of America parking lot across from the Soho.
This isn't the alleyway.
No, sir.
Okay. And then in this picture, approximately where is Timothy Pouliot?
Somewhere down here on the sidewalk, walking in this direction. Video progresses, you'll see him come out here, come on the street right there.
Now, Detective, before I hit play on this, can you just tell us where we're looking on this? This is the same footage, correct?
Yes.
Just zoomed in?
Yep.
Okay. Where are we looking at in this camera angle?
This is from camera 3 zoomed in. You're going to be looking at Old Grand Street again. This is the view. It's going to catch Mr. Pouliot falling backwards right about here. You'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, either an impact on the pavement or sometimes you'll see an actual spark for the projectile hitting the pavement and skipping off.
Okay. I'm going to back it up and then do it again because I think it's starting to play. So we should be looking right to left as far as the circles go.
Yeah, it's going to work this way.
Okay. Thank you. And I know that happened quick. I'll play it one more time just to make sure for the people that it's their first time seeing it. And now, Detective, I'm going to have you sit down for 1 second. I'm going to try to unplug this with the numbers. So the footage we just watched was a compilation or a side-by-side of camera 3 and camera 4, correct?
Yes.
Okay. For the exhibit, they'll have the jurors will have the compilation, but they'll also have the individual videos?
Yes, there's, yeah.
Full-size videos?
Yep.
Okay. Just gonna pull that up. So same exhibit for purposes of the record. This is about 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Just hit play. So this is the alleyway, is that correct?
Yes, that's Hampshire Lane.
We talked about this a little bit earlier with the VLC player and controls on that.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Harley girl. Stephen, I would have a hard time being in there too, if I was family. So he's got the gun in his hand at this point. You could see it in his hand. Keep in mind too, this could be one of those situations where he would be charged with like manslaughter instead of second-degree murder too.
Jeez. Just let me know when is a good time to take the afternoon break. We've gone a little more than an hour here.
Probably have about 7 minutes.
Okay.
But we could take 1 hour. I can just get through these last ones.
Let's try to
Sure.
close up.
So this is State 66. This is the Kanoko station footage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would describe this as kind of poor quality?
Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna do 1.25 because
Is this what that footage looked like?
we're like 5 minutes
Yes.
behind.
Okay. I'm gonna play. It's about 3.5 minutes long. I'm gonna play about the first 2.5 to 3 minutes, and then we'll stop. Okay. And I hate to pause, but the audio that we're hearing, is that related to the actual camera?
No, I think it was inadvertent when detectives were downloading it or getting it from the store clerk. It's inside audio from to download the video. It does not capture anything outside.
Okay. I'm gonna remove the audio just so it doesn't distract. And who's walking down the alley to the left?
That's John DeLee right there.
These people walking related or unrelated to the event?
Nope, unrelated.
Yeah. So on to there, the other Soho camera angle that's a little bit more clear, that picks up the next part of that, correct?
Yeah, it's almost like I guess, mirror image to describe it. One's facing toward down, Hidalgo, one's facing towards Soho.
Okay. States Exhibit 67, where was this collected from?
This was the bystander cell phone video of the actual shooting.
Okay. Is there audio with this?
Yeah, it's just like a cell phone video. There will be audio and video of it.
I'm going to play a little bit of it, then I'm going to pause, ask you to identify who we're seeing, and then I'll back it up and play it through.
Okay.
This is fairly short video.
Yes, I believe it's only like 12, 13 seconds-ish.
Maybe let's let it play instead of messing with the tech, and then we'll play it through. So if you can stand up and just come over and tell us who we're looking at while we're watching the video before I hit play, if you can identify who you can see right there.
Right now you can see Gage Chan on the sidewalk, John DeLee. Actually made it worse. This close up, sorry. Matthew Saldano and Timothy Pouliot.
Okay.
These guys are all talking. Can you go fuck that pig? Get that here, that pig.
I just want to back it up. I'm going to try to pause it. So from this
is the part
angle,
where you can...
who are we looking at in this still?
Timothy Pouliot, John DeLee, Michael Mendoza, Matthew Saldano, Trent Nash.
Okay. And where you had pointed out Mr. Chandler earlier, did you just point him out or did I miss it?
No, he's off screen now. The original angle, he was over here.
Okay.
And then the street house kind of obstructing right here, but now these guys are more on screen, but Gage Chandler's going to be off.
All right. Now, there's a lot going on in a short period of time. So let's start with Trent Nash and Mr. Mendoza. What do we see them do in the video?
They're going to turn and run this way.
Okay. And Mr. Saldana, what does he do?
He's going to kind of put his hand on his head and start walking back towards Hampshire Lane.
Okay. All right. So play it one more time.
These guys are all talking. Can you go fuck that pig? Get that here, that pig.
It all happens so fast.
Thank you, Detective Lovejoy. If you can have your seat, I have no further questions, Your Honor. That's all right.
Let's just take a short afternoon recess and then we'll.
All right, skip ahead to live. We were behind a couple minutes and now they're taking a little break, so we'll get caught back up. All right, so that's it's crazy. It's really sad. Because look, like I said, everybody involved in this whole night did, you know, things that I'm sure they regret and made crappy decisions. Obviously, are you going to make those crappy decisions if you know they're going to end like that? No. And it's tragic that it ended like this. So let's do a poll now that you've seen video from the starting point to the end of it. So you're the jury, like we're going to do the poll, like you're the jury and you're going back for deliberation. So I'm not going to do a hung jury because, or not sure, because this is if you were a juror having to vote right now. Juror vote as of right now without anything else. What I would like to know is if he has any kind of aggressive fighter jets must be out. It is so loud outside. Well, I'm not going to do that yet. I was going to add manslaughter, but we're just going to do, right now we're just going to do the charge as it stands, not lesser charges. All right. So, juror vote as of right now without any more evidence so far, guilty of second-degree murder or not guilty. I think that this might end up being one of those situations where if they jury instructions are going to be really important to see what they say about the, if they do like a lesser option for manslaughter. Is Dean still in here? Some of the jurors looked upset at the video of the shooting. I can imagine. Jury is 30 to 45-ish mostly, watching videos very intensely. See, okay, look at it like this. This is what when the jury goes back there to deliberate too. Okay, so Buffybot says, I don't think that a sucker punch calls for being shot though. And then Karen Ann punched twice and pepper sprayed, so it was self-defense. So this is one of those situations where I can understand parts of both sides. This is going to be a hard one. Because I'm trying to think about where his mind would have been, because that's the most important part about deciding guilt on this, is if he felt, you know, in fear of his life.
Good morning, it's Detective, right?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Detective. Since for whatever reason that's, oh, it is noticeable. Or not. Could I ask you to step over to the screen for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
We'll do a poll on that in a minute too.
And, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 67, and if you could look one more time, could you identify us where Trenton Nash is? All right, wearing a white T-shirt, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he's wearing a white T-shirt from the beginning of this video, correct?
Yes, at some point outside he takes his jacket off just for this interaction.
And so, this is, I've got it at 1:22 on State's Exhibit 65. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Is that Trenton Nash crossing the street? In the middle of Old Granite Street?
Right here?
Yes.
Yeah, the white sleeve is on, yes.
All right, and what's he wearing there?
He did his jacket on.
Okay. And he crosses the street and walks basically off-screen into the middle, into the gap between the two camera angles, correct?
Yeah, he is up in that blind spot between 3 and 4.
Okay. And I'm just going to play till that part of it. All right, and he's off-screen now, right?
Yes.
We never see him again with his coat on, correct?
I don't believe so, no.
And we don't actually see him take the coat off.
No.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further?
Nothing further on.
All right, you could step down. You're all set.
You're the state calls Iowa Baramovich.
This is a close poll.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will be giving will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Listen.
Good afternoon.
Could you, before you get, so you have water up there with you, which is fine. And there's a microphone that's right in front of you. That's kind of gray. So if I can't hear you, I'll ask you to speak up, but just so you know that that's there too, okay?
Thank you.
Could you state your name and would you spell your first and last name for the record for us?
It's Ayla Baramovich. It's AJLABAJRAMO, V as in Victor, IC.
Sounds like you've done that before. Where are you from?
Manchester.
Manchester. How long have you lived here about?
Over 20 years.
Is that about how old you are?
Yep.
So you were living in Manchester in January of this year, is that right? Where were you working at that time?
I was at the GOAT.
You were at the GOAT? And what was your position there? What did you do there?
I was just hosting.
Hosting? About how long had you been working there?
About like 4 months.
Are you still working there now? No. What was the last time that you'd been to the GOAT?
The Monday after the shooting.
So I want to take you back to that time, so January 27th, that night, into the early morning of January 28th.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe for us what your plans were on that evening?
I had gotten dinner with one of my friends, and then we had gone to the GOAT to go see our friend Sarah.
So who was the friend that you went to the GOAT with?
Kayla.
And what's Kayla's last name?
Norton.
And you were going to meet a friend named Sarah?
Yeah.
Was there anybody else with you?
Nope, just me and Kayla.
So do you have an idea about when you guys arrived at the GOAT?
Say around 11:30.
Did you know Timothy Pouliot that night, or before that night, I should say?
I'd just seen him there from working there, but I've never had an interaction with him.
Was anybody that you were with a friend of Timmy's?
Sarah was.
So going back to that evening, I'm going to move you forward now. You said you were at the bar. So about around 12:30 a.m., so towards the end of the evening. What happened in the bar around that time?
Sarah, I was bringing her home, and she was closing her tab, and she was taking her time, so I had gone up to her, and I was like, come on, Sarah, and she was talking to Timmy. So then we all just kind of started talking, and then John had come up behind me, and I'm tall, so somebody was overtowering me, and I was uncomfortable, and he had started talking to Timmy, telling him to go outside, and that he was going to meet him outside, and Timmy was saying no. So I had worked there, so not at the time, I wasn't working at the time, but I had gone over to grab a bouncer, but at that time, Brian had already walked over.
So I'm going to stop you and walk you back through that just a little more slowly so we know everybody we're talking about. So you're first at the bar because Sarah's closing out her tab?
Yeah.
Okay. And Timmy's there with you guys?
Yep, Timmy was talking to Sarah at the time.
All right. And what are you just kind of standing waiting for them?
Yeah, I was telling her that I was like, we were all ready to go, and then her and Timmy were taking Snapshots, so we just kind of were Snapchatting off her phone, and that was about it.
Who was supposed to be leaving with you that night?
We were taking Sarah with us, Kayla Norton was with me, and Cole Capano.
Cole Capano? Okay, so that was another friend.
Yeah.
And you said that John came over. Did you know, who is this?
The defendant.
The defendant? Okay. Do you see him in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you just describe him by something he's wearing or where he's?
Yep, he's wearing a suit jacket and a black tie.
May the record just reflect that this identified the defendant. Had you met John before that night?
No.
So can you describe for me again what was making you uncomfortable in that moment?
Just having somebody overtower me, and you could tell that he was like standing above me and behind me, and I was just uncomfortable because somebody was like above me.
And were you standing right next to Timmy when this was happening?
I was standing right behind Sarah, and Timmy was to her left.
And then can you describe for me again what you were hearing for a conversation?
John had walked over and was telling Timmy that he was going to meet him outside, and then he was telling him to go outside, and Timmy was saying no.
And did this just happen once, or was this said more than one time?
It was like 2 or 3 times.
Other than physically, the fact that he was taller than you, what was the defendant's demeanor like? Like, what was he?
It was like forceful, like kind of yelling at somebody to go outside, to meet them outside, like starting a fight. So that's where I went over to grab a bouncer because it was like starting to spur up a little.
Okay. And so you walked away from the bar at that point to get a bouncer?
Yep.
Were you able to get somebody before things started to happen?
As I was talking to the bouncer, pointing out where it was happening, Brian had already walked over.
And do you know what Brian's last name is?
Brian Delaney, I think.
Okay.
He's a bouncer at the GOAT.
Okay. So he had walked over and intervened before you came back?
Yep.
What was, you've described, so you said you're 5'9"?
Yep.
Okay. And that felt tall to you to have the defend over you?
Mhm.
How tall was Timmy compared to you?
He was shorter, so like 5'1" maybe.
What happened at that point? Once Brian Delaney got involved and broke things up, what did you see happening at that point?
I saw John going back down to the dance floor. Timmy was still up at the bar from what I could see with Sarah. And then Sarah had walked over to us. And we were about to leave until there was a fight down on the dance floor.
Okay. And was that something that you were a part of at all? No. Did you...
No.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, we just have a record, so I have to remind you to keep your voice up so we can hear it. Did you leave after that fight had been broken up?
We couldn't leave because the cop was standing at the railing and telling everybody just to clear the way, so we kind of just stood to the side.
And then where did you go after you were allowed to leave?
We started to leave the GOAT.
And then where did you go when you left the GOAT?
To my car that was parked outside of the lot outside of the GOAT.
So you were the one that was the driver that night?
Yep.
And again, who was leaving with you? Who was in your car?
Kayla Norton, Sarah Butterworth, and Cole Capano.
And where were they in the vehicle?
Kayla Norton was in my the passenger seat. I was in the driver's seat. Cole Capano was behind me, and Sarah was to the right side.
So when you got out of, or when you got into your car, I should say, where did you go? Can you describe for us where you drove to?
So there's like 3 exits or entrances to that parking lot in front of the GOAT. I'd gone out in that middle exit where it's kind of that alley in between Soho and the GOAT, and I went to take that left right there.
And you turned actually onto Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you either what's been marked for identification only as States Exhibit number 74. Do you know what you're looking at in that picture?
Yeah.
Okay. And what does this look like to you?
The side where the GOAT and Soho are.
Okay, kind of an overhead view
Yeah,
of
the
it?
overhead.
Can you mark for me where your car was parked and then just kind of show an arrow where you drove once you left that parking spot?
$5'7" is not, y'all.
And is that
Conor
about how
McGregor's
far you got
5'9".
with your car?
Yep, I had to pull over right there.
Kind of where that tree is?
Yep.
Do you mind just putting your name and today's date underneath that?
Oh, that's why. I've been hearing this a lot lately, and I didn't know why.
Thank you. I just have to straighten the ID of this one here. Okay. State 74.
Okay, the ID may be stricken.
And ask the permission to the jury.
You may.
While people are just looking at the path that you described, what was your car like? What were you driving?
It was a silver Volkswagen.
A silver Volkswagen? Okay. And do you know what model it is? Or what
Passat.
Passat? Okay.
So just to describe again what you've illustrated on here, so you pulled out of that parking lot, that's the Bank of America parking lot?
Mm-hmm.
And after, actually kind of drove down it, and then once you came out that exit that's kind of close to Soho,
Mhm.
you were taking a left onto Old Granite Street? Okay. So were you headed toward this new center at that end of Old Granite Street?
Yeah.
So once you did that and made that turn, what happened?
So I did hear some like pounding on top of my car when I was about to exit and take that left, but I thought it was just Cole like hitting his hand because I was like he might have rolled down the window, thinking his hand was hitting the top of my car. But as I took that turn, Kayla in my passenger seat grabbed me saying, "Isla, he has a gun, he has a gun." So I'd pulled over right there.
So the first thing that caught your attention was, can you describe what was happening with the roof?
You could tell that there was like something like, not like bouncing off of it, but you could feel, now that I know, it's like the gun, like reflection or the.
Was this something you'd ever experienced before?
No.
Overruled. I mean, she can explain what happened.
So, as you made the turn onto Old Granite Street that Kayla made the statement to you? Okay. And you pulled the car over. So if you're here, did you pull over to your right-hand side?
Yeah.
And so at this point, you're kind of parked right in front of Soho?
Yeah, just like towards the right a little near that tree on the image.
What, you heard Kayla say that. What did you actually see as you came around the corner with your car? What were you seeing yourself?
I saw John standing there with the gun and Timmy on the ground.
Did you see anything happening? Did you see that defendant firing the gun at all?
Around 2 or 3 more shots.
And was that after Timmy was on the ground?
Yep.
What did you see happen at that time?
After the shots stopped, I saw John, I think, walk away, but I don't really remember. But I do remember he did either walk or run away.
Where was your attention focused at that point?
There was a lot of commotion, so a lot of the goat bouncers and the cop from the goat were running. So I saw them like in my rear or in my mirror. And then Kayla was on the phone with 911.
Did you stay in the car?
We did until the officers asked us to leave my car.
And where were you asked to go at that time?
In between that alley where the goat and Soho are, they had it taped off, so we had to stand there.
Where was Sarah with you?
Sarah was not.
Okay, do you know where Sarah went?
Sarah had run up to Timmy.
And what was she doing at that time?
I don't remember.
If I may just have a moment, Your Honor. I don't have any more questions for you, Isla, at this time, but the defense attorney may have a few questions for you.
Thank you.
Yes, please, yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just so that that we're clear, you were parked in the Bank of America parking lot, correct?
Correct.
And there's a little like parking shack or payment house right there,
Yep.
correct? It's fair to say that's where you were parked.
Yep, I parked right in front of that.
So after leaving the goat, you and your friends get into that car, drive through the parking lot, and the exit to that parking lot immediately adjacent to the alleyway between the makerspace and the Soho.
Yep.
Okay. And it's your intention at that point to take a left-hand turn.
Yes.
Okay. So as you pull out onto Old Granite Street, you're taking a left-hand turn. You hear a banging noise, per your testimony, correct?
Correct.
Are you looking up the street to your left where you're turning, or are you looking straight ahead?
Straight ahead.
Okay. So you're basically looking at the Soho, correct?
In between that, like that alleyway, yeah.
Okay. And you're not looking in the direction that you're turning?
Correct.
Okay. And you hear this banging noise, correct?
Correct.
Do you look to your left when you hear the noise?
Correct. I looked to see if Cole's window was open.
Okay, and where's Cole sitting in relation to you?
Behind me on the driver's side.
So you look to your left, and at this point you don't see anything, correct? You're just
Correct.
looking for Cole. And somebody else in the car alerts you that there's a person with a gun up the street?
Correct.
And at this point you see that Timothy is already on the ground?
Correct.
Okay. And the banging has stopped, right?
Not off my car, yeah, but not on the street.
So at this point, you pull the car forward and you eventually stop your car, correct?
Correct.
Are you in front of the Soho, or have you pulled into that alleyway?
I'm in front of Soho, but closer to that alley.
And you stay in the car?
Correct.
Okay. A police officer ultimately orders you out?
Yep, once they arrived.
Okay, and you notified the police officer immediately what your observations were?
Yep.
Did they check your car for damage?
Correct.
They found no damage?
Correct.
Just to be thorough, have you reviewed any videos of this incident prior to today?
No.
Have you seen any videos of this incident prior to today?
I mean, after in January, yeah.
Okay, so you watched videos of the incident in the news media or something along those lines?
Correct.
Those videos inside or outside the goat?
Outside.
Are those videos outside of the Soho?
Yep.
No further questions for this witness, Judge.
Okay, you can step down.
Thank you.
I'm reading some of y'all's debates on all of this. My mind is still open on everything because there are so many factors on each. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't have enough to convict for second-degree murder because I still have questions, but obviously testimony is not over either. This might be one of those things, though, I think, where it is possibly more likely that he, just based on what we've seen so far and based on the results of the poll, this might be one of those things where they end up convicting at a lesser charge. Like convicting for manslaughter, but not second-degree murder. There's so many factors in this. That's why, like, it's not clear cut. I think there are so many hard parts to watching those videos too, because there's so many points where you could say, okay, this was a bad decision on your part or your part or your part. And if any of those bad decisions hadn't been made, things could have been so different. But it was like this big crap storm that led to something so tragic and unnecessary. And I still want to know about blood alcohol content. Think about it like this. In order for him to fear, okay, so let's say, not even focus on the lesser charges, just the...
All right, does the state have any further witnesses?
Just the second
Your Honor,
degree.
this time the state of New Hampshire rests.
Okay. And do you intend to call any witnesses?
Matthew Saldana.
Thank you.
The state rests. So we don't get no blood alcohol content? Did they say that and I missed it? So many questions, and they're resting? I'm shocked.
When you're seated, you can just raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good afternoon. Could you state your name and age for the record?
Matthew Soldano, 23 years old.
Matthew, where do you live?
Salem, New Hampshire.
And what do you do for work?
I work in finance at a hospital.
So, Matthew, I want to bring you back to January 27th of 2023. Could you just give me a brief description of that day, the beginning of that day?
Yeah, so I was at work, and after I got out of work, I met up with my friend John. He was at a funeral all day for one of our other friends. His dad passed away. So he came over, we got in my car, and we went to Old School. It's a bar in town, and we had a drink. And then we went back to my house, got his car, and headed to the GOAT.
How do you know John?
I've known him for years through school, and we played football together.
Okay, how many years approximately?
Around 8.
Now, you just told us that you went to the GOAT, just so that we set the stage. What's the GOAT?
The GOAT is a bar in Manchester.
Okay, and have you ever been to the GOAT before?
I have a few times, yes.
And do you know why John wanted to go to the GOAT?
Yeah, we were supposed to meet up with Abby and her friends. His girlfriend.
Okay. So you get to the GOAT. Tell me what happens when you arrive at the GOAT.
So we had to wait in line for a good amount of time, and then once we got in, we went to the bar. I grabbed a couple of drinks, and then we made our way down to the dance floor, and Gage and John saw a couple of their friends, so we stood there for a little bit.
Who's Gage?
Gage is another friend of ours who was there with us.
And you said that there were other people there that John or Gage knew. Did you know who those people were?
I do not know.
Okay. Did they know who you were?
No.
Okay. So about what time is it that you're at the GOAT at this point?
We arrived at the GOAT around 10:30, I believe. So we probably got inside around 11:15.
Okay. With the exception of the folks that you've already mentioned, did you run into anybody else you knew?
Not that I knew, no, but we did run into other people that I ended up talking to.
Okay. What about Abby? Did you eventually run into Abby?
Yes, we did, yep.
Okay, could you tell me a little bit about how Abby came into the picture at the GOAT?
So I'm not sure when she got there. I just remembered John had walked over to her, so I followed behind, and then we were talking to him.
Okay, do you recall anything strange or odd about, well, strike that. Was there anybody with Abby?
Yes, her two friends.
Okay. And do you know what their names were?
Olivia and Nicole.
Was there anybody else there when you walked over?
No.
Okay. What was the overall demeanor of everybody? Was people having a good time?
Yeah,
were they stressed?
From what I remember, everyone seemed to be having a good time.
Were you having a good time?
I was, indeed.
All right. So you're at the GOAT. You've met up with Abby and Abby's friends, and John is there. Anything of note happen after that?
No, not that I remember.
Okay. Do you recall, you said you got a couple of drinks. Do you recall how many drinks you had that evening?
Ooh, I can't give an exact amount, probably around 4 or 5, I would say.
Okay, do you know how many John had?
I do not know.
Okay. Were you with John the whole time?
Nah, not the whole time. I mean, I wasn't glued to him or anything, but here and there I'd check in with him.
Okay. Did you check in with him fairly regularly?
I wouldn't say regularly, no.
Okay. How long would you say you total time spent at the GOAT that evening?
Probably 2-3 hours maybe.
Okay. Did you have to leave at some point?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Could you talk to me a little bit about the circumstances of what required you to leave that evening?
So John had been punched in the face, and the bouncers were kicking him out. He was my ride home, so I followed him out.
Did you see him get punched in the face?
I did.
Do you recall what the person who punched him in the face looked like?
I do not know. I did not see his face.
Okay. Do you recall any item of clothing he might have been wearing?
I do not know.
Okay. You just recall that somebody punched him in the face?
I saw a hand hit him in the face.
When John was punched in the face, how did John react to that?
I mean, he fell over to begin with, and then he got up and he was kind of shook. But he got punched in the face, so he was a little angry.
Okay. Do you recall if John was injured at all?
Yeah, he had a cut underneath his eye.
Okay. And could you describe the situation that you viewed? Was this a scrum? Was it a punch and then everybody got broken up? Describe it for us.
So it was. I saw the punch, and then I saw a bunch of bouncers come over, and it looked like it was broken up pretty quickly.
Okay. What happened next?
He was escorted outside. I was following behind, and then we started walking away.
Did he seem upset or aggravated?
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, he just got punched in the face.
Do you recall if he said anything on his way out the door?
I do not know.
Were you in front of John or behind John?
I was behind him leaving.
Okay. Anybody else leave with you?
Yeah, Gage left with us, and Abby and her friends also left with us.
Okay. So when you go out the front door of the GOAT, can you set the scene for me? What's outside?
Right out the door, nothing. It was just them, and I kind of turned the corner already and started heading towards our car.
Okay. When you say you turned the corner, what direction did you go in?
Right outside of the GOAT, up towards Soho.
And is the Soho, so you turned right, you start going up the street towards the Soho. Why were you going in that direction?
We had parked over there.
Where did you park?
Down an alleyway, and across the street is a market basket, and that's where we were parked.
Okay, so when you got to the GOAT, how did you arrive from that parking lot?
We went through the alleyway up towards the GOAT.
Which alleyway?
The alleyway that is across the street from the market basket, next to Soho.
Okay. Let me ask you a little bit about what the weather was like outside. Was it warm, cold?
It was cold.
Anything else? Was there snow on the ground, ice, anything like that?
I don't remember, but I don't believe so.
Do you remember it was cold?
Yeah.
Did you have a sweater or a sweatshirt or anything
I
like
did.
that
I had
on?
a sweater and a knit hat on.
Okay. When you step outside and you're in front of the GOAT, did you keep walking or did you stop?
I kept walking.
Okay. Anybody else stop?
And once someone had said something, and that's when I heard him and DeLee going back and forth.
Who and DeLee?
There was a guy outside smoking a cigarette.
Okay.
And he said something to me when I walked by, but I didn't really understand what he said, so I kind of just kept going.
Do you remember how this person was dressed?
Not exactly, no, but I just remember he had a long sleeve on and some pants.
Okay. Was he doing anything other than talking to you and DeLee?
He was smoking a cigarette.
Okay. Do you remember how far away from you he was or far away from DeLee?
He was on like the edge of the sidewalk, and we were like in the middle of the sidewalk.
Okay. Did you stop to talk to him? Did you try to keep walking?
I tried to keep walking. DeLee and him ended up going back and forth a little bit.
When you say they were going back and forth, what do you mean?
I just heard them talking. They were talking to one another.
All right. Were you watching this interaction?
Yeah. After I heard them start talking, I turned around.
Okay. So you're standing there. Where is John DeLee based upon your perspective?
He's right in front of me, so I'm looking at his back.
Okay. And where's this other individual?
In front of DeLee.
Okay. Could you see the other individual
Not
on
really.
your side? Okay.
Not really, no.
And you don't quite remember what they were saying. Do you remember, were they talking, yelling?
It wasn't yelling, but it was, their voices were raised.
Okay. And do you recall what anybody said?
I do not know.
Did it seem like John recognized this person?
Not really, no.
Okay. But they were arguing back and forth. Was there anybody else there?
Yeah, so Gage, Abby, and her friends were there with us as well.
Were they doing anything at this point?
Abby was in between DeLee and the other kid.
Okay. And what was Abby doing at this point?
Trying to just keep DeLee away.
Okay. Was she successful?
Somewhat, yes. Not fully.
Okay, not fully. When you say not fully, what do you mean?
She wasn't able to like move him or anything.
Okay.
But she was able to stay in his way.
Okay. So at this point, What's your intention? Do you want to stay there? Do you want to leave?
I want to leave as quickly as possible.
Okay, so what steps do you take to do that?
So I started to move in front of DeLee to give him a little more extra motivation to start moving up towards the thing. We were successful moving him up a little bit, and then another person approached us.
Okay, what did that person look like?
I couldn't tell you what they looked like. They were in pants and a long sleeve as well.
Okay, what drew your attention to this person?
So someone had mentioned that someone had pepper spray.
Okay.
And I looked, and
Do you remember who mentioned that?
I do not remember who it was, no.
Okay, but explain to me what happened.
So someone had said it, I looked over, and I see a kid standing there with a can in his hand, up like this. So that kind of froze me for a quick second.
Okay, when you say up like this, could you just describe for all of us
So,
what that means?
yeah, so the can was in his hand like this, and he had his finger on the top.
Okay, and who is he facing, if anybody?
DeLee.
Okay. Was he squared up? Was he like 90 degrees straight on with him?
Yeah.
Okay. What did John do?
They started going back and forth with each other.
You say they started going back and forth with each other. What do you mean?
They were talking to each other.
You mean they were talking to each other? Were they
was
exchanging pleasantries?
No,
Were they
yeah.
yelling at each other?
It was more of not a pleasant, I wouldn't say yelling, but there was definitely not a pleasant tone.
Okay. What happened next?
So that happened, and then I started being able to get him to move a little bit more.
All right.
But I wasn't really looking at him. I was more facing towards the two kids as he was moving up towards Soho more.
How did you feel about the situation at this point?
I was getting pretty scared. I've never been in a situation like this, so I didn't really know how to handle anything.
Okay.
But I was scared because, pepper spray is nothing light.
Okay. Did you feel like you were in danger?
A little bit, yes.
Okay. So from this point, are you successful in getting John to follow you or go ahead of you up the street?
Yes, I got him to move up the street a little bit, yeah.
What about these two other people? What are they doing?
They had moved back a little bit, so that's how I was more successful at getting John to move up the street. And then once I got him to the alleyway that we were going to walk down to go back to the car, and I heard from behind me, Gage had said that they were following us. So I had told DeLee to stop because I didn't want him to go down the alley with people following us. And then I looked and I saw that they were across the street, but they were starting to come back towards us. And then I heard DeLee and them start going back at it with each other, yelling.
So Matt, let me take you a step back.
Yep.
Where were you when the person with the pepper spray approached you? Do you recall where on the street?
We were on the sidewalk.
Okay. Were you right in front of the goat? Were you in front of another building?
We were in between Soho and the goat.
You said that Abby and her friends were with you at some point. Were they still with you at this point?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Where were they in relation to you?
So I was more towards the street side of the sidewalk, and they were behind me.
Okay. And where's John at this point?
He's also behind me.
Okay. At some point, does John move ahead of you, or does he stay behind you?
He stayed behind me.
Okay. What do you do next? Bring us back to what you were talking about before.
So that's when I turned around and I started yelling at DeLee to get his butt moving up the street. And we were pretty successful. As I said, I got into the alleyway, to the entrance of the alleyway. And that's when Gage had said to us that they were following us. So I told DeLee to stop. I turned, and I saw them from the other side of the street start coming back towards us.
And when you say them, who do you mean?
The two kids that we had seen prior.
At this point, where are you in relation to the Soho?
I'm right in front of the Soho.
Okay, where's Gage?
Gage is back behind me against the wall.
And where's John?
He's in the entrance of the alleyway.
Describe the alleyway to me.
It was a dark alleyway. There was trash cans in there, but it was just like a way for us to get back to the car.
Were there any lights?
Yeah, near Soho, it's pretty lit up.
Okay, but further down?
It's dark.
Okay. Tell me what you were feeling at this moment. Down that dark alleyway.
I was scared because once they told us that they were following us, it was my thing that nothing good ever comes from going down a dark alleyway with people following you.
Okay. So you've already told us that you told DeLee to stop. What happened next?
So he stopped, and then he and the kids across the street that were coming towards us started going back and forth again. I tried to get him to calm down a little bit, but they were just going back and forth at it, and they started going towards each other. And I had
take you a step back for a moment, Matt. What are you doing at this point?
I'm looking at the kids coming towards us.
Okay. Are you saying anything? Are you doing anything at all?
I had my hands up trying to get them to go back over to the other side of the street.
Okay. And were you talking with them, or were you just gesturing?
I was just gesturing.
Okay. Did they heed that?
No.
Okay. What are they doing at this point while you're trying to wave them off?
They're yelling back and forth with John.
Okay. Are they walking towards you, or are they standing there?
They are walking towards us, yeah.
Okay. Where is John at this point?
He's still in the entranceway of the alley.
Do you recall what they were saying?
I do not know.
Okay. And how do you feel at this moment with those people coming towards you?
I was scared. I was definitely very scared.
He doesn't like bigger men.
Tell us what happens next.
So they start going towards each other, and I kind of turned, and I was approached by an individual, and he lifted my shirt and asked me if I had a gun.
Okay, so Matt, I want to ask you, where were you standing when this happens?
I was on the street.
What street?
The one that is in front of the goat.
Do you know the name of that street?
I do not know.
Okay. What direction were you facing?
Towards the other side of the street.
Okay, when you say the other side of the street.
So away from the goat.
Okay. Is there anything over there that you could use as a landmark to tell us where you were and where you were facing?
No, there was just it was a parking lot, there was cars.
Okay. So you're facing towards the parking lot, there are cars. Take us through what happens.
So I was approached, my shirt was lifted, he asked me if I had a gun. I didn't. I had my hands up, I didn't. I said, no, I don't. And then me and him started walking towards DeLee and the two other kids that were pretty much face to face at this point.
Do you have any idea why he would ask you if you have a gun?
No.
Okay. Is John known to carry a gun?
He is, yes.
Did you know if he was carrying a gun that night?
I wasn't 100% sure, but I assumed he had been, yes.
Okay. Was it the first time that he carried a gun?
No.
Had you seen John carrying a gun that evening? At any point up to that point?
Early in the night, before we went to the goat. Before we went to the goat at my house.
Okay, so you knew when he was you were at his house, or he was at your house, that he was armed.
Yes.
So one of these people asks you if you're armed.
Yes.
Did you respond to them verbally, or did they just check you?
They just checked me.
Okay. What do you do next?
I start walking towards DeLee and the other two kids that were face to face.
Okay. And can you describe to me the two people that were face to face with John?
I know they were the two kids that we had seen earlier on the sidewalk.
Okay. What's John doing at that point?
They're yelling back and forth at each other.
Okay, and what do you do at this point?
This was the last time I went up to him, tried to get him to follow me back towards the alley.
Okay. Did you go towards the alley?
I started walking away, yes, with my hands on my head.
What happens next?
Shots were fired.
Okay. Did you see the shots fired?
I did not know.
Did you hear them?
I did.
Okay, and how far away from John were you when you heard those shots?
I would have to say probably 20 feet, maybe. I wasn't on the sidewalk yet, but I was close to it.
Okay. Do you recall how many shots you heard?
I heard about 3 or 4, and then everything kind of went silent for me. I kind of got tunnel vision.
Okay. How are you feeling at this moment?
I was terrified.
All right.
I didn't know what just happened.
Do you see John after this?
I do not know.
Okay. Where do you go?
I run into Soho.
Okay. Do you see anybody else when you're in the Soho?
I was in there with Gage.
Okay. Did you talk to Gage at all?
A little bit. We were both kind of just shook at what It just happened.
Did you look back outside at all?
No.
Did you see anybody else running or anything like that?
To begin with, yes, before I got into Soho, yep. So that's how I got into Soho. I saw Gage running towards Soho, so I followed him in.
It feels like a lot of the debates that I'm reading of y'all's are who's to blame. But keep in mind, the jury's not deciding who's to blame. They're deciding if he is guilty of second-degree murder. Two very different things.
No further questions, Judge.
I don't know who's going cross.
Your Honor, the state has a significant amount of questions. Hold on, I'm not sure if it makes sense to me.
Okay. All right, so let's break for this afternoon. So we'll start at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, if I can get the lawyers here for 9:30, so we can take care of housekeeping matters. Actually, I'll wait on the bench and just talk to you about those
All
issues.
right.
I'm surprised that this got arrested already, honestly.
Just if you can be back just before 10 o'clock.
You can be seated. Okay, so do you want to make your motion now, or do you want to do it tomorrow morning?
I can just put on the record now that I'm moving to dismiss on the grounds of insufficiency of the evidence. I don't know how much Your Honor needs to hear in terms of argument. I suspect the ruling might be.
So I think, this is a classic case of, at this juncture, I have to take the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. And there's certainly at this juncture, with taking that standard and viewing, leaving credibility assessments to the jury, sufficient evidence for a reasonable jury to conclude both certainly plenty of evidence the defendant caused the death, and that he did so either knowingly or recklessly with extreme indifference and not based on self-defense or provocation. Those are issues, I think, ultimately the jury will have to decide based on a reasonableness standard. So, okay. Jury instructions. Did you submit anything on the provocation? Because you had objected and said you were going to submit something on. I just hadn't had a chance to look to it.
No, that's okay. We're actually gonna
Curious.
You're going to agree?
We're gonna take our objection back.
Okay. So then we got the stipulations first thing in the morning. If we can just get those nailed down so I can do that.
Those are filed now.
Oh, you did file them? Okay,
Yes.
all right. I'll get those.
And we'll obviously have an opportunity after defense rests if we have any other issues with the jury instructions before they're read at least.
Yeah, just if there's anything major, I'd rather.
Not major.
Okay, anything major from the defense in terms of the jury instructions?
I don't think so.
Okay. All right, so if we can, so if it's nothing major, then like in terms of restructuring or anything major missing that I need to do research on, then we can just deal with it. Maybe let's do it 15 minutes before we start. So if you can be here at 9:45 tomorrow, that'd be great. Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
All right. Remind everyone the courthouse closed at 4 o'clock, so please don't linger in the hallways.
All right, so I'm shocked that they rested so soon. I don't know. People have been having issues with the polls lately, and I don't know. I thought it was just because of the making it the dark stuff, but because that worked for other. I don't know. YouTube is going to YouTube. Okay, so let's talk for a second before we finish for the day about in which they'll go over the jury instructions. But just to make it a little bit clearer, because there's so many things. You know, one of the things I said a minute ago, I feel like a lot of the debate has been about who's to blame or who is the aggressor. And while all of that stuff is important in the sense of what led up to and escalated the situation, the thing that the jury is going to have to decide is all about the, hey, where'd they go? Is going to be all about the, oh, I made it too big because now you can't see it because of my box. Here we go. Deciding if it was second-degree murder or possibly manslaughter, of what that involves. So I pulled up, this is criminal code. This is for New Hampshire, which is the state we're in. For those of you who can't read the poll, it says, do you think the state proved their case for second-degree murder? First option is yes, second option is no. I don't know why it's not showing up for some people. No clue. No clue. All right, so this is the part where that is discussed. A person is justified in using deadly force upon another person when he reasonably believes that such other person is about to use unlawful deadly force against the actor or third person, is likely to commit, well, that one's burglary, kidnapping, forcible sex offense. Obviously, those don't apply. And then within the dwelling is just like the stand your ground stuff. A person who responds to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to the person or to another by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away the person making the threat shall not have committed a criminal act. A person is not justified in using deadly force on another to defend himself or herself or a third person from deadly force by the other if he or she knows that he or she and the third person can, with complete safety, retreat from the encounter, except that he or she is not required to retreat if it's within his own dwelling, etc. That's more of the stand your ground stuff. Or anywhere he or she has a right to be and was not the initial aggressor or surrender property to, this is all just stuff that doesn't apply. Basically, the things that they're going to be looking at here, this part, a person is justified in using deadly force upon another person when he reasonably believes that such other person is about to use unlawful deadly force against them or someone else. And a person who responds to such or to a threat which would be considered by a reasonable person as likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to the person or someone else by displaying a firearm or other means of self-defense with the intent to warn away the person making the threat shall not have committed a criminal act. Justified in using deadly force. Right now it's split 43 to 57%. That's crazy. How close y'all are. This one's so split down the middle. Okay, so if you are justified in using deadly force upon another person if you reasonably believe that they are about to use deadly force against you. So here's the things that if I were a juror, which I'm not, I'll never be a juror. They'll never let me be a juror because of all right, let's do this. Let's do this. All right, so things that you feel like would make him guilty versus things that you feel like would make him not guilty. Some of the stuff that y'all have said for guilty were I'm going to make a list. I got about 5 minutes. I'm looking at my watch. I'm not wearing my watch. It's subjective. That's the thing. It's like, that's what you're having 12 people decide how he felt in that moment. Terrifying, isn't it? Alcohol is a big factor. Okay, here's my thing. Here's if this were me, my things that would go on the not guilty thing. He was punched first and didn't know by who. He knew it was one of that group, but didn't know who. That would be my first one. When he left, he was approached twice more by the other group. That would be, and keep in mind, I'm not saying, me listing these things is not me saying these are the reasons that Timmy deserved to be shot. That's not what this is. These are the things that lead to the escalation of him potentially feeling like his life could have been in danger. That's it. So if you're going to leave your little comments on here about, I can't believe you said that no, that's not, this is critical thinking, people. These are the things that, I want to look at both sides, because this is what a jury would do, right? Look at both sides and how you came to that conclusion. Because this is not a trial about one thing or another. They're having to decide if he is justified in using deadly force because he believed that unlawful deadly force was about to be used against him. Annie says John didn't try to leave. He was kicked out. I'm saying after he was kicked out, he walked away, and they approached him twice after that. Okay, so what else could lead to the escalation? The pepper spray. That could lead to the escalation of him fearing. The final one was the getting punched by Timmy. It was right after that he shot. Yeah, they came up to him after he left and he turned right. They came up to him with, and they were fussing out there on the sidewalk. And John still didn't know who had hit him. So when they came and were fussing back and forth, he was like, "Are you the one that punched me?" And then John punched him. There was a scruffle. And then the other guy came up and was pointing pepper spray at him. Kathleen B., new member, welcome, 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 welcome. See, y'all are so split on this. It's so interesting to read the comments. We had a witness who said that he went up to Timmy and said, "Let's go outside." He was looking for a fight. The man says, "Not guilty." 3 in a crowd chasing him down away from their car and toward John's car. Sucker punched hard enough to hit the ground. TP was threatening his MMA training. Yeah, the MMA training thing was, I guess Timmy was saying something about being a trained fighter and it would take one punch to get him down or something. Pepper spray, sucker punch by Timmy. Camille said there were 3 of him. So outnumbered is one of the things that you say would lead to the escalation. Did I get those other ones that you said? Oh, that's right. The MMA training, threats about punching or whatever. And then what else? Pepper spray. Okay, I think I got all those. Oh, that would be one of the things that would go on the not guilty one, I guess. He said, what was it? He said, next person who punches me is going to be dead or something. We can add that one to this column. What else in this column? Selena K says he was looking for a fight, the defendant, because he said that to Timmy. I don't know. To me, though, it's like, okay, they were talking crap in the bar, but he didn't throw the first. I don't see it as him just looking for a fight. Once he got that first punch that he didn't know who it came from, he did get way louder and stuff. I don't know. When he was talking to Timmy, though, it seemed like they even did the whole like, oh yeah, okay, and walked off. Everything was good. And then the whole thing happened with Timmy talking to Abby, Abby coming and telling him, and then everything escalated again. I can find him both ways. See, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like poll right now is 56% say state did not prove second-degree murder. Timmy was not there. He came way after. Timmy was not where? Which? Shunga Bacon says John had 2 friends with him too, just as Timmy did. But they were from what the videos, correct me if I'm wrong, from the videos, they weren't really getting involved with the stuff though, were they? It seemed like they kept like backing up. Which is, not confusing to me. I guess they were doing, that would be the thing that they should do. But it's tragic, and I'm sorry a life was lost, but Timmy wasn't. No, and that's the thing. They all did. And that's what I said earlier. It is so tragic and unnecessary. They all made stupid decisions. All of them. They made stupid decisions. And it's tragic that it ended this way. Okay, y'all saying that he wasn't outnumbered. Was there a part that I missed where John's friends were getting involved too? Like in the fighting part? Everything I remember seeing from his friends, like they were like not getting involved. It's hard watching that video too. There's so many points where you're like, oh, just keep walking. Just go away. Go sleep it off. You'll have a hangover tomorrow. But everything will be okay. It's really sad. John had a more aggressive than fearful demeanor when he shot. But he did sound aggressive, but at the same time, I think a lot of times I have seen where people have turned, like, not turned fear into aggression, but like becoming aggressive because you're scared, if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm explaining that right. Defense did not rest. They're going to continue in the morning with this witness. I know, I wish Regina Crawford, I wish. It's so hard, isn't it? Watching the video stuff is so hard for that reason. John's friends didn't really have... See, that's the way... Everything that I saw, it looked like John's friends were, like, staying out of that stuff. Which is, I mean, that's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to be like, no, we're not fighting. Like, everybody, get your shit together. Yeah, they'll include the lesser charges. And that'll be interesting to hear, too, when we go over the jury instructions. Possibly tomorrow. It's crazy seeing. I'm loving reading y'all's comments because it's so split. I am shocked that we didn't hear from Abby. I didn't even think that that was a possibility to not hear from Abby. Kind of hope John testifies. You know, in most self-defense cases, they do. John's friends weren't involved, only trying to deter John from engaging. Yeah, that's all I saw. When I write outnumbered, I mean as far as fighting. Like if I have my friends with me, but they're not, you know, doing anything, you know, to like about people coming at me or whatever, then I still consider that being... The aggressors on one side are 3. The aggressor's on the other side, or 1. Unless you are 100% sure that John was not in fear, you have not guilty. Well, it's not even about not being in fear. It's about do you feel like it like a reasonable person, whatever, however it was worded when we read it a minute ago. But defending yourself in like using force because you feel like it's about to be unlawful deadly force, can be used against you. And then there was, I can't remember wording. You know how I get when medicine's wearing off. A person is justified in using deadly force upon another person when he reasonably believes that such other person is about to use unlawful deadly force against him or someone else. Yeah, it was another one. Here, we can look at it again. It was another. You can see down here, this is it. Okay, look, you can see, let me slow it down because it all happens so fast. We'll do 0.75. So you can see John right here, Timmy right here. Let me rewind it. He reaches up. What'd I do? What happened? What'd I do? I broke it. Why is it doing that? Everything just froze. No, don't go away. Oh, that's why. It was doing the thing where it has to like, okay.
Photo depict the grassy area where Mr. McLean was contacted, restrained.
Dang it. It does that when it swaps over from a live to a published. Now I gotta go back.
So from this Mendoza, where you pointed out Mr.
Oh, I was like, why do they sound like that? But I have it at 0.75.
One more time.
All right. You can see him Yeah, he was talking about being an MMA fighter. You can see him. This one's hard for me because I feel like was he scared? Like, oops. You know, probably there were a lot of things that escalated that, and alcohol obviously isn't going to help. Did he get punched? Yes. Do I think that he was just looking for a fight and something bad was going to happen anyway? No, not necessarily. Like, I feel like, they provoked a fight and went after him. So I think that a lot of what happened could have been prevented by members of the other side. However, it's hard for me to feel like I can 100% say if I felt like, did he do that because he thought that his life was, going to be in danger. As soon as he gets punched, it's just like a second later, like he turns around. But I want to do something real quick too.
Hampshire Lane. Okay. All right. So play it one more time. Hampshire Lane.
Oops. Oh, it won't even clip that small. I was trying to see. Hold on. Let me do it like this. Like, what's it doing? But it's doing the clip. I didn't want to create the clip. Discard.
Hampshire Lane. Okay. All right. So play it one more time.
Those 9 shots. All happens in about a second and a half. See, Kevin, you say in the 9 shots will convict him, and a few people have agreed with you on that. But I sat here and timed that. Those 9 shots happened in less than a second and a half. How many of those were in his back with his arms up? None, I don't think. He punches him. None. He never had his arms up. That other guy, that's a different guy. The one over there that has his arms up, that's a different guy. he punched him, and then John almost right away turns and shoots him. He didn't have his hands up. This is See, 9 is way too many for self-defense. Seems like a rage shooting to me. If you're thinking about the number 9, maybe, but that's why I went back and timed it. That's less than a second and a half. To me, that second and a half is a more impactful number than 9 shots. Personally, but this is why there's 12 jurors and not one person deciding. Because that's less than a second and a half where that action took place. Less than a second and a half. And he didn't empty the clip. Maxie. Yeah, he didn't shoot him when he was on the ground. I know, it is so divided, isn't it? That's why I'm so interested to normally because I'm going home, I'm not staying here tonight. I'm just coming here to work because they're doing the grinding. And so I'm really excited to go home to my own home, finally, and watch the sunset on the beach, finally. But I can't even walk away from you people because I love you so much. But it's so interesting to me to hear the different, and look, I can 100% tell you as a mother to a kid who's only a few years younger than these kids, if I were Timmy's mom, I'd be like, he's guilty, lock him up. If I were John's mom, I'd be like, he was in fear for his life. That's the thing, is I could see this either way, because if it were my kid who, think about it like that. If I'm looking at this and I'm seeing this and John was my kid, I'd be looking at that they came after him. They were, coming after him, looking for a fight. He got sucker punched inside there, didn't know who did it. They approached him again twice after they left the bar. Then he got punched again out there after he just said this, anybody to, next person to, that touches me, because they're coming at him or whatever, different times. So he says, next person to touch me. And if that's my kid, I'm going to look at all those things and be like, you can't, he's not guilty of second-degree murder. There's no way. If I'm Timmy's mom, then I would be like, more inclined, because that's the emotion coming out of it. But that also shows you how you can really see it both ways. And that's the problem with, that's one of the things about this being a situation where he ducked, he wasn't on the ground being shot. Yeah. But that's one of the things about trying to put the emotion out of it and just look at it. But that's so hard when the whole trial is based on, or the verdict will be based on feelings and emotions. Did he act in this way because, not even did he act in this way, is it justified that he acted this way based on what he perceived was going to happen. Not about who started it, not about who kept it going, not about who should have done this at what point. It all comes down to, is he justified legally to do what he did based on what he perceived the threat was? So having, and Lee telling us that the majority of the jury is women too, that's going to be hard because, I mean, I'm a woman and a mom, and so I can see it both sides, and any of them who have, you know, boys this age, I could see that being real hard, you know. Virginia Little, the jury has to vote facts. They both have families that are hurting. Both families, all families involved. It's so tragic, so sad, and it's so preventable. So preventable. My heart hurts for Timmy's family. And no matter what any of the others did, no matter what any of them did, nothing that they did makes in any way, shape, or form, makes it okay that Timmy lost his life, or that it's, you know, that's what he gets, or, you know, none of that. None of that. It's tragic regardless. It's just, it all comes down to, is it legally justified based on what he felt? And that's scary. And that's why you shouldn't make a bunch of crappy decisions at a bar when you're in your early 20s or early anythings. Because stupid decisions, all the stupid decisions, all the mistakes that led up to this, you know, now a life is lost, and there are 12 people who are going to have to decide if this, 22, 24? 22 or 24. Now, 12 people are going to have to decide if the rest of his life is spent in jail, prison. And that's terrifying. Don't act up in bars, folks. Don't act up in bars. All right. Well, we will continue this tomorrow. This was a very interesting day. Very interesting. Poll results so split. It's almost halfway. Do you think the state proved their case for second-degree murder? 53% of you said no, and 46% of you said yes. So tomorrow, they are going to start at, what'd they say, 10 o'clock, but they're going to have the attorneys there at 9:30. So I'm assuming if the attorneys are going to be there at 9:30, they're going to start talking about jury instructions and all that. So we'll start about that time too, so we can watch. They'll definitely have the lesser charges included. So we will, I'm assuming, depending on how many people they're going to have tomorrow, they may do closing arguments and the jury instructions tomorrow too. And then we'll be in verdict watch. Redo poll. Y'all want to redo the poll again? The same, what, that one? Same one? (9:30) Eastern is when they're going to have the attorneys there, so that's when we'll start. That way we can eavesdrop on whatever they have to say. And keep in mind, normally, you know, jury instructions can be kind of boring sometimes. But on stuff like this, it's especially on stuff like this, I should say, it's really, really important. I mean, it's going to be what makes it break it. And we'll hear what they say about, manslaughter as opposed to murder in second degree and all that. And then we'll do more polls. I love the polls, even though some of you can't see them. We can do one more real quick, and then I'm going home because it's 3:43 and it gets dark early, and I want to see the sunset. Finally. Sleeping in my bed last night for the first time in almost a month. Woo! Woo! Loved it. Okay, last poll. We'll do it 2 minutes. What are we doing? Same one? What do you think verdict will be? We'll do this one. Guilty of murder in second degree. Guilty of manslaughter. Or not guilty, self-defense. All right. This one's going to be interesting. Manslaughter is unlawful killing, but without malice or premeditation. John was looking for a fight, not looking like self-defense. But see, that's what we were just talking about, though. It's not about, it's all of this is going to come down to those, whatever it was I just read. Is what he did, because they all made mistakes that night. They all did things. But it all is going to come down to, is what he did legally justified because he believed that there was a threat against him. This might be a hung jury, y'all. How much alcohol did they each have? They never said, which is one of the things I was really curious about, because I was like, that could give us more insight into his comprehension of the events that were going on. It's crazy how split everything is. I love hearing y'all's opinions. And by hearing, I mean reading them. Trying to read them. My eyeballs are getting tired. I know I'm missing some. Don Adams said, thankful for a great chat that hasn't condemned me for my opinion. No, we don't condemn for opinions, as long as they're all respectful. This is what, I love cases like this where we have such a split group, because I love hearing people's perspectives on it and having everybody discuss it so civilly. We can all have different thoughts about different things and still be besties. Yeah, his friend didn't remember a lot. Also, keep in mind with them drinking and stuff, their memories are going to be flawed anyway. But thank goodness there's video to give more of a idea of what is going on. We can agree to disagree as long as it's always respectful. Yes. Except for about college football, because then y'all are out of here. All I know is for sure that I am glad I am not on this jury. Me too. My mama's heart couldn't take it. All right, I'm about to give y'all another 6.2 seconds to get your vote in. .2 seconds is up. Okay, in poll. All right, 51% say manslaughter. 32% say not guilty by self-defense. And 16% say guilty of murder in the second degree. Trish, don't you come in here with that Roll Tide nonsense. All right, y'all. 9:30 a.m. I was about to say p.m. It's not correct. It's a.m. a.m. 9:30 a.m. in the morning. That is Baker Mayfield. Ugh, that one dude did look like Baker Mayfield, didn't he? Sure did. What deadly force did Timmy use? What deadly force did Timmy use? What do you mean? Go Georgia. Beat Bama. Yes! SEC championship this weekend. Virginia Little, where'd that comment go? Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I noticed this too. Most of the ones that are saying, a lot anyway, of the ones that are saying guilty are saying that the number of shots is a big factor in that, which is why I wanted to go back and time that, because the number of shots, look, day number 1, I even told y'all, I was like, it's going to be hard for me to understand 9 shots being self-defense. But 9 shots happening in less than a second and a half makes it more understandable. I could see this both ways. I really could. It would take a lot of thought and charts. You know, I got to chart it all up. It would take a lot of charts for me to understand, or not understand, for me to really analyze it enough to feel like I could make a decision that is so important that it's literally going to either, you know, break Timmy's family's hearts by letting John go free, or putting an innocent man in jail for the rest of his life. How heavy is that? I'm glad I'm not on this jury. Glad I'm not on this jury. So sad. All right, y'all. What deadly force did Tim have? Well, that's the thing, is like him saying, you know, him talking crap, I guess, like that night about being an MMA fighter and a trained fighter, and it's only going to take one punch or whatever it was that one dude said that he had said. I still don't understand the reasoning about how long the shots took, because it's not 9, because I'm not looking at it as, because it happened so soon, I'm not looking at it as 9 shots, as in 9 separate thoughts to take action. I'm looking at it as less than a second and a half of action. And to me, those are 2 very different things. Less than a second and a half. Ed, behave. All right, I'm going to go home. I want to go see the sunset. I will see y'all. Oh, I got to get tomorrow set up. I'll get tomorrow set up, and in just a minute, and I'll have it up. So you can go hit notify me, because for whatever reason, a lot of my notifications haven't been going out, and for some reason I'm not even showing up as live for a lot of people, so I don't know why. The YouTubes are mad at me. I appreciate y'all hanging out. I had a lot of fun with y'all today, even though I made y'all sit through me singing to you at lunchtime. Lunchtime karaoke. Lunchtime karaoke. All right, y'all. I'm out of here. I'm going to set the... hi, pretty. I'm going to set the stream up in just a minute before I head out because I don't have my computer at home, obviously, since it's here. And then you can hit notify me and hit like while you're in there. Go ahead and chat. I'll leave the chat open. Everybody can hang out, camp out, make s'mores, or whatever people do these days, whatever the kids are doing. I love you all so much, and I will see y'all bright and early in the morning. It is almost Friday, y'all. Love you, bye.